Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here. How is everyone doing on this fine Sunday that I always plan to stream on? How is everyone? Welcome, welcome. Can you hear me? Can you see the pycons? Can you smell the excitement in the air today for Season 7? Hello, hello, hello. I am here, yes. There was a slight kerfuffle where I may have accidentally scheduled this stream for yesterday when I always meant to do it on Sunday. We've been streaming on Sundays. I feel like that's a good cadence, it's a good rhythm. But for some reason, I put Saturday, and I only knew thanks to CDCB messaging me on Discord, letting me know, being like, "Are you okay?" And if he hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have even known, and it would have been left as yesterday on the schedule, and everyone would have been very confused. It's been a whole day. Easy like Sunday evening. Hello, hello, hello. So I am trying out some new stream settings. There has been a little bit of lag in these past few streams. Like I just kind of been using some default settings on OBS, and I wanted to try to minimize the amount of lag that we have. So I've upped my bitrate, and I've done a few things, and I want to do a test, everyone. If everyone could get their typing fingers ready, because as soon as I clap, I want you guys to send the letter Q, okay? I'm going to do it in a few seconds, but send me the letter Q, and I want to see what the lag time is. All right, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got 1 Q. Okay, we got like whoa! Every Q in the universe. Okay. Everyone's queued up for the stream. Yeah, so that was about like 7 seconds. That's good. That's good. We got a good delay time. I like it. Let me know if the stream is glitchy. I know nothing visually has moved on the stream yet. Here, I'll do that. But let me know if the stream is glitchy or something, because I'll have to lower the bitrate. But yeah. So thank you for the super chat. Infinity Nerdy, he started 1 minute early. The writers lied to me. Yeah, QQ, QQQQQ. Haha, I tricked you all into engagement in the stream. Did you really make us say Q just so you could make that pun? No, I just wanted it to be something you wouldn't have, like, accidentally sent. Although I'm sure, I don't know, maybe there was some troll out there that just sent me a Q immediately. Just as soon as he heard me say Q. Thank you for the super chat, the Steam Lord. Hey, Pie Guy, just want to say it's been awesome to see you back on YouTube. Been enjoying the streams a lot, and it's nice to revisit the SpongeBob reviews. Thank you, thank you. And thank you from Dorothy. May not be around all the time since Fox is broadcasting new episodes of their animated shows by 8. Oh no, I'm competing with animation domination. Oh dear. All right. We got anything good going on tonight? Is there any Simpsons or yeah, I guess I don't like anything else on animation domination. I know some people like Bob Burgers, but that's a can of worms we don't need to get into. Last time I did promise Sukanzu that I would show the original PyCons. I actually found a sheet of all of the original PyCons, and then we got super derailed at the end of last stream with Truth or Square. So let me really quick get that up. I forgot to actually cue that. Whoops. But I can do that real quick. Let me what do I do here? Let's see. Let's put up a color. What color do you guys like? What do you guys like? I like purple. I'm kind of a purple guy. I'll put up a curtain here just so I don't accidentally show something while I'm getting this set up. It's good to cue things. Oh my goodness. Blue, purple. All right, good. We're purple. We're purple family here. All right, let me get that up. Watch careful with your eyes. I hope it's not too bright. And then let me get up an image. Riveting stream content, I know. But if it makes you feel any better, I have spent basically all day working on YouTube stuff today. Okay. Oh, and then I put up a curtain and then it just popped up over it. Oh dear. All right, well, that's fine. Boom. So here is a good chunk of the original pyons. If anyone was curious, I will scroll to show you the rest of them. Boop, 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 boop. Here's more. We had a good amount of them. I think this last row here is where the bottom row is the ones we added for like the season 6 video, I think. I don't know. Thank you for the super chat. The anonymous person, you wasted 25 minutes of my life yesterday. You owe me. No, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Everyone knows that it was Sunday. It was a test to see if you believed what I said versus what YouTube said, and you believed what YouTube told you, and that's on you, okay? Not really. Oh my goodness, Ark. Thank you for the super chat. I doubt you or he will ever have the time or interest, but I always thought it would be funny if you and Movie Flame, who does videos about Harry Potter, did a collab where you sorted SpongeBob characters according to Hogwarts houses. P.S. I do not stand with Joanne. I don't know who Movie Flame is, and I'm not like a super big Potter guy, but yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think obviously SpongeBob would be Gryffindor, right? Squidward would be Slytherin. I don't know. Mrs. Puff will be Hufflepuff just for the pun. There you go. But yeah, here's all the pyons I can bloop, 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 bloop. Actually, I can't even show them all here. Look at that. So, do you guys like these pyons? Because if you like the Generation 1 pyons, I have some good news for you. Because soon, I will be launching a members channel on my channel, which is basically just like a Patreon, but it's built into YouTube. It's something that I'm not the most familiar with, but I've been doing research into it, and basically for a small amount of money a month, you will get certain perks, and one of the perks is going to be that you can use these pyons in the chat during the live streams. The pyons will be emotes that you can use to your heart's content. I'm gonna make the amount pretty small, just because I think it'd be fun for chat to use some pyons. Oh goodness. Don't think Goofy or Dislike ever got used. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Some of these I wasn't crazy about. Some of them are a little off model. But, you know, it was my partner at the time was the one who made these, so I wasn't gonna critique her. I was just gonna not use the ones that I wasn't crazy about. But yeah. Yes. All right. We have a lot to get into today. So we'll give it a few more minutes of preamble, and then we'll jump into season 7. Season 7 video is 2 hours. Oh boy. So let's get this off the screen. Let's get a smile on. Chat is hopping today. Good to see you guys. Thank you, Pranava. Wait, no, hang on. We got your name last time. What? Pranavrao. Okay, Pranavrao. Hey, Pie Guy, have I read Harry Potter? Yeah, I mean, I was a kid in the late 90s and early 2000s. I did read all of the Harry Potters. I am not interested in getting into a debate about anything related to the creator of Harry Potter tonight, so please don't even start. I know you didn't, but I'm just saying no one start that. But yeah. I have some fond memories of it, but it's also not something that I hold like super dear to me. And I don't really care about it right now. It's just kind of an interesting pop culture thing, not something I actively really partake in. Thank you for the super chat. Maya, do I plan on watching my finalized bottom 5? I usually watch that instead of the bottom 5. No, we're just watching the every episode reviewed videos. I know I did lots of spongy bits and other things, but you know, there's a certain level of I don't want to rewatch everything that I've ever made. You know, like it's just a clean cutoff point. I understand that the finalized bottom 5 is kind of sort of a part of this, but no, I think we'll just be sticking with these. Wow, guys, you're hopping. I will say to everyone that's super chatting and anyone that might want to super chat, if you guys want, at the end of the stream, if I'm feeling up to it, I can set another donation goal, and if we hit it, I'll watch whatever SpongeBob you want, okay? All right? We'll see. We'll see. It might be a high donation goal. I can't guarantee we're going to hit it, but you might want to save your money for that later. I don't know. Up to you. Oh boy. Okay. Thank you. I love DDD. Have I watched The Owl House? Superior to Harry Potter, honestly. No, I haven't seen it. I think I saw like the first episode, and I've heard really good things. I've just never gotten to it. Thank you for the super chat. Ethan, one of these days you ought to review TADC. The Amazing Digital Circus. Right. That's the one. Be careful with your acronyms because, yeah. Without any context, I'm like, what are we talking about here? But I know that's a popular thing. So, yeah. We'll see. Nothing is off the table right now. I am deep in Fiona and Cake Land right now, and I have an idea of what the next one's going to be. The next every episode review is going to be after, but after that, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I might alternate doing, like, popular current shows and then doing, like, old shows that I'm particularly fond of or whatever. But we'll see. Thank you for the super chat, David. Hi, Pie Guy. I was one of the patrons from seasons 8 and 9. Glad to see you're back. All right. Well, be sure to tag yourself if you're here for the next one. At the end of the video, tag yourself. I don't know. Be sure to shout it out when I ask if this is anyone. Watch Atlantis Squarepanis. Thank you, that guy who makes random stuff. Yeah. Maybe. We'll see. Did I hear that the Amazing Digital Circus's finale is premiering in theaters? Yes, I did, Bailey. I did hear that. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Pranav Rao. How about you watch Game Shakers? No one wants to watch me watch Game Shakers. No. Gosh. Okay. All right. It is 6:42 in the PM. Why don't we get things started? I'll take a sip of my drink, and then we're going to start watching Season 7. All right. So here we go. Also, wait, before we do, I do have to point out, my VLC has been really glitchy lately, so I'm fingers crossed I don't have to boot it up a million times like I did with Season 5. We'll see what happens. Here we go.
Already, kids? Took me a while, but I finally am.
Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here, and
look at
welcome
those
back to
pyons.
every episode of SpongeBob Season 7 Reviewed. It took me a while to recover from watching Season 6 and to re-find my love of the show enough to actually want to watch more episodes, but I've finally done it, and I am here to talk about SpongeBob Season 7. But before that, I have a few quick things to say. First of all, this video will have spoilers for a bunch of episodes. Prior to making this review, as far as I'm aware, the only episodes I saw were Trench Billies and Greasy Buffoons. Once again, I'm pretty much going in with completely fresh eyes. Next, I would just like to advertise my Square Theory series. These are videos in which I talk about specific concepts within SpongeBob in greater detail. I give an explanation
they're pretty
for
ugly
what I
thumbnails.
think is
I don't know
going
why
on
I
within
did
the
that.
show, why the writers do what they do, why I feel the way I feel about certain things, etc., etc. If you haven't seen these videos yet, I really highly suggest you do if you enjoy this series, and also check out Spongy Bits. Spongy Bits is a series in which I talk in more detail about episodes that I've reviewed in these SpongeBob season reviews. During these big reviews, I have to be brief on a number of things, and sometimes I want to go into more detail, and when I do, I make these Spongy Bit videos. They're basically a micro version of these every
Pycons are the
episode
best
season
ones.
videos,
I agree,
so if you like
actually.
these, please feel free to check out those. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a long road ahead of us, so let's get on with it.
Episode 127A.
I mean, I really like the 3.0 ones as well, but I don't know. I like all of them, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like the 3.0 ones are the most professional looking, and so that's kind of what we're going with. But there may be a revision in the future. We'll see. I've been taking everything into account that you guys have been saying on these streams when it comes to working on my new videos. Originally, I wasn't even gonna really do like slides for the Fiona and Cake video, but you guys seem to like it, and it seems to be my style. So I spent all day working on images for the slides. Thank you, DDD. Do you have any plans for Mother's Day, May 10th? Just curious because it's a Sunday when you do these streams. As some of you know, I am a father now, so I will not be around on Mother's Day. No, we won't be streaming on Mother's Day. We'll just skip the week. We're not gonna do Saturday or anything like that. Streams are Sunday, all right? Around here, streams are Sunday, and if YouTube tells you something else, don't listen to YouTube. Unless I tell you to listen to YouTube. Thank you, Dorothy. The 2.0 debut of essentially refined versions of 1.0. Yes, the 2.0 were also done by my artist at the time, and yeah, they're definitely more like the 1.0 basically was just kind of, it's just like an idea I had one day, and I talked to her about it, and she just did it, and we didn't really put too much like effort or attention into it. It was just like a fun little idea, and then the pycons were pretty popular. I also don't. I feel like someone here coined the term pycon. It might have been Sukanzu. I don't know. But I think someone that was a patron of mine coined that term. I did not coin it. And it's been the name ever since. But basically, once the pycons were popular, we were like, all right, let's sit down and actually make these nice. And so that's what the 2.0 ones are. But I do like that at the beginning of this video, twice I mentioned how long it's been. Does anyone know how long was it between season 6 and 7? How many months or years between my reviews? Because I don't actually know. Do the Adventure Time Season 1 and 2 pycons count as the 4.0 models or 3.5? They're just special Adventure Time pycons. They're not like replacement pycons for anything else. They were just a special thing that I had commissioned. They are not, like, specifically my brand overall. It was just a fun thing I wanted to do for those. Does the Fiona cake thing have to do with Shrek? No, but man, I am tempted to make Shrek jokes in the video, and I haven't yet, but, you know. Fiona! 6 was February, and 7 was December. Oh, that wasn't even a year. I mean, that is kind of a while, but it wasn't even a year. We're good. Thank you for the super chat. Taz, Mr. Enter made a new SpongeBob video if I was curious. Yeah, I actually skimmed that video. I thought it was interesting, for sure. I kind of want to see what... I like keeping up with what the discourse is these days, at least a little bit. Just kind of dip my toe and see what people are talking about. And it seems like everyone's got cooler heads when it comes to SpongeBob. It also seems like things have gotten pretty bad in the current era that everyone is reevaluating and reassessing and being like, well, I mean, maybe the kind of sucky episodes are really good compared to the bad ones. Pycon 2 looks so nice that it looks nice. Thank you for the super chat, Jenna Morgan. All right. Let's get on with it.
Tentacle-Vision. Squidward's local access show gets taken over by the whole town. So, weirdly enough, this is the second season opener in a row that involves Squidward watching TV. And also being on TV for a little while. It's kind of weird how similar in a way this episode is to House Fancy. Oh, and one of the characters in this is named Zeus, which is also the name of one of the writers on the show. The episode is honestly pretty underwhelming. It's an interesting premise of Squidward having a local access show and then having it get ruined by SpongeBob and friends, but in execution it's just very random and loud. It pretty much breaks down to this. The first third is about Squidward getting this local access show, which isn't really bad, but it's not funny. The middle part is SpongeBob and Patrick messing around in Squidward's studio and screwing up his show, which is not only not funny, but downright irritating. Squidward didn't do or say anything bad to deserve this. SpongeBob and Patrick just come in and trash the place with their stupidity. Squidward even acquiesces and lets them be a part of his program, and they still manage to screw it up. It also includes that gem of a quote over there, where Squidward asks Patrick how stupid he is, and Patrick just replies, it varies. Much like the quality of this show. The third part of this episode is just random characters running on to Squidward's program for very little reason. I really do appreciate the fact that they brought a lot of different characters into this, but it becomes a mess and a repetitive sequence. What each of them does isn't really distinct from each other, much like in Atlantis Squarepants, where every character does the same exact thing, just with a slightly different motivation. Also, from a story angle, it's kind of weird that the producer guy came in and talked about the show's ratings, even though it was the very first episode of Squidward's show going on that night. I do like the heavy metal version of the theme song song at the end, but everything else in this episode ranges from simply boring to outright annoying. Yeah, we're starting this one off with a SpongeBob episode, which is the first time this has ever happened. 127.
Alright, hang on. First of all, am I crazy or is that a good review? I think that might be an S tier review. That's at least an A tier. I will get to the super chats in 1 second, but I think it's an A tier or an S tier. You guys let me know which one of those you think. Thank you for the super chat, Magic Mikey. Hey Pie Guy, what inspired you to name yourself PIEGUYRULZ? Is pie your favorite dessert, or is it a reference to something? I just liked, I do like pie. I don't love it, but I do like pie, and it's a very, like, cartoon thing, right? Getting pied in the face. And I think it was my Cartoon Orbit handle, or at least the rules part of it was my Cartoon Orbit handle. The real story has honestly been lost to time. I might have been inspired by Billy and Mandy, Billy's I Like Pie thing. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the username thing, if it wasn't directly from Cartoon Orbit, it was at least like inspired by Cartoon Orbit. Used to be you had to make 3 names. It was a thing on CartoonNetwork.com. Sorry, I'm old, so I forget that not everyone here was a part of Cartoon Orbit, of course. But yes, thank you, Tune for Thought. I firmly believe the Patrick Star Show is a lot better than the current main series, barring one-off experiments. Honestly, I'm not even that surprised by that, because, I mean, I've never seen the Patrick Star Show. I have no intentions of ever seeing the Patrick Star Show, but I feel like being able to kind of create a show from the ground up with its own premise and new characters and all this sort of stuff, where it doesn't have all of the expectations of SpongeBob, and it can maybe be a little bit more loose with what it does. That doesn't surprise me that ends up better than a show that's like, gosh, 27 years old. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys are wild here. Thank you, Boston Skinner. In my opinion, this is the best video I ever made. Well, thank you. I remember season 7 the video being really good. I just think, for some reason, I remember season 6 was better just because of the exasperation of it all. I was genuinely surprised at how bad season 6 was, whereas season 7, coming off of another bad season, I think I was a little more prepared, I guess. I don't know. Like, there's only so much frustration I can really manage, I guess. And I was getting a little burnt out at this point. Thank you for the super chat, Chillasprin. You were the reason I rated SpongeBob seasons 1 through 11. Thanks for bringing memories and welcome back. Yes, nice. Glad to be of inspiration. Thank you, Bailey. The stream lags whenever the video is playing. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, gosh. So everyone's saying, all right, we'll leave it an A tier. All right, you guys don't think it's an S tier. That's fine. That's fine. A few of you think it's S tier. Scumbob. A or B, S tier, A tier. I think I'll put it in A tier. Now, you know what? I'm seeing a lot of A's and S's. I'll be the tiebreaker. I'll put it in S tier. There we go. I will try to fix the stream. Let me know if anyone else is experiencing lag when I play the video, and I can change my bitrate a little bit. Thank you for the super chat, Dave Jackson. Could you rank the first 10 seasons best to worst? No, I couldn't. No, I don't know. Just off of memory, not really. Like, there's a lot of them that are kind of close, I guess. Like, seasons 2 and 3 are the best ones. And then after that, it's like seasons 1, 4, and 5, with 1 being above 4 and 5. And then after that, although actually, I don't know where 9 fits in. I don't know. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I'd like to be able to, but I don't remember enough about 9 and 8 to really do it. And 10, to be honest. Ironically, the more newer seasons, I don't remember as much. Thank you, Pranav. Oh gosh, I keep tripping over your name. I'm so sorry. Pranav Rao. A lot of SpongeBob a lot of Squidward quotes in this review. The CGI scum transition right there. Thank you, Dorothy. Okay. Yeah. Let me put that. Let's see. I want to see that transition again. Actually, I forgot about what I did. This is one that it's like a triple
outright annoying. SpongeBob.
Yeah,
we're starting this one off with a SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, that's right. I tried to incorporate different elements from like each of the what was season 7? What was the thing with season 7? Was this the one where they did all the monster episodes or something? I think that's what this is. I think these are incorporating various things from that. Okay, I will lower the bit rate so that to make sure it's not laggy. You guys let me know if it continues to be laggy. Okay. Legends of the Bikini Bottom, that's right. Yeah, okay. I remembered it. I just didn't remember the name. It's fine. It's fine. I couldn't tell you specifically like what each of these are, but like that was the inspiration. And it's pretty unique, I think. It's tough to make different versions of green slime that aren't all just the same thing. But all right, let's keep going.
Episode, which is the first time this has ever happened. 127B, I Heart Dancing. Squidward teaches SpongeBob how to dance for an audition. So the majority of this episode is dancing. Just dancing. There's not a lot else going on here. And if you're going to make an episode that is primarily about dancing, you might want to make sure the dancing is really interesting or really funny or something, because most of the dancing in this episode is just A lot of it is loops, which is great for saving money, but not so great for making things interesting. The dance routines in the episode don't look bad, it's just they don't hold my attention for very long because there's so many of them. Also, we've already had an episode about dancing called Slimy Dancing. Actually, this episode is quite a bit like that one in that they both feature characters performing on stage, Squidward trying to teach SpongeBob how to dance. Of course, there are differences, but that episode handled the whole dancing thing a lot better, in that there was more to the episode than just that. The best part of the episode, and really the only thing memorable to come out of it, is SpongeBob and later Squilliam saying, "Who put you on the planet? Ugh!" as a part of their dance routine, which I don't know if that's a reference or something. It's really random, but it's pretty funny to hear SpongeBob say something that mean just out of the blue. Otherwise, comedically, this episode is flatlining. The story is nothing complicated. Squidward pushes SpongeBob too far dancing so that he'll miss the audition and Squidward can step in. It's pretty standard, and that'd be fine if the episode were funny or the dancing were spectacular and interesting and a really nice show-off of creative animation, but it's not. The episode is none of those things. And it's not even the first dance episode. It's a episode. Oh, and this episode gives another point to Squilliam. Episode 1.
Hey, the slide whistle comes back. Was I too harsh on this episode? I don't entirely remember it, but it's not that like multiple episodes about dancing is strictly a bad thing. It's just if you're gonna do multiple episodes about dancing, try to make them feel different, you know? Do something a little different with it. I thought the review was probably good as long as I'm kind of on base here. Obviously, people are gonna have different opinions on this, but yeah, I don't know. That might be like an A-tier review. Thank you for the super chat. I love DDD. The Season 9 Scum Effect is my personal favorite, but I also like Season 10's. I don't remember what I did for those. Oh man, I'm excited to see. I can experience the every episode series like a fan, finally. My memory has been wiped. I've pushed all of it out because I've learned how to be a dad. Important things have been pushed in, and now I don't remember this thing that I spent hours and hours and hours working on. Oh, goodness. A or a B? B? I thought it should have been meh. A-tier review. Yeah, you know, I think I could put it a B. I think judging from my review, I didn't roast it enough to be ScumBob. I think it did sound like I was giving it maybe more of a meh, but I don't know. B's fine. Also, I do want to just mention, like, I love this slide. Not the growth spout, but like the slide design here, I think is pretty sweet. The different shells. Gary's pattern is the background, and it kind of like nicely curves into here. And then the fact that the slime is over the text, so that it looks like, I mean, so that the slime is over the text. It's still very readable. That's the thing too. It's pretty readable, but it's also, you know, visually nice. I think. And also, like, it's nice to have a bright color after a bunch of seasons where I did kind of darker greens and browns and stuff. I forgot everything but fatherhood and breathing. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Thank you, Fiddlehead. Hiya, it's Fiddle, one of your old patrons, with the Scum Transition and 2.0 PyCons. This is my favorite video of yours, visually speaking, which also inspired the drawing I sent you. Oh, yes! Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry. I got fan art from Fiddle, and I should put that on screen. Whoops. Whoops. Where did I put that? Give me 1 sec to find it. If you would like to send me any fan art or messages or anything, please send it to my email. It's on my YouTube channel. I'm not going to mention it. I won't say what it is because that's how the bots get you or whatever. But yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. Can I just like drag it here? Will it? Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. OBS is awesome. Here we go. Thank you for the fan art, Fiddle. So, yeah, this was inspired by season 7. Lovely fan art. So yeah. Okay. We gotta get moving though. Boop. Thank you for the super chat, Pranavrow. Could have included Gary's bowl in the slide IMO. I guess I could have. There's kind of two schools of thought, I guess. I could either make the slides be kind of like a similar version of the same object, or I can make them be different objects. And I think the earlier reviews have the same object, and the later reviews, I think, have more different objects. I was just looking at the slides for Season 8 for reasons, and I went really nuts on the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy design. I went pretty crazy with it. I'm pretty proud of that one, but we'll talk about that next time. Goodness.
28A. Growth Spout. Mr. Krabs tries to steal food to satiate Pearl's appetite. I really like the premise of this episode. Mr. Krabs has to run around and steal food from people because his poor daughter's going through a horrible growth spurt and can't stop screaming because she needs food. The stakes are high because it's about the well-being of his daughter Pearl, and there's even the cops that are after him, which creates some sort of a danger of him being caught. It's a pretty decently told story. On top of that, it's actually funny. I love the scenes with Mrs. Puff here. She's so hardcore with her crowbar. It's just really funny. It's also very strange seeing her and the police in the same episode and having her not get arrested. I also like when Mr. Krabs is in Squidward's house and he says etc. when he can't figure out what food it is. And there's something really funny about the line delivery at the end where SpongeBob says that the secret ingredient is love. It's a good episode. If there's one complaint I had about the episode, it's that it involves money at all. It really didn't need to. The stakes of the episode are about Pearl. Mr. Krabs shows in this episode that he does genuinely care about her, and yet still the writers feel the need to throw the money thing in there, like Pearl will eat Mr. Krabs' money if he doesn't come up with a solution soon, when it's just totally not needed. The money thing with Mr. Krabs is such a crutch, but it doesn't really take away from the episode that much. Episode 128.
Okay, I thought that was another good review. I definitely could have said a little more about it, but I think it's solid, and even though I gave it a good, I still had a little note for it. I think that's another, I think that might be another A-tier review. I'm very happy with this season so far. Well, not the season itself, but I'm happy with my reviews of it. All right, A-tier, yeah. Cool. Let's keep going.
B. Stuck in the Wringer. SpongeBob gets glued to his Wringer. Let's get the good stuff out of the way first. I do like some of the hijinks with SpongeBob stuck in the Wringer at the Krusty Krab. It's a little bit reminiscent of when he had the splinter stuck on him, except the Wringer stuff is a lot more physical and less painful to watch. I'm not gonna say it's really funny, but it is at the very least slightly amusing. I also like Patrick's speech to SpongeBob, as it's reminiscent to his motivation in Help Wanted. Oh, and the episode features Weenie Hut Jr.'s coming back, which is great! Except it had to be in this episode, of course.
I think I went pretty hard on, like, editing acknowledgements of previous seasons in this video, previous episodes.
There's a lot of not-so-nice things about this episode. Starting from the top, SpongeBob slips on the rubber ducky in his bathroom that Patrick supposedly left there, except that when we see the wide shot a few seconds before, the rubber duck is clearly not on the bathroom floor. Is it really that hard to be consistent between shots that happen within 15 seconds of each other? This episode starts out nearly identically to the Blackened Sponge, where SpongeBob falls in his bathroom, does a fake out where he doesn't get hurt, and then he falls again and actually gets hurt for real. The middle part of this episode is just SpongeBob going to the carnival with Patrick and SpongeBob repeatedly getting hurt. It all really falls apart in the last third though, where the episode suddenly decides that it's SpongeBob's fault somehow for getting himself stuck in the Wringer, and that SpongeBob is being unfair to Patrick for some reason. I don't understand this episode. SpongeBob's having a miserable day because Patrick left his rubber duck on the floor in the beginning, and Patrick's decisions to go to Weenie Hut Jr. and and the carnival only end up getting SpongeBob in pain. Patrick didn't necessarily do it intentionally, but SpongeBob didn't do anything wrong the entire episode. Him snapping at Patrick towards the end was totally justified. And I'll tell you why. Patrick may not have intentionally tried to do any of this stuff to SpongeBob, but you know what problem he does have? He has the problem of being careless. There's a difference between being stupid and being careless. Him leaving his rubber duck on the bathroom floor was him being careless. Him going to the carnival and the ice cream parlor was because that's what he wanted to do instead.
I stand by all this, by the way. I think this is the correct analysis. That I don't know why the people who make this show sometimes conflate, like, just a character being endlessly selfish and horrible and just like pointlessly mean and careless with a character being stupid. Obviously, stupidity can cause carelessness or miscommunications or whatever, but stupidity does not mean that characters just do whatever.
Of really thinking about SpongeBob, so he was also being selfish. Patrick didn't do any of this stuff intentionally, but he wasn't thinking of his best friend's feelings when he's going through this hard time in his life. And that's why Patrick deserved to be called out by SpongeBob. But of course, when SpongeBob calls Patrick out once for being the careless, inconsiderate oaf that he is, the episode treats him like scum for doing it. One of the random background fish calls him out and says that he's horrible and there's something wrong with his heart, even though that has nothing to do with the rest of the episode. It's so crazily backwards though, because SpongeBob's the one who's kind and considerate and empathetic, and Patrick is the one that's careless. And I know the background fish only saw SpongeBob snap at Patrick, but the writers didn't need to make that scene happen. The way the one background fish explicitly calls out SpongeBob just comes out of nowhere and seems really random. You could have just had the crowd boo and walk away, or just not include the crowd whatsoever. But no, it has to set up this weird ending. After that scene, we switch to Patrick's perspective for some reason. The other 85% of the episode is from SpongeBob's perspective, but just now we suddenly switch to Patrick's entirely in a really jarring way. Then we see SpongeBob, who's apparently spiraled into depression. Patrick actually apologizes, but at this point, it seems more like he's apologizing just because he wants his friend back and not because he realizes he made any mistakes. From the very beginning, with the rubber duck, thematically, the episode is about how Patrick is being careless and inconsiderate, and yet that is not the lesson that he says he learned. He's just sorry for putting super glue on SpongeBob. He completely ignores all the rest of the things that he's done. Oh, but the episode does have a moral. It's that crying solves everything, which is a joke moral, and that's fine. I don't think any kid's actually gonna believe that, but at the same time, they could have used that time to actually talk about the real moral, which is Patrick's inconsiderate nature. This is one of the few times that SpongeBob actually calls Patrick out on this, and of course, he is in the wrong for doing so somehow. Also, SpongeBob gets out of the ringer by Patrick's tears, because that's what this episode needed to end on a really cliche note. If it wasn't obvious, it's a overall, this episode is a really botched and confusing story. Episode 129A. Someone's in the kitchen.
All right, wow, that was a review. Thank you for the super chat, Pranav Rao. You went too easy on this episode. I don't think so. I think I wanted to say what I liked about it first, because everyone was expecting me to hate this episode, right? It's one of those, like, Mr. Enter episodes, I think, that he was famous for hating, and a lot of people hated. So everyone expects me to say bad things about it, and I do. Don't worry, I do. But I wanted to try to approach some of the more positive aspects of the episode, and I think I still went off on it pretty well. So I think I was appropriate. Thank you for the super chat, DDD. I have a troll spammer. Yeah, I know, guys. Bit of advice with the chat: ignore the spammers. Me and my moderators are gonna catch them. We're gonna get rid of them. We're working on it. But just in the meantime, just don't even acknowledge them. They're not worth it. Like, they want attention. Just ignore them. But thank you for letting me know. And thank you, Bailey. Stupidity is thinking about your actions coming to the wrong conclusion. Carelessness is, cropped off, is not bothering in the first place. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. And thank you, Infinity. As a dad, can you attest that crying solves your problems? Well, I mean, crying is a good way to alert your parents that there's problems, so I appreciate that as a tool for that. Thank you again, Pranav Rao. The episode deserved the triple scumbob. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. But as far as the review goes, what did you guys think? I thought it was a pretty solid review. I was maybe a little bit too long, but again, it's one of those episodes that people talk on it. So, yeah, people talk a lot about it. So, you know, it needed a sizable review. What do you think? S tier? S tier? Wow. All right. You know what? I'm happy with that. Stuck in the S tier. Let's do it. And yeah, we're banning the troll, but people can keep making new accounts. If it ever gets really bad, I can just switch it so that only subscribers can comment and then be done with it. But yeah. Thank you, Anthony. What's a show you find really overrated and why? If I said Chowder, would you be mad at me? I don't know. I find Chowder just a perfectly fine show. I don't dislike Chowder. I don't hate Chowder, but it was just never a show that I could really get that into. I know a lot of people really love it. Please don't hate me. Maybe if I watched the whole show from start to finish, I would come up on it. But I don't know. It just didn't hit for me. I really enjoyed Harvey Beaks. You know, I like C.H. Greenblatt. I think it's a C.H. Greenblatt show, right? Or am I misremembering that? But yeah, I'll just throw that one out there. Thank you for the super chat, Mario Fanboy. Hi, Pie Guy. I've been watching you since the 4th Nick rant on shows airing in 2010. Whoa! Your username definitely looks familiar. That's amazing. I so appreciate all of those of you who have been with me for a long time. Thank you. So, okay. But yeah, S tier review. Let's move on. Okay, Chatter was by C.H. Greenblatt. Cool. C.H. Greenblatt, creator of fantastic SpongeBob episode from season 4.
With Sandy. Plankton wears Sandy's fur to trick SpongeBob into revealing this episode is
we gotta hear Pie Guy sing again. Hang on.
A botched and confusing story. Episode 129A. Someone's in the kitchen with Sandy. Plankton wears Sandy's fur to trick SpongeBob into revealing the Krabby Patty formula. You ever wanted to know what it would look like if Sandy got run over by a truck? Wonder no more, because this episode features Plankton piloting Sandy's fur, which looks a lot like Sandy's corpse.
You know what's funny about this, by the way? Phineas and Ferb did an episode not too long ago, like from the new season, where everyone wears Candace suits that are these disgusting skin suits that are made to look like Candace, and the show plays up just how disturbing it is. And I love that episode. That is like the funniest Phineas and Ferb has ever made me laugh. This apparently disturbed me at the time. If I were to watch it now, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. But I'm just saying the Candace suit episode is beautiful. I know they made a sequel to it, too, I think. I have not seen that one yet, because it was in the newer batch of episodes.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so creepy. This episode is very similar to Imitation Krabs. Have you noticed that so far this season I'm saying a lot of episodes are similar to a lot of past episodes? When a show starts repeating concepts, it's not a very good sign. But this being ripped straight from Imitation Krabs is really the least of its problems. First of all, there's a subplot which features Sandy running around Bikini Bottom in her bikini with a coffee pot on her head, and the Bikini Bottomites all calling her a nudist. That whole thing makes literally zero sense. And I'm not talking about the fact that she's wearing a bikini. It's kind of necessary for her to be wearing something because it is a kid's show and it'd be weird to see Sandy naked. Even though we see SpongeBob naked a lot, it'd be really weird for Sandy. The confusing part is the fact that Plankton steals her fur, but he doesn't steal her suit. She could just wear that and she wouldn't be naked. That's a huge logical mistake in the episode. Either Plankton should have stolen her suit too, or that subplot shouldn't have existed. It's not like it's funny or adds up to anything, really. Yes, she does meet up with Plankton for the climax, but she just randomly stumbles into finding him. We could have gotten that without having to see her aimlessly journey through Bikini Bottom. And the part with Plankton and SpongeBob is really tedious at best. SpongeBob says, try again, about 10 times. And there's not even any tension in the episode because SpongeBob remains pretty clueless. He asks about why she's not wearing a spacesuit, but as soon as Plankton replies, he just dismisses it entirely. You could have SpongeBob be at least a little more suspicious. It might add some actual suspense to this. But nope, ignorant SpongeBob and very obvious Plankton. I do like Plankton's southern drawl at first, it's kind of funny, but by the time he reaches the Krusty Krab, it's already gotten old. And there's a transition in the episode from a hairdryer to events vent that's shooting out air, or water, you know what I mean. It's a neat little transition from two objects that look very similar that is done in a very cinematic way and is nice and subtle. Plankton even says this is tedious, but more fitting is Sandy's quote, because this is indeed a SpongeBob episode. A rehash plot, a subplot that doesn't make a lick of sense within the context of the episode, and some really tedious and boring scenes with SpongeBob teaching Plankton how to make the Krabby Patty. 129.
What do you guys think of that review? I thought it was pretty good. The stream is being horribly laggy. Uh-oh. Alright. Let me work on fixing that. Let's see. Let's set that down to 7,000 kilobytes. Okay, hopefully that should be good. A-tier review? Yeah, I think so. Stream laggy? Try again. Thank you for the super chat, Madeline. Oh, is that a Fiona? Is that a Fiona thumb icon? Oh boy. What do you think of The Endless Summer? What show is that from? Is that a Phineas and Ferb thing or a SpongeBob thing? Or something else entirely. I'm not sure. Thank you for the super chat. Joe, do you think Nickelodeon will ever end SpongeBob? Maybe. The thing is, I don't think the SpongeBob franchise will ever die. But now that they're doing all of these spin-off movies and shows and stuff, I think the main show of SpongeBob could end. But I think that like some spin-off or successor or something will continue. The SpongeBob brand will continue forever. I think, personally. Okay. Inside
9B,
job.
The Inside Job. Plankton journeys into SpongeBob's body to try and extract the formula. This episode has a really interesting concept. We've seen...
Oh, the SpongeBob global warming short. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I've seen that. It's that, like, kind of interesting short that I don't know where it aired, but it was very specifically about global warming. And yeah, I remember thinking it was really cool when I saw it, although it's, like, oddly serious for a SpongeBob thing.
Plankton go inside SpongeBob and mess with his brain before, but this episode takes it to a whole new level. I like how he first tries to use SpongeBob's senses to get the Krabby Patty formula, and then just goes straight to the brain, which leads him to the heart. It's a very natural progression of things. And SpongeBob's brain house is so weird and creepy and creative in a good way. I really like it. There aren't too many funny moments. The episode could definitely stand to be funnier, but there's a few, like when Plankton first utters SpongeBob's laugh, and towards the beginning where Plankton's initially flying towards Mr. Krabs and then several characters walk in the way to mislead you into thinking he's gonna go into one of their heads, which is also nice foreshadowing for Patrick at the end. In addition to not being that funny, there are a few moments that are a little bit slow, like the transformation sequence into Patrick. But overall, I have to say I enjoyed this episode. Its unique concept held my attention, and
I said I'd review The Endless Summer in my Sandy's Vacation and Ruined Spongy Bits video and never did. Oh, I guess I did say that. Whoops. Whoopsies. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I couldn't really give you, like a full review, but I remember liking it.
the few laughs that it did get out of me were pretty good laughs. It's a good episode. It's nothing fantastic, but what it does have to offer is very solid. Episode 130A, Greasy.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Pranav Rao, Shrek is being re-released in theaters. That's awesome. I'm excited for that. I would love to see Shrek in theaters again. A or B tier review. Yeah, I didn't talk too much about this one, although when I have such long SpongeBob reviews, I feel like some of the other reviews end up being not as long. B tier, I think B tier is fine for that review. And I do want to let it be known that, like, if a reused concept is used well enough, I'm not just automatically going to consider it bad or meh even. It's just that when the show reuses concepts and then also the episode doesn't work in other ways, that I just roll my eyes. Or if it reuses a concept so closely that I'm just like, well, what's the point of this? Like, why do something again but worse? Am I going to watch Shrek 5 when it comes to theaters? Yeah, I'm a little bit excited for Shrek 5. It's probably going to be awful, probably, but there's a chance it won't be, and I think that's cool. The Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was really good, so here's hoping. Thank you for the super chat, Mario fanboy 15. Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, I was one of your patrons from back then when you do a Spongy Bits on every Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode from seasons 1 through 5. Even gave me a special shout out at the end. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Also, this is the last season where Squilliam shows up. He's in 3 episodes. Isn't he? Doesn't he make a non-speaking cameo as Squidward's nose in the Nose Job episode? I don't know why I remember that, but I do. Or not the Nose Job episode. The surgery. Right? There's like a surgery episode. Maybe that's in season 11, which I have seen. but yeah, that doesn't really count. I agree. I agree. This doesn't really count. All right, Greasy Buffoons.
Buffoons. Mr. Krabs and Plankton sell increasingly greasy food to customers. So this is a classic escalation episode where one character tries to get the upper hand on the other, and the other retaliates by making things worse, and then it goes back and forth until something happens. In this case, SpongeBob calls the health inspector. And that's pretty much all this episode is, just Krabs and Plankton serving progressively greasier foods. Even though the story is simple, there's a lot of creativity here, like how it escalates from just a greasy Krabby Patty all the way to literally just serving grease on a plate. And I like the names that Plankton and Mr. Krabs come up with to call these really disgusting foods to make them sound less horrible. The comedy in the episode's pretty good as well. I love the joke about Squidward fading out when Mr. Krabs says that this is a job for 2 employees to do without being paid. And I like the gag at the beginning where SpongeBob trips on grease and then all the food flies in this one customer's face. And this is another episode where SpongeBob stands up to Mr. Krabs. In this episode, Mr. Krabs is just as bad as Plankton, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's kind of interesting to have these two forces fighting against each other who are both definitely in the wrong. And even though there's not really any punishment at the end, SpongeBob does catch them and force them to both stop what they're doing. The episode uses some gross out elements of having the fish people be engorged with all the grease they've eaten, but personally I find it to be pretty effective to the story. SpongeBob needed to see something extreme to get him to stop serving the grease. And hey, it teaches a nice little moral that it's not good to eat too much grease or disgusting food. Even though it might taste good, it's not healthy to eat a lot of this stuff. And on a minor note, I love how more and more parts of the Krusty Krab, Chum Bucket, and surrounding area get covered with grease as the episode goes on. And of course, I like the solution at the end, how SpongeBob absorbs it all to get rid of it. That's pretty clever. It's a good episode. There's only one thing that I don't like, and that's the fact that SpongeBob drives the grease truck. Which means they either forgot that SpongeBob can't drive, or they forgot to make some sort of joke out of SpongeBob being able to drive a truck. It's also kind of interesting that Tentacle-Vision foreshadowed this, where Mr. Krabs says there that they change the grease traps regularly. Episode 1.
Okay. Thank you, Bailey, for the super chat. Do I have a guilty pleasure food? That's a good question. I mean, like, cheesecake. I love me some cheesecake, but goodness, it's a lot of calories. So I'd say that one. How would I feel about a SpongeBob version of Adventure Time's All the Little People? Wasn't there an episode? Wasn't it in Bummer Vacation? Doesn't SpongeBob play with little versions? Not actual living versions, but little versions of the cast. And then also, of course, there's Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4, where he he shrinks everyone. A-tier review? Yeah. You know what? Like, this is really solid. Maybe my Season 7 video is better than my Season 6 video. I don't know. It's not quite as funny, but my reviews are really good. The slide layout's good. The SpongeBob transition's good. The new pyons are awesome. I don't know, man. This is awesome. There's fun-sized friends in Season 11. Interesting. There was the official SpongeBob, the official playset, which then had its own playset inside of it. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Pranavra. Frozen yogurt versus ice cream. Oh, ice cream's better. Look, if you're gonna spend the calories, just get ice cream. Frozen yogurt's okay if that's all if that's all you got, but I might as well just have ice cream. There's nothing wrong with cheesecake. The amount of calories, that's what's wrong with cheesecake. It's delicious and it's rough.
30B, Model Sponge. Thinking he's been fired
Let
from
me
the
know how
Krusty Krab, SpongeBob gets a new job as a...
When I play the video, let me know if anything's laggy.
model. I think this episode is a little bit too cluttered. If you want to do an episode about SpongeBob getting a different job, you have to have him get fired as quickly as possible in order to have enough time to develop that plot. The episode isn't really about him losing his job at the Krusty Krab so much as it is about him being a model. So the beginning scene and the ending scene where he gets his job back being a little bit more on the drawn out side only serves as a detriment to the episode. Just have Mr. Krabs say he's going to have to get rid of the little guy and then have SpongeBob run out of the restaurant. You don't need the part with him comparing himself to Squidward, and you don't really need the part with him talking to Patrick about what he's gonna do. They should have just...
It is kind of funny, because at a certain point, the Simpsons just gives up on explaining, like, Homer being fired or whatever to do another job. They just either get on with it really quickly, or they don't even mention his normal job. They just get right into the episode, or they make a joke out of it or something. Does SpongeBob still do this? If SpongeBob needs to be fired for plot reasons... I guess that doesn't happen that often on this show, but yeah. Do they actually explain it, or do they just have him go do another job for funsies?
Jumped into him doing the job search from there, it would have saved time in the episode to flesh that out a little bit more. Even though I do like the scenes where SpongeBob is going around trying out jobs and ends up accidentally making Krabby Patties out of everything, kinda like when he was in the chef exchange, I feel those scenes were also a bit on the fillery side, because the actual part about him being a model really doesn't have much time to play out. He auditions, automatically gets the part, goes in, tries it for a little bit, and then immediately quits. There should have really been a little bit more to it than that. Comedy-wise, I don't really like much of anything in the episode outside of when Hans is dragging around SpongeBob. SpongeBob's reactions along with the animation are quite humorous, and that sequence is pretty awesome. Very reminiscent of when he had the suds. But everything else isn't very funny. And the opening bit where SpongeBob misunderstands Mr. Krabs talking in his office is very much like Robo Krabs. I don't really dislike this episode, but I don't like it either. It's pretty forgettable and a little bit too cluttered. It's a meh. I do like that it continues the theme set in As Seen on TV, where SpongeBob is obsessed with becoming famous. Episode 130.
I thought that was another good review. I think I'd give that an A, to be honest. Thank you for the super chat, Cam. These reviews seem more nuanced. In SpongeBob episodes, you mention positives, and in good episodes, you talk about what you didn't like. Yeah, I actually agree a lot. I think as a whole, so far, these reviews have been a big step up from everything before them. I like the fact that I am going into positives and bad episodes and negatives and good episodes. I know some people don't like that because they feel it, it doesn't justify the giving it a SpongeBob if I have good things to say. But I think it helps to make it a more rounded review, that I'm not just looking for just the bad or just the good. I'm looking at the whole picture. I've also noticed that I've talked a lot more in this review about things like the first third of the episode, or the first half of the episode, or the beginning of the episode, the end of the episode. I kind of break the episode down into chunks and acts and bits, and I think that works really well for these kind of reviews, especially for the episodes that do take a sharp turn, like midway through, or they have a specific setup before they get into the main idea. I think breaking it down and talking about those a little bit more individually make for better reviews. So, yeah. Thank you, Pokemon Maniac. Have you seen the Sandy Cheeks movie? If you haven't, don't. It's the cheapest and laziest CGI I've ever seen, and the ending is a rip-off of Texas. I recently had a certain friend who was at the beginning of the stream that I don't think is listening anymore, but I had a friend send me a picture of Randy Cheeks out of context and was like, "Who is this?" And I'm like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And he's like, it's Randy Cheeks? And I'm like, okay. So I guess that's from the Sandy movie. All right. But yeah, this season 7 review is so far.
31A. Keep Bikini Bottom beautiful. After littering, Squidward must do community service that involves picking up trash. My favorite part of the whole episode was Squidward's walk cycle at the beginning. Him walking all happy and doing his little dance. And because that's my favorite part of the episode, you probably can already guess that I didn't like this one. I can see where they were trying to tell some jokes and trying to make an interesting plot, but I think this falls completely on its face. First of all, the cop repeatedly giving Squidward tickets is not not funny and in fact really irritating, especially because none of them are Squidward's fault in any way. All Squidward has to do is drop something on the ground and suddenly it's his fault. Apparently having garbage on his own properties is worthy of a ticket. Apparently making SpongeBob stand in his own garbage can is worth a ticket. And I know, it's a cartoon, it's silly, it's supposed to be funny, but it's not funny. Every single time they play the cop music and the cop just walks in and slaps a ticket on Squidward's face. It's not very comedic and there's not much variation to it. It's like
I think I could, like, hearing it described, it sounds like it could be funny, but I guess it just wasn't. It could also be annoying if the comedic timing of a joke like that, of repeatedly, music starting and a cop showing up to give someone a ticket, if the comedic timing and the joke surrounding it isn't good enough, it's just gonna feel annoying and repetitive.
every single time I start to hear the cop music, I can just zone out for the next 15 seconds because I know exactly what's going to happen. Also, the whole scene of Squidward living in the garbage house is pretty gross. I could understand them doing a quick gag about it where he starts to sip his tea and then spits it out and runs away, but the fact that they have him drink tea, eat some toast, go to sleep in it, shower in it, it's too much. I get it. It's disgusting and Squidward doesn't realize it, which is supposed to be funny, but dragging it out this long definitely doesn't make it funny. The entire episode could just be described as SpongeBob and Squidward haul trash around while constantly getting tickets. It is no more complicated or interesting than that sentence that I just told you. It's a dull episode and
I mean, you could sum up a lot of SpongeBob episodes in an uninteresting sentence. It's a lot of really good episodes and a lot of really bad episodes. I don't think that's a great point there, Pie Guy.
and the cop really gets on my
Fast
nerves.
guy.
It's a scumbag episode. If you're going to repeat something that many times in an episode, you had better come with some big variation. The episode isn't bold or brash, it just belongs in the trash.
I don't think that was a great review. I don't think it was an awful review. The good bold and brash reference at the end there. But I think that might have been like a C-tier review. I don't know. What do you guys think? And just so everyone knows, I can see all of the super chats. I have them. I'm going to wait until I am done watching whatever episode to say the super chat. So if I didn't mention it, don't worry. It's here. I will mention it. I just want to make sure we're actually getting through these reviews. So unless it's something that's super pertinent to the review, I'm going to wait until we've done watching that clip. We're done with watching that clip, and then I will read it out. Thank you for the super chat. David, I always thought as a kid Keep County Bikini Bottom Beautiful's picture should have been Squilliam's statue and the SpongeBob picture being after it was melted. That is a good idea. But I do like the picture. The Squidward statue is pretty awesome. I used a little texture effect in Photoshop. Ooh, to make it look more like trash. Fancy Pie Guy using basic Photoshop tools. Thank you, Trey Weaver 9. Your best review is the Back to the Past one, IMO. Oh man, I get a lot of hate. Not hate. I get a lot of disagreements with me for that review and my opinion on that episode. I guess we'll have to see when it comes up. I think is that next season or this one? Nope, that's this season. Okay, well, we'll see. I hope it's good. Thank you, Pranav Rao. Before this review dropped, me and my friends speculated that the slide for a pal for Gary would already be rated SpongeBob when you got to it. Interesting. And thank you, DDD. An episode from Season 16, Heart of Garbage, aired last October, takes the Squidward's house is garbage gag and turns it into an entire episode where SpongeBob and Patrick have to find him in the maze of garbage. Oh, interesting. If they do it well, great. But if it's not that good, then it's not good and also just kind of the same. Isn't there another one where, like, SpongeBob gets transported to a dimension of garbage or something? That sounds insane. Is that really an episode, or am I losing it? That's one of the, like, Twilight Zone episodes or something, right? Thank you for the super chat, Bailey. The end of the stream goal should be rewatching your Truth or Square, and I'm with stupid collabs with Mr. Enter. Okay, I thought for a second you were gonna say it should be rewatching Truth or Square again, that's maybe the one idea that I would veto out entirely. Thank you, anonymous person. Have I seen the new episodes of Futurama? I have. It's very, very mixed. I thought the latest season was an improvement, but it's very hit or miss, and most of it is miss. The COVID episode is like one of the worst things I've ever seen, to be completely honest. I don't think that's a real episode. No, it is. He gets sucked up into a giant vacuum or something, right? Am I crazy? Am I losing it? Well, welcome to the Bikini Bottom Triangle. Is that it? I don't know. We'll get to it, I guess, if it exists. We'll get to it. Okay. Be thinking about what the end of stream goal is. Maybe when we get like halfway into this video, we'll figure out what the end of stream goal is going to be, and I'll turn it on early so that all these super chats go towards it. So that's this season. Okay, see, I'm not the only one that forgets SpongeBob episodes. I'm not crazy.
The entire episode could just be described as SpongeBob and Squidward nerves. It's a
Scumbag
episode. If you're going to repeat something that many times in it to keep Gary company, you had better come with some big variation. The episode isn't bold or brash, it just belongs in the trash. 131B, a pal for Gary. SpongeBob gets a new pet to keep Gary company, but it has a monster attitude problem. If you've been paying attention to these videos at all, you will know that I am so tired of the SpongeBob is ignorant to the world around him plots. So tired of them. They are such a crutch by the writers who keep going back to this well time and time again. And this might be the very worst instance of it. The big problem with this episode is that the first half builds it up like SpongeBob actually cares about Gary and is very concerned for his well-being and is trying to be a really good pet owner, and then the second half has him ignoring Gary and blaming Gary and just completely missing the fact that his pet is being eaten by a monster. And of course, that's followed up by SpongeBob never realizing, never apologizing, never doing anything to redeem himself for being the terrible pet owner and terrible person that he was. And not only does this do the
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting this review. People are saying the Nostalgia Critic likes this episode. There's no way Doug Walker watched SpongeBob. Did he actually watch SpongeBob? Did Douglas Nostalgia Critic Walkington actually watch SpongeBob? I can't picture that in my mind. I don't know why. I know he watches tons and tons of stuff. I'm sure he probably did, but for some reason that kind of breaks my brain a little bit. Oh dear. He watched this episode. Oh good. Oh good. If there's one episode that would really give someone an opinion of SpongeBob and what it's all about, it's A Pal for Gary. Oh gosh. I forgot the Squilliam tally on the last episode. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you, Infinity Nerdy.
ignorant thing, but it breaks the cardinal rule.
Actually, hang on. Since we're paused, I guess I'll read the other super chats. Thank you, Shattuck. There's a Patrick Star game that plays like Goat Simulator. That's hilarious, and I would absolutely stream that. Thank you, Magic Mikey. They somehow made SpongeBob as stupid as Patrick in this episode. What the heck? And thank you, Pranavrao. Mr. Enter was a lot more fan of this episode lately.
Bob point blank watches Gary being eaten by a monster and just has no reaction other than to tell Gary to get down. You would think that that would be the point where the monster would transform back into the cute form right as SpongeBob opens the door and SpongeBob would just see Gary growling at Puffy Fluffy. That would make more sense. SpongeBob would still be an ignorant doofus, but at least it wouldn't be so much his fault because the thing was trying to manipulate him. And what does it add? What does SpongeBob not realizing that this thing's a monster add? I guess it's supposed to be for comedy purposes, but nothing about it was funny. There wasn't some wacky misunderstanding where SpongeBob thought Puffy Fluffy was something else entirely or mistook it for something that looks similar. He just had very little reaction to his friend being eaten. It would have been perfectly fine if SpongeBob had realized at that point, holy cow, there's a giant monster, help, and then have him get captured by the thing and have Gary have to rescue him like it happened in the episode. Oh, and this is a small note, but in this episode you can see SpongeBob's pet clam in his bedroom, because that doesn't make SpongeBob's need to get another pet for Gary completely pointless when he already has another one. It's a
Scumbag
episode. It's a frustrating plot, and it's not funny. It's also yet another Gary plot that hinges on the fact that Gary and SpongeBob cannot communicate, even though in other episodes it's clear that they are able to talk to each other. Episode
it's a small thing, but I like that the picture is over the SpongeBob episode thing. That required a little bit of extra work, but I made it happen. So the way I was operating with the pictures in these videos is that my artist would draw the stuff on paper and then I would scan them. And I guess I wasn't too adept with the scanner because I can see that it's a little blocky, you know? Like I think I had it set to too low a resolution when I scanned it. But the actual picture, the art of it is amazing. My artist did such a great job. I also like that it looks like it's wearing the bow. B tier, yeah. I don't think that was a great review. It was all right. It was all right. Not great. There is, I will say though, there is a thing where like I feel like a lot of the most hated episodes of the show I do dislike, but maybe I don't dislike them as much as the strongest opinions out there. You know, people expect me to just like really tear into every one of these, and I don't like them, but it's not, I don't always have the strongest opinion about them, you know? This is the lowest rated episode of the show with a rating of 3.2 out of 10. Yeah, it's definitely not the worst episode. I can say that.
It's not funny. It's also yet another Gary plot that Patrick hinges on the...
Also, if I'm remembering correctly, doing the slides as Gary worked really well for this season because there ended up being like, I think like 2 or 3 Gary episodes, which is a lot for Gary. Gary doesn't get to feature in a ton of episodes, I'd say. He usually gets like 1 focus a season, maybe.
fact that Gary and SpongeBob cannot communicate, even though in other episodes it's clear that they are able to talk to each other. Episode 132A, Yours, Mine, and Mine. SpongeBob and Patrick fight over a toy SpongeBob bought for them to share. So this is an episode I actually watched 4 times. Usually it's just 3 for the review. I did this because I was a little bit conflicted.
I sound a little sick here, to be honest. Maybe I'm just tired because this might have been like the last thing I recorded or something, because not the last thing, but one of the last reviews, because well, as I'm about to say, I had to watch this 4 times. Thank you for the super chat, Levi. Your review is how I found out Shelly existed.
My natural instincts were to hate this episode because of Patrick, but that's not honestly giving it a fair shot. Is Patrick annoying in this episode? A little bit, yes, but I feel like they do some things right to make it less annoying than certain other episodes with Patrick. The fact that they had SpongeBob stoop down to his level by the end definitely made it a lot more even and less frustrating on the Patrick side. I think this plot works better when SpongeBob and Patrick are both acting like children. That being said, Patrick is definitely in the wrong here, and by the end of the episode didn't learn anything. And yeah, I get that they're going for the joke moral at the end, and that's all fine and good, but Patrick really should have gotten some sort of lesson or comeuppance or something for the way he acted in the first half of this episode when SpongeBob was being completely reasonable. SpongeBob's actions were only a reaction to what Patrick was doing. That being said, outside of Patrick's overly jerky behavior, there really isn't anything wrong here. It harkens back to episodes like The Secret Box or Battle for Bikini Bottom. It's one of those SpongeBob and Patrick run around and fight each other episodes. And while it's nowhere near as good as the 2 I just mentioned, I think it has its perks. I like the part where they're rolling around in Squidward's house and he's just like, yeah, I hate them. I like the part where Patrick says that Gary's off his list. I like when Mr. Krabs gives the toy to SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs' reaction to SpongeBob's reaction. I also like how SpongeBob and Patrick dehydrate in Sandy's house. That's something that hasn't happened in a very, very long time. So while the execution of the story is just a botched up version of something we've already had before, a lot of the gags and cameos do work. I was originally going to call this a scumbob, but honestly, there's enough upsides to this, and Patrick being a jerk isn't too bad here, that I think it can get by with a meh. Though if you considered it bad, I really wouldn't argue with you. Episode 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys like the angle of me basically being very undecided on this episode, or was it, should I have waited until I really came to a firmer opinion on it? I don't know. Part of me kind of likes that. Another part of me really doesn't like it. This episode I was definitely too easy on. Well, thank you, Pranav Rao. I mean, I don't know. B tier review? Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was awful. C tier, it's an alright. Let's throw it in C tier, guys. Let's throw it in C tier. If nothing else, the audio quality was not the best on that one. I don't know what was happening there. I was just tired. It was late, probably. I don't know.
32B, Cracked Krabs. Mr. Krabs takes SpongeBob to a cheapskate convention. Hey.
How's the lag, by the way, on the video? When I play the video, is anything laggy on stream? Should I lower the bitrate again, or are we finally in a good place? Just let me know.
Did you guys know that Mr. Krabs likes money? I do, because the show reminds us of that every single episode he appears in. That being said, I think this episode takes the concept of him being cheap and really runs with it. It makes an interesting story out of that. Instead of having it just be a few jokes here or there, instead of it just being yet another plot of Mr. Krabs doing things for money, this episode takes his cheapness to a whole new level in a very interesting way. I think it's a good episode. The plot is very entertaining and well thought out, having Mr. Krabs go to a convention, taking SpongeBob along as his little protege, and then having SpongeBob give a testimony for him to win this thing, telling him to lie, and SpongeBob lying and saying Mr. Krabs isn't cheap. It's a clever story, and not only that, but the comedy is on point too. SpongeBob trying to do the crab laugh, SpongeBob trying to take his tip back from the muscular bellhop, as well as the entire sequence where SpongeBob's up on stage are all really, really funny. There's also a nice bond between SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs here. Krabs seems like he genuinely wants to teach SpongeBob his lifestyle. It's like a mentor relationship between Krabs and SpongeBob, which is something we don't see often enough on this show. It seems like the characters actually like each other in this episode. Plus, we get to see a bunch of new characters and a new location. We've seen hotel rooms before, but this one and the conference center are a little bit different. Also, it's cool seeing the designs and the characters of all the other Krabs. The episode feels very season 4 and would fit right at home alongside Shell of a Man. Though it doesn't feel like a ripoff or like it borrowed any elements, just thematically they're a little bit similar. And they're both great episodes. Oh, and in terms of the moral of stealing is right and being cheap is good and all that sort of stuff, it's pretty clear that the episode is exaggerated enough, so I don't think any kid would actually take this seriously and think that it's alright to be this extremely cheap and conniving. Episode 1.
What is up with this moralizing? This is from the discourse, right? That I have to point blank tell everyone, like, listen, it's a joke moral, all right? Don't take it so seriously. I guess. I thought that was a good review. I think it's A tier. I also gave the rating earlier. A lot of these this season I've been giving the rating pretty late, but that one was earlier. So yeah, I'd say A tier. Hey Pie Guy, have you seen School Principal reactions to SpongeBob? No, I have not. Pie Guy cares about the children.
33A. The Curse of Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob and Patrick get turned into ghosts after angering the Flying Dutchman. They've kind of done the ghost angle on this show a few times before, like in Pranks a Lot where SpongeBob and Patrick pretended to be ghosts, as well as Squidward the...
Isn't it crazy that the show has gone on long enough that we can have episodes that are like characters are paranoid, that there's robots, and then we also have episodes where they are robots, and then we also have episodes where the characters pretend to be ghosts, and we have the episodes where the characters are ghosts. We have episodes where characters imagine doing something, and then we have episodes where they actually get to do it. Like, it's kind of wild.
The unfriendly ghost, and pretty much every other time the Flying Dutchman appears. In terms of this episode, it's not very interesting. I was kind of bored at the first half of this, like the whole bit with the lawnmower, and at the end, SpongeBob and Patrick didn't really have to do anything to stop being ghosts. All they did was beg the Flying Dutchman. Granted, they showed that they sympathized with him, but from a story perspective, it really should have been a bigger deal than that. They helped him out with his makeover, but that really didn't actually have to do with uncursing them. He already did that, and he said it takes several months to wear off. That being said, I do like some of the jokes here, like when Patrick thinks that they're mermaids because of their ghostly tails, and the cut to Squidward when SpongeBob says he doesn't understand how anyone could walk around without a soul, being invisible to the world. And some of the gags with them not being able to have much of an impact on the physical world worked, but I found them to be a little bit repetitive, like most of the ghost jokes are about the fact that they can't touch things. Overall, I give it a meh. The story isn't that entertaining, and they've kinda done the ghost thing a few times now at this point. But it does get some points for being at least a little bit funny. Oh, and by the way, Squidward and Mr. Krabs aren't afraid of ghosts anymore. 133.
Yeah, I think maybe a C or a B tier review. To be honest, I don't remember. I don't remember anything about that episode. I couldn't tell you a single thing. I don't know what the lawnmower bit I'm referring to is. I have no idea, none whatsoever. C tier, yeah. Let's throw that in C tier. I think that was maybe a lesser review. Not bad, but maybe a lesser one. The Flying Dutchman said it would take 1,000 years for his beard to grow back, and that when SpongeBob and Patrick would be human again, They'd be human again? They're humans? Oh no! When his beard grew back, but the time card said several months later. Interesting. It would be kind of interesting to see how the Flying Dutchman does overall with my reviews. I feel like I'm relatively positive on Flying Dutchman episodes, which I guess bears well for the fourth movie. Is it the fourth movie? I think it is the fourth movie. Wow. Oh, my microphone stand is squeaky. I don't know if you heard that. Thank you, DDD, for the super chat. On the topic of ghosts and characters becoming ghosts, have you heard or seen the Ghost and Molly McGee? No, I have not seen it. I think I've heard of it. It's a Disney Channel show, I believe. Let's go.
B. Squidward in Clarinet Land. Squidward goes through an ordeal to get his clarinet back. The first half of it is just out and out really boring. It just sets up the fact that Squidward can't keep his clarinet clean while working at the cash register, Mr. Krabs gets them a locker, and that SpongeBob has been messing with the locker. It's quite a long setup when it really wasn't necessary at all. The big selling point of this episode, and by far the best part and most interesting thing about it, is the Bizarro sequence. It certainly didn't need this much setup. Furthermore, the setup doesn't even explain why Squidward is having this Bizarro freak out. The first part of this episode should have been showing Squidward maybe not getting so much sleep because he was anxious about his recital, or drinking a lot of caffeine because he stayed up the last night, or something that shows Squidward is in a state in which it would make sense for him to go into this Bizarro sequence. I'd like to point out also that SpongeBob did touch Squidward's clarinet that he promised not to touch. Yeah, you can't justify that with SpongeBob being weird or well-meaning. He swore to Squidward he wouldn't do it, and then he blatantly does it at the end of the episode. Oh, and by the way, the rocks in Squidward's face gag was stolen from a certain other episode. So how about the Bizarro sequence itself? It's pretty good. It kept my attention, and they did a few weird things with it. Personally, though, I've seen much better Bizarro sequences in plenty of other shows. If you're going to do a Bizarro sequence, make it outright completely crazy from start to finish. Because you're ignoring a story, and you're not really being funny with it, so you really need to push the boundaries in being interesting and weird and having good animation, and I don't think they did that. It's competent, but nothing fantastic, and it certainly doesn't make up for the rest of the episode, which is boring and not funny. And I think the Bizarro stuff is missing a key component. A reason why Squidward is going through this. What is the purpose of him entering this surreal journey, outside of just getting his clarinet back? I actually have a theory on this, that the reason why he's going through this is because of the pressure. What Patrick says about pressure in the sequence makes me think that Squidward is experiencing it because he feels a lot of pressure for his upcoming audition. And that would be fine. That would be perfect if the rest of the sequence reflected that at all. The Eagle says he needs to respect the clarinet, which has nothing to do with Squidward. He respects clarinets more than anyone else. That's definitely not his problem. The episode would have been way better if they set up at the beginning that he was nervous for the recital, and then had the sequence the way it is, but add a few more instances of hinting at the fact that Squidward's nervous. It doesn't have to be blatantly spelled out. It can be subtle, but in the episode as it is, it's not that it's subtle, it's just that it's so faint that I can't tell whether it was intentional or not. It's a meh episode. The Bizarro did keep me entertained and interested, even if I think the execution could have been better. Episode 1.
Seeing a lot of different opinions on this review. A lot of people think S tier, some think D tier. Wow, C tier. Review goes on too long. I do agree. I could have been a little briefer in what I had to say, but I do like the analysis. I think a B is fair for this. I mean, I think I'm on the money. I don't. If you're gonna do a weird episode, really, why not just kind of make it start to finish weird? Why even have like a setup? Why not just like a very brief setup and then boom, we're into it? You know what? Why waste time on that sort of thing? Especially if you're not going to really explain like what the point of any of this is. You know, if you're not gonna have it be a setup where Squidward eats a bad salad or something. I don't know. All right, SpongeBob's Last Stand. Oh yeah, yep. So someone in the chat, Madeline, I believe, has been waiting for this review. I hope that means it's a good one and not a bad one.
34. SpongeBob's Last Stand. SpongeBob tries to stop Plankton from building a highway through jellyfish fields. So this is the big environmental episode of SpongeBob. I didn't even need to look it up or do any sort of research. I know this is an environmental episode. The episode makes it very, very clear that is what it is. And as an
Also, why is there no fun fact or highlight? Where's the, oh no. Oh no! Wait, hang on. I just didn't put him in? Do I not put him in the special episodes? Huh. Weird. Okay, sorry.
Environmental message, I have to say, this is absolute garbage. For one very specific reason. Nowhere in this episode do they ever show any legitimate reasons as to why anyone wants this superhighway. The reasons given are as follows. Plankton is evil and wants to crush Krabs. Krabs wanted it because he was greedy and wanted business to come right to him. And the citizens of Bikini Bottom wanted it because they like superhighways. That's literally it. That's all the reason given. This is such a problem because if you're going to present an issue like this and only show one side, you make everyone on the other side look like a complete moron. And any educating you are doing is educating kids that you should always just be pro-environmentalism over industrialism.
Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, alright, I'll have some stuff to say about this.
And anyone who is for industrialism and building of highways and cities and all that sort of stuff is just an idiot. That's what this is showing. When in reality, there are a number of legitimate reasons that a highway is very important. And of course, one of those benefits is that a highway will give another route in and out of locations, therefore creating less traffic, therefore creating less idling cars, thus reducing the amount of pollution put into the air.
Alright, you got me. I'm the heir to big asphalt, okay? Alright? My parents own the biggest asphalt producer in America, and I seek to inherit that throne, so this is some pro-asphalt propaganda by the pie guy.
Air by cars because cars aren't just sitting and idling, giving off gas. Instead, they're getting to their destination faster. Oh wow, look at that. Sometimes building a highway is actually better for the environment. And look, I don't mean to come off as an industrialist who doesn't care about the environment. I totally do care about the environment, and I totally think it is important to educate kids that it is important to protect animals' habitats and all that sort of thing. But the thing is, it's such an easy stance to say, environmentalism is good, let's help the animals, and never consider why as a society we decide to do these other things. And I know this is SpongeBob. I know they can't get too complicated, but if they had just had one or two characters explain that a highway is helpful for, oh, I don't know, the economy. It helps fish get to jobs outside of the city when there's not enough jobs in the city. Just give them some legitimate reason. Even if the episode is overwhelmingly on the side of not building the highway, at least present the reasons why people would like a highway to be built. And I can prove it to you that you can do this very simply. Here's my version of this episode. Instead of making the always obviously evil character be the one building the superhighway, you make it be Mr. Krabs, who is morally ambiguous. Krabs wants to build the superhighway because obviously it'll mean more profits for him, and the Bikini Bottomites go along with it because, oh, let's just say, there's only one way out of town.
This is definitely getting a SpongeBob review. I do actually kind of like my pitch that it's Mr. Krabs instead of Plankton, just because it's like, Mr. Krabs has always been a great character for this sort of, anti-industrialism, capitalism messaging, because he's a character that kind of, like, there's a level of nuance in the fact that SpongeBob works for this character, and sometimes this character is portrayed in a nice way as a positive figure in SpongeBob's life, and then other times he's portrayed as a ruthless capitalist, and so having him not be a pure evil guy all the time means that there is a little more nuance to this episode, but okay, I'll talk about it more after we're done. I hope I quickly wrap this up.
And that way is always backed up with traffic. SpongeBob realizes it cuts through jellyfish fields and obviously doesn't like that. So, he goes to Mrs. Puff, the one person on this show you would think would be in an episode about building a superhighway, and Mrs. Puff explains to SpongeBob why highways can be important and how they can help the environment. SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff then brainstorm some other solutions so that everyone's happy, and it turns out that you could build the road right around jellyfish fields and not interrupt any animal's natural habitat. habitat. SpongeBob presents the idea to Mr. Krabs, but Krabs shuts him down because building around jellyfish fields would cost more money. Then the episode plays out as it does here, with the jellyfish swarming the city, have the Bikini Bottomites all question Krabs as to why he's still going through with this, take his money, destroy the highway that he built, and then build around jellyfish fields. You could even make a joke saying that Mr. Krabs owed a bunch of back taxes, and that's how they're legally able to take the money from him or something.
Something, like, I have learned, too, is that, like, if I'm gonna pitch my own episode, or, like, pitch an idea, it really should just be brief, right? I don't need to go into excruciating detail about how the episode works. It's, you know, I'm just kind of losing people here without visuals, at least.
Something. There you go. The episode presents both sides of the issue, and instead of making one of them the bad guy, it makes corporate greed the bad guy, because that is something that you can easily make the bad guy.
All right,
Industrialism in and of itself isn't bad, but greedy executives who do everything for the cheapest amount of money possible despite how much of the environment they harm in the process when they really don't need to harm that much at all, that is a target that I can easily get behind mocking. And that is a good lesson for kids about how you should always try to find a compromise between helping human society or Fishman Society, and helping the environment. So yeah, this episode is meh. What, did you expect it to be a scumbob? Here's the thing, on the level of teaching...
Oh, man. I mean, I've been looking at this slide, but I didn't see that coming. Jeez.
Kids and being about the environment, this thing totally fails. But on the level of telling a story, it does all right. There are a lot of things I like about this episode. The jellyfishing song is pretty neat. The story in general about SpongeBob and Patrick trying to save jellyfish fields is one that makes a lot of sense for the characters. And I really like when the Krusty Krab is underneath the highway and everything is in shadow and there's constant noises and shaking. It really does paint a bleak picture, and the cinematography is fantastic. There's a lot of attention to detail where there wouldn't be in a lot of other episodes of SpongeBob. There's also some pretty decent jokes, like SpongeBob ripping off Patrick's skin and the Krusty Krab finally accepting facts. There's also a bunch of references to other episodes, like Chum is Fum. Outside of the fact that it sucks at teaching the moral and it conveniently leaves out any legitimate reason to want the highway, everything else about the story works. If you want an episode that does a much better job of teaching a moral to be good to the environment, just go watch Jellyfish Hunter. Episode 135A.
Alright, well... Now we've got, before we can get to Back to the Past, darn, we have to talk about this review, because this deserves a lot of discussion. I think it's time for a poll, first of all. I'm going to read the Super Chats in a sec. Let's do a poll. Alright. It's not getting an S tier, I'm sorry. But I could put A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier. It's probably not getting a scumbob. As much as I really don't like the beginning of the review, I think I do claw it back a little bit. But here's the poll. Let me know what you think for SpongeBob's Last Stand review. In the meantime, I'll read some Super Chats here. Krabs being morally ambiguous comes into play in a few eps, ... That's very unnerving. That's ominous right there. Pranavrow. Thank you, Mechanical the Phantomonial. I think this is one of your best reviews. I vote S. Interesting. Thank you, Noxier. Do you think you would have given this episode a good these days? Truthfully, I don't remember the episode that much, which, you know, that kind of hurts. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. Pie Guy, that review was legitimate. Thank you, Pokemon Maniac. And thank you, Madeline. Told you it was going to be great. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Man, okay. So look, let's dissect this here. Definitely, even if you agree with past me, I go on for way too long in the beginning of this review about this. One thing I will say is that with messaging, sometimes environmental messaging, something I do still kind of agree with is sometimes it can be very, very heavy-handed in such a way that it's like, you know, well, you know, duh, we should just protect the environment, we should do this, but it's like, well, okay, but where's the money going to come from to do this project? Who's going to actually maintain it? are the things that we're going to try to do to help the environment actually going to work? Is the charity that you're donating to actually good charity? Like, everyone, I think, a lot of people, anyway, not everyone, wants to, help the environment, save the environment, and do good things like that. But at the same time, we do live in the society we live in, and it's like, like getting rid of your car might be a good thing for the environment, but then how are you gonna live? What are you gonna do? So it's just kind of, I appreciate a little more nuance in terms of the how are we gonna actually do this, instead of just saying like, yeah, save the environment, like. But then again, at the same time, it's a SpongeBob episode. Like, what? SpongeBob is not the forum for nuance. At least, I don't know. I mean, I guess I like the global warming short. I don't know. It would be worth looking at that at some point. For what it's worth, the episode's pro-environment stance isn't as blatant as Captain Planet. That's fair, DDD. Cam, you should do a poll for all of them. Nah, this is my tier list. You can make your own. When I'm done with this, I will publish the tier list. Once we finish Season 10, I will publish the tier list, and you can make your own. The poll is saved just because it takes a little bit of time. It's saved for these contentious reviews. We'll give it another minute on the poll, and then it looks like we're going in C tier, which I think is a fair balance here. Chat, make him watch The Last Stand. Oh, I could. Oh, goodness. I don't know. Again, I don't even talk about the episode. I just get on my soapbox about environmental points. I don't know. Are you guys sure? C tier? Alright, we'll throw it in C tier. Man. Controversial. Very controversial. You should be proud of making a review dividing such people between SpongeBob and S tier. I also appreciate, thank you guys for not going too much into politics here, because this could get really messy really fast. It's just, I don't know. Again, I think a lot of it really does boil down to just saying like help the environment, and then portraying the bad guys as just like the most evil people imaginable. It just doesn't do anything. It's like going on Twitter.com and saying like, I think murder is bad, guys. It's like, well, okay, yeah. Yeah, who's arguing with you? I mean, it's Twitter, so someone will argue with you, but I'm just saying, like, reasonable people, you're not actually converting to anything. It's a good opinion to have, but it's just pointless. Anyway, now I'm ranting a little bit too much on this. Good luck gaining more political power. Geodesic domes, yo. Okay, let's move on to definitely a less contentious review. I joke. Not a less contentious review.
On the highway, everything else about the story works. If you want an episode that does a much better job of teaching a moral to be good to the environment, just go watch Jellyfish Hunter.
Episode 135A, Back to the Past. After messing with the past, SpongeBob and Patrick help Man Ray become a dictator. So this is one of those weird halfway specials where it's not quite 22 minutes, but it's longer than 11 minutes. It's a...
Wow, I forgot to put the fun fact and highlight on these too. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think the special slides this season were like very, not last minute, well, kind of last minute. I think they were very like, I was stuck on what to do for them for the longest time. I also don't like this slide because this is a pencil tool. It's very sharp edges when it should have been a brush tool for sure. This drop shadow effect doesn't look the way it should. It should look like, it should just be black on top or something. It should have more depth than it does. I don't know. I'm critiquing my own art now. I spent basically like the whole day working on art for the Fiona and Cake video. So, I like to think my art skills have improved a little bit. Again, I did have an artist, but I also had to make some things myself. Also, at the point at which this video came out, we might have been broken up. I'm not entirely sure. So, don't really want to ask your ex for art. That's probably not a wise decision. Just throwing that out there. All right, let's watch the review.
about the same running length as Shanghai. I always wanted to see a special that involved Mermaid and Barnacle Boy, and prior to seeing this episode, I didn't think there was one. Seriously, I had no idea that this episode was going to be longer than 11 minutes. Some people don't consider these specials, but personally I see anything as over 11 minutes being a special because it's not very often that that happens, and clearly it is special in some way. So, was this episode a wonderful surprise out of nowhere? No, actually, I really don't like this episode. I think it is a SpongeBob episode. I really think this whole thing is a big mess. It's halfway stuck between trying to be epic and trying to be silly, and it ends up being neither of these things. Tonally, it's all over the place, and I don't find anything here to be funny. The time
This was a different X from the one I had really horrible experiences with. I have no ill will whatsoever towards Aaron, and vice versa, hopefully.
travel thing isn't even a unique aspect to this episode. We've seen it as far back as SP129. And the whole character becomes a dictator in the future thing has been done better in other shows like Kim Possible. Parts of this episode are trying to be dead serious, and I mean that literally. This is one of the few or possibly only episode of SpongeBob where death is addressed in a meaningful way. I'm not talking about a gag where someone dies comedically. I'm not talking about Nasty Patty where they think they killed someone. I'm talking about literally having main characters be dead in this episode as not a joke and not even really a plot point, just as a thing that happens that kind of makes you want to take this episode a lot more seriously than the rest of it. Granted, the characters that died also had time duplicates that lived on, but even still, according to this episode, Merman and Barnacle Boy, the original ones that we knew, had died. You really can't do that if you want me to take this as a lighthearted, fun romp. That alone sets the tone here a little bit darker than the usual SpongeBob episode, which I'm fine with if they're going to actually do something with it, but they don't. Simply put, the ending is just a crazy, bizarro, time duplicates everywhere ending. If you're going to build up this story, if you're going to have characters be dead, if you're going to show how horrible it is that our characters are living in a dictatorship now, you really shouldn't end it with a minute-long sequence of random SpongeBobs and Patricks dropping in. And I'm not gonna try to think about whether this all makes sense in terms of time duplicates, because even the best of shows and movies can't get the time travel thing correct, but simply from a story standpoint, it's just not a satisfying ending. And the other big problem with taking this episode more seriously than others is that Patrick is still an idiot. Literally every bad thing that happens in this episode is because of Patrick. He first of all gets them to go back in time by thinking that the time machine is a snack machine, then he eats the tartar sauce, then he forces SpongeBob to go back to the present, stranding Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy there, because in Patrick's words, he doesn't have time for that. And then he eats the tartar sauce a second time. If you're going to try and tell me a more serious story, you cannot have every single plot point be dictated on how stupid a character is. Except, it's not even Patrick being stupid. It's just Patrick doing whatever the plot wants him to do. There's no reason for him to mistake the time machine for a vending machine. Maybe they should have made the time machine look comedically like a vending machine to make it somewhat understandable how Patrick could be confused. And maybe have Patrick make up for his mistake of eating the tartar sauce by not doing it a second time. Heck, maybe you could have a scene of Patrick fighting Patrick trying to convince himself to not eat tartar sauce. Maybe that could have actually been funny or interesting. But the most frustrating thing that he does is stranding Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in the past. Seriously, he has literally no reason other than the fact that he's impatient, even though they're standing right next to the time machine. And SpongeBob just lets him do this. And worse is that when they get back to the present, it's not like SpongeBob's like, okay, well, I'm going to go back for Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy because even though you're an idiot, I don't want to strand our two idols in the past to literally die. Nope, SpongeBob and Patrick just walk along. They'll probably be fine, right? I mean, it's not like it caused them to die or anything. Weirder still is the fact that stranding the old Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in the past doesn't actually do anything for the story. Patrick ate the tartar sauce. That was the event that caused Man Ray to somehow become a dictator. Leaving old Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy behind didn't affect that in any way. Whether they were there or not, the bad future would have happened. I don't understand why they made Patrick and SpongeBob to an extent do this incredibly callous thing, leaving their idols for dead. It serves no purpose. There are parts of this that I think could have worked if this had been a slightly more serious story, if they had given it a good ending, if they had maybe shown more of the citizens of Bikini Bottom and what their lives are like now that Man Ray's taken control. I'm really curious as to what happened to Plankton. Not had everything be dictated by Patrick's stupidity and actually give given us a
a
satisfying,
little longer.
solid conclusion
For sure.
instead of just a bunch of random SpongeBobs and Patricks falling out of the sky, then this could have been really good, really interesting. The premise itself isn't a bad one just because it's been done before, but seeing as it is a generic time-travel-y dictator in the future plot, they really should have done more with this, either made it a more fleshed out story or added a lot more comedy to this and not have included some of the darker bits. And I'm not saying the dark bits couldn't work well in SpongeBob, it's just you need to understand what you're going for, whether it be a slightly more serious story or a more comedic story or something in between, because this doesn't work as a serious story, a comedic story, or a story that meshes the two. I'm not laughing at this, I'm bored out of my mind at the story, and I don't think any of it flows well together. I wanted to see a special that involved Mermaid and Barnacle Boy, but not like this. Oh, and I probably should talk about Adam West and Burt Ward being in this episode. It's clever that they're there, but at the same time, it's not really anything new. Adam West has been in a lot of stuff that has parodied classic Batman, like Catman from Fairly Odd Parents, just to name one. It's cool, but it ultimately doesn't affect the episode that much. 135.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Nox here. I'm all for the SpongeBob Last Stand watch along because that episode is also really good, so it'll be easier to watch for me. Interesting. And thank you, Prunavrow. Fun fact, Man Ray was being covered in tartar sauce, which is what he was covered with at the start of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3. Oh, I don't think I ever realized that. That's actually really clever. I like that. Yeah, what do we got for this? You know what? I'll do another poll for this one because I know this is another contentious one. So let's give it a shot here. We'll leave off S tier or Scumbob. I feel like if I'm asking you guys to really be the deciding factor, it can't be the best or the worst, you know? Also, I can only pick a few options, so yeah, I thought the review overall was okay, was pretty good. I think I harp on it a little too long, personally, but I think I explained my reasons well. I don't know. Jokes about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy being dead. I feel like, I don't know. It's rough. I don't know. I maybe if I was in the right mood, that sort of thing could be really hilarious, but it's not. I mean, not to spoil anything for Fiona and Cake, but there's an episode where Finn dies over and over and over again, and you know what? I won't say anything about my reaction to that, but you know. I think it's also just clearly this season was the pinnacle of Patrick just being written to just do whatever the plot demands of him. It's a good review despite being dragged out. Fair. I still prefer the season 6 reviews, but these are better than I remember. Well, yeah, nice. Yeah, I am pleasantly very, very surprised and happy that these reviews have been really, really good. I think this might be my best season, to be honest. Hey, Crimson, thank you for the super chat. I genuinely missed your content during the pandemic, and it makes me so happy to see you return. Yes. I am working hard on actually getting videos out. I promise. I have the Fiona and Cake video coming to the main channel, and the second channel, Pie Guy's Place, has a pretty interesting series I've been working on. I think you guys will enjoy. It's about classic Cartoon Network, and it's something that I don't think I've seen other people do. So I'm excited to get into it. I've been doing a lot of research. It's gonna be a little bit of a like off the cuff talky type video, but it's gonna be one of those talky videos where I've prepared a lot for it. So, and I will edit it. It's gonna be edited, so I won't have a bunch of ums and stuff. Hopefully. Thank you, Pete of Dawn. Which is better, this or the Phineas and Ferb episode where Candace changes the past and Doof rules the future? Yeah, I don't know why not every cartoon, but a lot of cartoons do this storyline. Why is everyone a dictator in the future? Ned Flanders, Dr. Draken, Doofenshmirtz, you know, whether they're a bad guy or not, it's just for whatever reason, if you mess up the timeline in a comedy show, in the future, it's always going to be a dictator. Let's see. I'm trying to remember which Phineas and Ferb episode that even is. Is that the movie? No, the movie's an alternate timeline. So I don't remember. Is this the Dream episode? I don't know, but it's probably good if it's Doof focused. It's probably pretty good. That was Shigo, not Draken. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I haven't seen Kim Possible in a long time. Timmy's dad and Father Time. Yeah. Quantum Boogaloo. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Every episode of SpongeBob Season 11 reviewed? Well, thank you for the super chat, Lefty. You'll just have to wait and see. You'll just have to wait and see. Okay, anyway, that's enough of this poll. People think A tier, so I'm happy with that. All right, thank you for enjoying this review. Again, I understand it's a story, or it's an episode that, like, lots of people have different opinions on. It's clearly a different thing. It's going for something a little different. I totally get why some people like it, but yeah, I was really put off by it. As of right now, I don't remember enough about the episode to really tell you if I feel this strongly, but I do remember that Patrick's stupidity being the reason why things happen, it does rub me the wrong way if it's handled in such a, like, random way. I think I would rather him be, like, the card Patrick than just does whatever Patrick. At least he's got reasonings, you know? I'll take stupid reasonings over just no reason at all.
The Bad Guy Club for Villains. The IJLSA must foil an evil meeting. I think it's pretty clever that they decided to have both the short and the longer episode be not just about Mermaid and Barnacle Boy, but about young Mermaid and Barnacle Boy specifically. What's less cool is the fact that they didn't get Adam West and Burt Ward back for this short. Seriously, that is really jarring. You go from an episode where those two are voicing young Mermaid and Barnacle Boy to here where it's just their old voice actors voicing them younger. Mermaid does not sound like a young superhero here. He sounds like an old man trying to sound younger. Surely they must have known that they were going to do this short. Why couldn't they have just gotten Adam West and Burt Ward to come back and do this, or have them do this in the same recording session? I'm not gonna hold it against this episode. It's not a big deal here, but it is kind of a big deal when you really think about the production of this show that is worth billions of dollars. It just kind of paints a picture that the people behind this don't care very much. Anyway, onto the episode specifically, I think this is a good episode. Surprisingly enough, though they screwed up pretty badly in the previous episode, they've managed to get everything right here, and in half the time. What they did better here was that it is very over-the-top campy, meaning you can take it seriously as a story, but not so seriously because it's also goofy at the same time. It's a certain balance that they strike here that makes it very fun. The whole thing is basically an extended fight scene, which is not dissimilar to the fight scene in Mermaid and Barnacle Boy 5. It's clever, and it makes you really root for the heroes. You get invested here. It's not complicated, it's not rocket science, it's not taking itself too seriously or not seriously enough. It just does everything really well. There's some good jokes, like how Merman spins in the air for a good while he's giving the exposition, and how Barnacle Boy gets cut off in the tape right as he's saying, "Holy!" And it gets the satire right of not just the 60s Batman stuff, but of the 80s cartoons that always tried to shoehorn a moral in at the end. And there's a few cool little things in here too, like how the credits to the Mermaid and Barnacle Boy episode are the actual SpongeBob credits. The fact that this Mermaid and Barnacle Boy episode is a lost episode, just like how SpongeBob had a lost episode. So overall, it's funny, has a decent fight scene, it has a story that you can take seriously enough, but not too seriously, and it's a short, meaning it doesn't even take that much of your time to watch it. In general, I think this episode's great, although I do have two minor gripes. Firstly, they keep cutting back to SpongeBob and Patrick on the couch, reacting to the Mermaid and Barnacle Boy episode. This really only serves to
SpongeBob
take me
starts
out
a
of
reaction
the episode
channel
in the episode. I don't need to know how SpongeBob and Patrick are reacting. It's kind of like the SpongeBob equivalent of a laugh track. It's just not necessary, though thankfully the interludes are very short. My other gripe is that they kind of screwed up some of the names of the IJLSA and costumes as well. What we see here is a little bit inconsistent with what we saw in Mermaid and Barnacle Boy 5. Now, it is possible that, being superheroes, they had changed their costumes and names a few times over the years, as superheroes are known to do, but it is a little bit irritating that they decided to revisit the IJLSA while also getting some of the details wrong or deciding to do them different for some reason. Episode 136.
I think that was an alright review. Probably a B tier. Not amazing. It's harder with some of these good reviews. They don't tend to be as interesting as the meh or SpongeBob ones, or at least the SpongeBob ones. The meh ones are really hit or miss. Either they end up being really good reviews, or they end up being like Pie Guy has nothing to say here type reviews. So I think a B fits that pretty well. S or A? Really? Interesting. Thank you for the super chat, Crimson Mayhem. I may be kind of smart, but you can't always expect my usual brand of genius. I like to mix it up, keep you on your toes. That was not a great Patrick impression. I apologize. Thank you, Infinity. Have I played / any interest in Hollow Knight? I hear a lot about Hollow Knight on the internet, and I am definitely interested, but I've never played it or its sequel, Silk Song. Although I think there's actually a reference to Hollow Knight in Fiona and Cake. I think Huntress wears a shirt that has a character based on Hollow Knight. That's a good Homer Simpson. I like to keep you on your toes. Sometimes I'm a different dumb character. Kermit Star. Hang on. Let's see. Can I get the Patrick? I may be kind of stupid. No, I don't think I have it anymore. I thought my impression was pretty decent in that one video, or in that one review, but now, Patrick sounds like the Dr. Fish. I'm afraid you have the suds. Oh gosh. Now I have the giggles, so forget that. All right. Oh goodness. Have I bought the latest Blu-ray Tom and Jerry collection this year? I have not, but actually it looks pretty good. I'm not really one to pay for physical media much these days. I know. People love physical media. It's fine. That's cool. I do like it sometimes, but it's also a lot of money, so I don't always go for it. But it actually looked pretty good. I've been craving some really old cartoons lately. Can we get Gendy again? No, I'm so sorry. Gendy's gone forever. I can't. Gendy will only show up if me and Shadow do a stream together. And I guess that could happen. I don't know. Thank you, Bailey, for the super chat. If you had to choose a premise for a SpongeBob finale, what would it be? Huh. Honestly, it's kind of a weird one, but I think doing like a best day ever, like not doing that episode again, but doing something similar where it's just SpongeBob going about his day, but like he wants to have a really good day. You know, or maybe honestly make it be an episode where SpongeBob has a really bad day. Just dumb bad things happen to him over and over again, and he just kind of loses his spark, and everyone else comes together, even Squidward reluctantly, to cheer SpongeBob up and just give him a genuine great day. So, I don't know. I whatever it is, my opinion should be that it should be something big, but it also should be something small. You know, make it a finale, but also make it a finale that's not about saving the world or something. Make it a finale that has personal stakes to SpongeBob as a character. That's my thought. SpongeBob's one bad day. Every sponge is just one bad day from becoming the Joker. And we all know this. Oh, goodness. That's Appointment TV from season 11. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bart's birthday, but SpongeBob. A perfect finale would be Krabs and Plankton finally coming to terms with their hatred and combining their restaurants and making it the most popular restaurants in the entire world. Interesting. That would be if there was one status quo change with the finale, it would be nice to see Krabs and Plankton bury the hatchet in some way. I think that's maybe the one bit of closure I would want, like story-wise. That and I think you have to have a Squidward cares about SpongeBob moment. I think like a deep down, like he has to bare his soul. He's done it before in episodes for sure, but like, you know, do it again. I don't know. Seasons 13's There Will Be Grease. That's not a real episode. You can't just make up titles. Come on. Thank you for the super chat. Ace, playoff hockey is great. Well, that's good to know. And thank you, Prunavrow. Birthday Blowout was a good finale, IMO. From my memory, yeah, I think it might have been. I actually don't remember a whole lot of it, but the concept of bringing the live action actors and stuff was pretty neat. Okay, let's keep going.
A day without tears. SpongeBob bets Squidward that he can't go a day without crying.
Alright, jokes aside, this episode is, well, let's just say it borrows heavily from a lot of other episodes.
How many episodes have we had at this point that are like focused on one of SpongeBob's emotions or something? You know, we have a laugh-based episode, we have a crying-based episode, we have a maybe it's just those two. I don't know. There's an episode where he gets depressed. You know, there's
it does the whole Squidward versus SpongeBob thing, which is seen in episodes.
We would need a dramatic "I'm ready" somewhere. Thank you, Bailey. And what in the finale? I'm ready, but I was ready.
like Employee of the Month. It also has SpongeBob making an annoying noise for the first half of the episode, then having Squidward come along and SpongeBob trying to not make said noise for the second half of the episode. It features a character reading a story to SpongeBob. Seriously, Squidward, you would have been better off reading The Ugly Barnacle to him. And SpongeBob watches the sunset with Squidward. Now, each of these things being reused isn't so bad. I mean, the show goes on for so long. And hey, I like episodes where Squidward and SpongeBob compete in some sort of competition against each other. But all of these things combined, and especially considering how heavily this episode borrows from Funny Pants, which is an episode that's not very fun in the first place, topped off with the fact that SpongeBob is crying a lot here, adds up to a very not good episode. Yep, it's a episode. My favorite part of the entire thing is the colors they use during the sunset. That's about it. The second half of this episode is decent, but it's really boring. And the first half of this episode is mostly just SpongeBob crying. And I understand they had to have SpongeBob crying to establish that so that the episode would work, but if you're gonna make SpongeBob cry a lot, you should probably be more clever about it. Like, what if they had SpongeBob start crying and then every single time they cut away to something else and then cut back to him as he was just finishing crying? Or, I don't know, muffle his cry or do something. They do light variations here, but for the most part, you get a lot of his really obnoxious crying sound. There's also a sequence where SpongeBob talks with Patrick, and I don't understand what that sequence was put in for. There's certainly no jokes going on, and nothing about it is related to the plot. He just calls Patrick. Is the joke supposed to be that nothing actually happened there? Is the joke supposed to be how mundane SpongeBob and Patrick's conversation is? Is the joke supposed to be you expect Patrick to make SpongeBob cry or something? All in all, you have a bland and boring episode that features a lot of obnoxious SpongeBob crying noises, quite a bit of rehashing, and a lot of jokes that just completely miss the mark. For the first half of this, I wanted to plug my ears, and the second half of this, I nearly fell asleep. 136B, Summer Job.
What do we think of that review? I didn't think it was great. I don't know. But it might just be that I also don't remember that episode very well. A little long. Yeah, I think it's maybe a C tier review. Not bad, but nothing too special. PIEGUY, one thing you forgot to mention is Squidward gets his comeuppance after he loses the bet to SpongeBob, and now Squidward breaks down crying at the very end of the episode, right? I guess that's right. Admittedly, you sounded a bit bored. Yeah. Low B, C. I think C tier review. Oh, goodness. Thank you for that, CDCB. All right. It's almost time. Oh, yeah. What review are you guys hyped for me to get to next? We got one course meal soon. We got Great Patty Caper coming up. Is there anything else infamous? We got, is Pet Sitter Pat this season? I don't know. I remember the Abrasive side being an interesting episode to talk about. One course meal. Yeah, everyone wants it. All right. We're almost there. We are still not even halfway into the video, though.
After damaging the Krusty Krab, Mrs. Puff must work there with SpongeBob. So this episode starts out a lot like Boating Buddies, where Mrs. Puff gets in her car and desperately tries to flee from SpongeBob. Actually, this is kind of a weird companion episode to Boating Buddies in a way, where Squidward had to take Mrs. Puff's boating school in that episode, and in this episode, Mrs. Puff has to take Squidward's job at the Krusty Krab. Before I get too far into this, let me mention the elephant, or shall I say the crab, in the room. Oh. This episode is pretty much the only other time since Krusty Love that Mrs. Puff and Mr. Krabs have interacted in a meaningful way. And no, Growth Spout doesn't count because she clearly didn't recognize him in the dark. This episode has them not only interacting, but Mrs. Puff offering to go on a date with him because she broke part of the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs has an odd reaction, but decides not to go with that. It's a bit frustrating that that line is even there, because if you had just had them interacting, then, you know, it would have been alright. It's been a few seasons. It's understandable that they'd want to have different characters interact in different ways and all that, but it's just really off-putting that it's there. Oh, but don't worry though, that's not why I hate this episode. Oh, did I let it slip that this is a SpongeBob? What kills me about this episode is that it's a role reversal episode between SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff, where he's the teacher and she's the student. But that's not the part that gets me. That's a clever idea, that's a decent setup, and that could have been funny. What gets me is the fact that Mrs. Puff and SpongeBob still have their roles in terms of who is annoying whom. If they wanted to do do a true role reversal and have some fun with it, you make Mrs. Puff get on SpongeBob's nerves. You have Mrs. Puff be annoying in the ways that SpongeBob usually is to get back at him. That would actually be clever, right? Then for once it's a joke at SpongeBob's expense. And yeah, I know we kind of saw that in the other role reversal episode, but still, I feel like they could have done a lot of really clever things with it being Mrs. Puff. And maybe the takeaway from this is that it's tough to be a teacher. Maybe that's what SpongeBob learns or something. But the episode the way it is just a bad Mrs. Puff torture episode. It does not seem like SpongeBob is actually trying to help Mrs. Puff. Oh sure, that's what he says he's doing, but when you look at his actions, he's not acting like a kind, caring, considerate teacher. He's acting like a nosy, busybody teacher that's constantly huddling over your shoulder, waiting for you to do something wrong so he can just yell at you for doing it wrong. He won't actually teach you what you did wrong and tell you ahead of time. He'll just stand over your shoulder waiting to reprimand you. It's annoying, it's obnoxious, and when you begin the episode with Mrs. Puff frantically trying to flee from SpongeBob, you have a lot of the same problems that people hate these episodes for.
Look at
and
that
when you add other SpongeBob cliches like a character getting arrested for littering and Mrs. Puff going to jail, it just feels like yet another rehash. The only thing in this that I kinda sorta like is when Mrs. Puff is rolling around on the barrel, because it's the only part where SpongeBob actually shuts up and the episode just has a little bit of slapstick. It's not really funny, but at least it's slightly entertaining. Oh, and you have to love the fact that despite Mrs. Puff busting through the Krusty Krab at the beginning, setting off this whole thing in motion, later on in the episode the front is just mysteriously fixed. You don't see any construction workers, and it's implied that not much time has passed. It looks like it's been a few hours at most. I don't know if the writers forgot or didn't care or what, but it just looks so inconsistent. 1:30.
I kind of think that's an S tier review, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how you feel about that, but I thought that was like a really good review. And yeah, I don't know, the fact that the Krusty Krab is half destroyed feels like it could have been a good joke. Like they could have gotten some mileage out of like Mr. Krabs in the background trying and failing to fix it up, you know, or just having like a bunch of background fish reacting to it. Like it could have been just kind of like a good running gag, showing it get rebuilt. It's one of those things that, like, again, I get it. SpongeBob just kind of like resets the damage from scene to scene or whatever, but they could have made so much more of it, you know? And then, yeah, I mean, I think my point was spot on, that the way you do this episode is you just have SpongeBob be just a good, kind teacher, but Mrs. Puff irritates him. Like, I think that would, either intentionally or not, either have her be trolling him the whole time, or just have it be that she's, like, a boomer or something. Like, she's just, like, too old and doesn't get his instructions. I don't know. A tier, B tier, C tier, S, S, S. Alright, well, I think it's an S tier, and some of you agree with me, so I'm happy with that. Thank you for the super chat, Prenavrow. Was that callback even intentional? The callback to Krusty Love? I'm not sure. Also, I think someone said that Krusty Love was episode 36, and that episode was 136, which, if that's true, that's kind of wild. Okay, Mrs. Boomer. Thank you for the super chat. Kazum Kazi. Thoughts on the season 10 plus animation style? It's been a while since I've seen it, but I think it's just very hit or miss, truthfully. I'm not the biggest fan of it all the time. It just feels too wacky, in your face all the time, that it doesn't make it special. You know, it makes it feel too normal. Like when everything is super exaggerated, nothing is, right? I think Syndrome said that once. But at the same time, some interesting art can still come of it. For sure. Paparina has the one-course meal on the sample platter list. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, you guys want me to get to this next one? Should I stall? Should I do actually kind of have to go to the bathroom. Would you hate me if I went to the bathroom and threw it to an ad right now? Would you guys super hate me for that? Oh boy. Yes. Stalling. Don't you dare. All right, because I care about you guys. We'll do this one, and then I'll go to the bathroom. All right, we'll do this one, and then we'll have a little chat about if you guys want me to do something stupid after the main part of the stream's over.
7A, one course meal. Mr. Krabs takes advantage of Plankton's fear of whales. Well, this is quite the whale of an episode, isn't it? Oh boy. Strap in, folks. I've got a lot to say. So first off, I really do like the opening of this episode, where Plankton comes in on a little hang glider and has a shootout with Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob, and they use food as weaponry. It's actually not dissimilar to the second SpongeBob movie's opening. I wonder if this is where they got it from. But yeah, it's fun, it's high energy, it's creative, it's a good opening. However, it's a part of the overarching problem this episode has. See, that, plus the whole setup of Plankton being afraid of whales, takes up about 4 minutes of the episode. That's all setup, and I think it hurts the episode because really it needs a lot more time to play out. We don't actually see a lot of what Krabs is doing. We see him scare Plankton about twice, and then the rest of it is Plankton imagining things in his head. And that leads to a lot of the ambiguity that creates problems with this episode. Is Mr. Krabs actually going and scaring Plankton every single day, or every single minute of every single day for that many days? If so, then yeah, he went way far overboard with this. But if he only scared Plankton a few times and Plankton was making it up in his head a lot of the time, well, then maybe Mr. Krabs didn't go as far as we think he does. There's also some ambiguity in how far is too far. In the beginning of the episode, Plankton tickle tortures SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs with a feather. Is that supposed to be a metaphor for some harsher version of torture? If being tickled with a feather in that universe is an extremely bad thing and a really horrible experience, then I can kind of understand why Krabs would go this far to get him back. There's also ambiguity when it comes to whales eating plankton. In the real world, that's what happens. In SpongeBob's world, I don't know. Do sea creatures eat other sea creatures? It's not really clear. Is Pearl actually ever a threat to plankton? Well, okay, Pearl isn't because she says she would prefer salads, but are whales in general an issue for plankton? Like, is this a real thing that he has to face on a daily basis? Does he have a real reason to be scared? Or is plankton just over-exaggerating things? It's unclear because Karen has no reaction to what Plankton is saying. You'd think if in this world whales were a real threat to Plankton, Karen would be a little bit more aware of this and maybe a little bit more protective of Plankton. She is a computer. If this was a real fact, she would know about it, right? Between all these little ambiguities, you're left with an episode that's just unclear in general. Who am I supposed to be rooting for here? I know most people wouldn't root for Mr. Krabs, but was it the intent that we were supposed to root for Mr. Krabs? Was it the intent we were supposed to root for Plankton? Are we supposed to root for SpongeBob? I'm not entirely sure. Also, maybe it's just me, but I think the episode would have been a lot more interesting had it actually have been Pearl that was scaring Plankton. Like, maybe Mr. Krabs is tricking her into manipulating Plankton. Like, at first, he tells her to do it for self-defense because Plankton attacked him, but then he decides that maybe he should just have Pearl go over there to mess with Plankton just for fun and starts lying to Pearl to get her to do this, and then maybe in the end, Pearl and Plankton figure this out and they both team up to get back at Krabs. I do think it's a SpongeBob on these reasons alone. And now I have to talk about the thing that everyone wants me to talk about. The suicide reference in this episode. If you don't know, Plankton gives up on life because he thinks a whale is gonna eat him, so he lays himself down in the middle of the road and waits for the bus to come. Look, I don't think the intent was ever to make this play out as harshly as everyone is taking it. I don't think that the people behind the episode really wanted you to think about it that hard. But at the same time, I can't deny that it does kinda look like a very somber portrayal of a character who's suicidal. If they really wanted to show that Plankton was at his wit's end, he had hit rock bottom and he couldn't handle it anymore, there are other ways to have done it. In fact, just now I came up with a better idea. If Plankton is so suicidal because he's afraid that he's going to be eaten, why not have him just jump in the whale's mouth because he wants to get it over with? Not only would that be a lot more of a cartoony and child-friendly way to do this sort of thing, but it could also have Plankton figure out that the whale is just a costume, instead of having to have SpongeBob just blatantly tell him. I do think it's uncomfortable, but I also think it wasn't the intent of the episode, and it's not really for that long in the episode, and to be quite honest, the other problems are prevalent throughout the entire thing. Well, the entire thing minus the very very beginning. So, much like the Splinter would be a ScumBob without the Splinter, I think One Course Meal would still be a ScumBob without the suicide reference. Does it deserve to be considered the worst or one of the very worst episodes of SpongeBob? Well, honestly, I think that depends on your definition of the worst. If it comes to worst in terms of entertainment value, I don't think it is. I don't think it's even really that close. I think it's a jumbled up bad episode, but there are plenty of episodes that I think are less entertaining to watch. However, if you would consider throwing in something that is not child friendly and something that is really misusing a serious issue, so to speak, then yes, I guess I could see how a lot of people would consider this to be one of the, if not the worst episodes, in that regard especially. Personally, I think it's bad, but if everyone would stop talking about it, I probably wouldn't even remember it exists. Outside of that one thing, it's utterly unremarkable. And that is how I feel about One Course Meal.
136.
Fair review, Pie Guy, and honestly very true, because Plankton lying down in the road is really the only thing I remember, and it's really only because of everyone talking about it. It's an okay review. You did way too much analysis into pea-sized elements like the tickle torture scene. Very philosophical questions in a silly comedy show. I mean, fair enough. S-tier review, I kind of think it is too. To be completely fair, I think I nailed it. I knew that I had to pull out something special for this one because everyone talks about it, but and I didn't quite have the same reaction that everyone else did, but I also don't like it for the reasons that I mentioned. All right, let's read some super chats, and then I'm gonna explain what's gonna happen, and then I'm gonna pee. Let's see. Thank you, Trav. My favorite part of One Course Meal review is when Pi says it's guying time and rules all over the place. I'm surprised you didn't do the what are we? Some kind of One Course Meal squad. Oh gosh. Plankton tries to unalive himself. Oh, God, I hate that terminology, by the way. I understand why people use it on the internet for like monetization reasons, but if you're going to talk about a serious subject, use the actual terms, please. Some recent episodes like Plankton Intern and Pablum Plankton retcon Plankton's fear of whales. The former is much more meaningful than Pearl/Plankton episode. Thank you, DDD, for that fact. That's good to know. Thank you, Pranav Rao. I didn't find this episode offensive, just particularly mean-spirited and unpleasant. Very fair. Thank you, Magic Mikey. This is Mr. Krabs at his absolute worst. He was friends with Plankton during their childhood, yet proceeds to torture him in the worst way possible. SpongeBob and Karen were also pretty unlikable. Thank you, Ethan. Karen really lived up to her name in this episode. Very true. Very, very true. Plankton experiences a sewer slide. Ugh. Oh, goodness. All right. So, I'm going to hit the bathroom. What I want you to do, chat, I won't throw it to commercial, but what I want you guys to do is brainstorm what you would like me to watch after we finish the Season 7 review, if we hit enough super chats. So, your options are an episode of SpongeBob, any of them. I can't show it on screen, I'm sorry, I can't, but I'll watch it here with you. Or if you want me to watch one of my other videos, or, I don't know, someone suggested the Mr. Enter crossover with Truth or Square. Potentially we could do that. I don't know. But you guys brainstorm some stuff, and the best ideas I see when I come back, we will vote on which one to go for, and then I'll set a goal, and then for the rest of, you have the next hour of Season 7 reviews to hit it. So I will be right back. All right, I'm back. What have you wacky sponge heads come up with? I got another drink. I don't know. I don't think I mentioned it. I'm a big Liquid Death fan. I'm a huge supporter of it. I don't like I don't care about the actual water, but the flavored seltzer is really good. I cut out sodas. I quit sodas a few years ago. All right. So, the thumbnail should say one course stream. All right, I can maybe do that. Thank you, Pernevrow. Trav, I vote to make you watch Lord of the Rings, but every time Sam takes a step, he says it's the furthest from home he's ever been. Yes, this exists. Beautiful. Okay, Choir Boys. You guys want me to watch Choir Boys? All right. Let's hang on. I'll put the poll. Choir Boys. What else? Is that it? SpongeBob's Last Stand. Okay. Oops. No, I didn't mean to start the poll. No. Hang on. No. There's supposed to be more options. Hang on. End the poll. Oh gosh. Atlantis. All right. Choir Boys. Atlantis. No. I'll put Truth or Square as an option, but just so you know, I'm putting it at like $500 or something. Mr. Enter review. All right. Crossover. Truth or Square review. And is that it? I can. All right. I only have 4 options. And Eddie's Big Picture Show, Treat Yourself. I will watch that again later. Thank you, Cosmikazi. I like the name. It's pretty wild. That Sinking Feeling, Mr. Enter, Endless Summer, Choir Boys, Modern. Oh yeah, I did see Link Lemonade there. Mr. Enter crossover. All right, we'll do. Oh gosh. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do Choir Boys and Ink Lemonade is an option, since those are just individual episodes. All right, there we go. There's your 4 options. Oh goodness. Watch Game Shakers. No, I'm not gonna watch Game Shakers again, Pranavrow. Never. If it matters, I can probably just screen share show you guys the Mr. Enter review. We could actually watch that one together. For real. Sorry, I'm also eating some Oreos. Some mint Oreos. The best. Thank you. Hey, it's just meh. I think Hubob is ironically a good template for a finale. SpongeBob has a horrible day and accidentally upsets his friends. He's heartbroken and considers leaving Bikini Bottom because of that. Everyone binds together to give him a good day, overcoming their flaws in the process. Patrick comes up with the plan. Plankton puts the formula aside. Krabs gives him a raise, and Squidward admits he appreciates SpongeBob's optimism. Beautiful. And Sandy marries SpongeBob. The natural endpoint for all these characters. Sandy goes back to Texas. The writers just forget about her. Nothing happens with Sandy. No, that's all very true. I agree. I agree with all that. Have you ever had those popping candy Oreos they make during Independence Day? Yes, I love those. Those are really good. They got Pop Rocks in them. All right. We will we'll watch another review. I'll leave the poll up. So far it looks like Choir Boys and Ink Lemonade. Oh goodness. All right. Let's get on with it. We'll give it this one review and then we'll close the poll. Thankfully only 2% of you want me to actually watch Truth or Square again. That would be something.
7B, Gary in love. Gary chases after a crush while dodging a thug who's after her too. So this is obviously another Gary episode. There's quite a few of them this season, which on the one hand is good that they're delving more into a character on the show, but on the other hand, it's also Gary, and Gary doesn't have the best of track records with my reviews. A lot of his plot lines boil down to him and SpongeBob have a misunderstanding about something. Is that true in this episode? Yes, but that's only SpongeBob's part of the plot. SpongeBob thinks that Gary's been kidnapped by a deranged snail lover, which actually kinda sounds familiar. I wonder if that reference was intentional. Anyway, that's only the subplot, and it's thankfully short. It kinda stinks though that that's what they went with. I would have preferred it that SpongeBob had known what was going on, and maybe tried to help Gary out in getting this snail crush of his. After all, at the end of the episode, SpongeBob can clearly understand Gary, so I really don't know why Gary didn't share with SpongeBob that he was in love with the snail earlier. Anyway, the main plot of the episode is very much like an old-style cartoon. It's about Gary chasing after a love interest and this brute getting in his way. This kind of thing was very common in Mickey Mouse era stuff. And for what it's worth, this show does it decently. I'm not gonna say it does it great, because it doesn't really put an interesting twist on it. It doesn't really do anything crazy or uniquely SpongeBob with the format. It also doesn't really include any references to older cartoons or play up the style in any way, which leads me to wonder if it was planned that this was going to be like an old style cartoon, or if it just kinda coincidentally happened to be kinda like one. Either way, I give this episode a meh. It's somewhat enjoyable. Gary falling in love is kinda cute, and I like the ending where Gary and the brute snail become friends. After all, snails before females, am I right? I also like the design of the tough snails. There's nothing fantastic about them, but they look kinda cool. The whole thing's just kinda forgettable and not very special or unique. I give them credit for doing as well as they did with Gary being a silent protagonist in the episode, but they could have made this a lot funnier or put some kind of unique spin on it to make it even a little bit more interesting. Episode 1.
Was snails before females something from the episode, or is that something I made up? Because that's actually kind of funny. I saw someone mention that that episode was paired with Midlife Crustacean in some places, because, or not midlife, paired with the Great Snail Race because Midlife Crustacean is banned. That's interesting. I made it up. Wow. All right. Good for me. Oh goodness. Okay. Snails before females. Obviously that gets an S tier, right? Thank you for the super chat, Infinity. Maybe you could pull a Doug and have the episodes bounce around like a DVD logo to avoid copyright detection. If they hit the corner, you could turn the video speed up. Oh man, love me some Doug. Love the insanity he pulls on those streams. Unfortunately, I think Paramount would still come for me for that. I could show you like the bottom 5 pixels of an episode. You can see SpongeBob's foot. Mr. Enter crossover TOS review. Sounds funny if you know the other term for TOS. What, terms of service? Thank you for the super chat. All right. Well, here, how was that review? That review wasn't crazy. B tier? I think B tier's fun. I think it is fundamentally rough to do an episode where Gary's the main character and he can't speak and stuff. So I think I kind of nailed it, but it's just not that interesting of a review. Doug is a streamer, a very popular one, who's retired and a well-known author. All right, everyone. So the poll I'm gonna end. However, it seems like we had a pretty close tie between Choir Boys Ink Lemonade and the Mr. Enter crossover review. I'm giving you guys too much power, but I will do both of those, or technically all 3 of those things, if we hit a high enough goal. All right? I don't know what to set the goal at for this, but I'll set it for something, and if we hit a high enough one, I'll do all of them. If we don't hit all the way the goal, then I'll just do the Enter crossover. How about that? All right. So I'm gonna set that up now though. Oh, sorry, I didn't add Atlantis Square Pandas to that. But maybe next time. All right. So let's see. Oh goodness. All right, we're gonna set it to 50 super chats. Oh gosh. Teal and higher? Yeah, teal and higher. So this is about $5. If I get $55 donations in the next hour plus of this stream, I mean, it's an hour of watching this, and then it's going to be more time. Then we will watch Ink Lemonade. I thought my computer crashed there for a second. Uh-oh. Ink Lemonade, Choir Boys, and enter crossover. Do I have enough? Oh man, my computer is not doing great. Okay. And the timer is just going to be till the end of the... So we'll do 2 hours. Is the longest I can... Or 3 hours. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Boom. So if we come close to the goal, I will still just watch the... or if we get like half the goal, let's say that. If we get 25, we'll watch the enter crossover. All right? And if we get all of it, then horrible things. But you don't have to rush to do a big thing right now because we have the rest of the stream. You got plenty of time, 3 hours. Well, probably less than 3 hours, but still. All right. Crazy that Butch Hartman came back the same time you did. Butch Hartman left? Dang. I missed that beautiful time. Thank you for the super chat, Madeline. Tell your wife snails before females. Oh my goodness. Okay. Moving along to the plays the thing.
38A. The Play's the Thing. Squidward puts on a play about working at the Krusty Krab while working at the Krusty Krab. This is a weird episode. Just the setup itself is weird. It's almost like there isn't a story. It's like it's some kind of meta commentary on Squidward's role at the Krusty Krab. Right off the bat, I can tell you that the only thing I found remotely close to funny was when SpongeBob was yelling pee after Squidward said woo. Also, Plankton's cameo made me chuckle. But even though it's not funny, it's interesting. And yet it's also kind of dull. See what I mean about this episode being weird? It's one of those things where the concept is intriguing, and when you watch it the first time, it holds your attention, but once you know the ending, once you know where it's going, and spoiler alert, it goes pretty much nowhere, you're just kind of left with an empty episode. It's definitely one of those that's not very good upon second watch, especially. There is something different and unique about Squidward's performance here, but it's just different from what we're used to. It's not necessarily different in a good way. It's kind of different in a neutral, slightly uninteresting, but also slightly interesting way. I think really where this episode fails is that it doesn't have much of a clear trajectory or ending. Once the play is started, that's the rest of the episode. It's just Squidward giving long monologues while the Krusty Krab customers bug him to try and get him to take their orders. That's like the entirety of the second half of this thing. Squidward's play doesn't really have a plot. It's just him moaning about how bad it is at the Krusty Krab. And on the customer's end, it's just them getting increasingly irritated. I feel like the episode kind of had a strong start and has some good ideas in here, but it just doesn't follow them through in a very exciting way. More jokes would have been better, a clearer story would have been better, or heck, even if they had pushed Squidward's weirdness and strange monologues even further, that would have been better as well. As it is, it's unique. Not quite a good episode, not quite a scumbob. It's meh. I should mention Patrick
review's still
pops
going.
into this episode literally just to throw heavy things at SpongeBob and Squidward. Episode 1.
I will read all these super chats. I'm just trying to get through the actual reviews too, to not interrupt them every 5 seconds. So let's put a ranking on that and on the plays the thing, and then we'll start reading these super chats. I don't know, that review was weird. That review was very weird. I say very contradictory things, but that's kind of the point. L tier review. I don't know. It might get a D tier. I don't think I explained myself too well. Is the complete honest truth. I think these contradictions can be true, but I think the way I explain it needs to be better. C or B tier, C or D. That was a thing. D tier, yeah, I think D tier's fair on this one. This is probably the worst review so far. Overall, we've had a really good track record. Like, nothing in the Scumbob tier, one thing in the D tier, a few in the C tier, and then a lot in B, A, and then a lot in S too, I'd say, so far. All right, super chat time. We're 7 out of 50 there. My computer hopefully is not dying. I'm a little worried. It's getting a little... My computer is actually getting a little laggy. Or it can't... or all of these super chats are like crashing it. Come on, scroll. If I can't get this to work, I'll just look on my phone, but, uh-oh. Actually, I think it's just the YouTube page that's giving me problems here. You guys are donating too fast. Slow it down. I guess I should have done this at the end of the stream. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Bailey. Pie Guy single-handedly causing an economic recession among his fan base via super chat goals. Oh gosh, I do appreciate the support so much. Actually, I guess I could tell you the money that has been coming in from the streams enabled me to purchase a new chair that I am currently sitting in, a very nice Lazy Boy I got from Staples, $250. It's not like a Lazy Boy recliner. It's like a Lazy Boy office chair. If you were thinking I'm like sitting there in like a patchy recliner, from the Lost episode, no, not that. And it has also enabled me to get a new MacBook to be able to work on videos anywhere I go, because right now I'm kind of stuck to my my desktop setup for most of it, and having a small child, it is nice to be able to have a laptop that I can work on the go. So thank you for that. I've put I like to think I've put this money to good use and enabling me to make more videos and work faster and better and all that stuff. Okay, anyway, thank you for the super chat, Trav34, who says Psy Guy Ducks. Sure. Thank you, Top Hat Gaming. Cheers, mate. These reviews were a huge part of my childhood. Glad to see you are still going. Well, thank you. It is good to be here. Thank you, DDD. Genuine question to help boost the super chats. Do you own a Switch 2? And if so, did you get it standalone or Mario Kart World Bundle? I did get a Switch 2. I said it's not a smart decision to drop this kind of money when I have a small child, and then I did it anyway, which is not good advice. Don't do that. I had my reasons otherwise, but yeah. I got the Mario Kart World Bundle because I definitely would not have paid for Mario Kart World by itself, but I kind of wanted... I skipped it Deluxe entirely, 8 Deluxe entirely, because I got 8 on the Wii U, and I was like, I'm not paying for this again. So it's been a long time since I had Mario Kart. World is definitely a mixed bag, for sure, but it does scratch that Mario Kart itch that I've been missing. Thank you for the super chat. Modern Cartoon Lover. I really wanted you to do the Enter crossover because you and him were my first introduction to the cartoon community back in 2013. Wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think... Okay, let me refresh this page. I think you guys have crashed my YouTube studio. Actually, oh gosh. Okay, sorry, I should keep talking. I'm just worried that my stream has stopped or something because I can't see chat at all. I guess I will pull it up on my phone in the meantime because I can't see anything. Oh, good, the web page did not load. Wonderful. You're all still here. Good. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. No YouTube. I don't have any product drops. I don't even. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're back. We're back up and running. Thank you, Hyperdrive 282. I've watched you for many years and seen the SpongeBob reviews several times over. It's been a dream to see you back. Take my money. Thank you, Cosmikaze. Whatever. I'm gonna call you Kamikaze or Cosmikaze. Since I know you love Pokemon, thoughts on Black and White? You know, it really grew on me. I was very hesitant with the whole soft reboot of Pokemon back then, but honestly, the games are really good, and especially once you can get the old Pokemon, wonderful experience. Gosh, I miss older Pokemon. Thank you, Ryazg of Skywalker. Hey, Pie Guy, it's been great seeing you come back. I've been watching you since middle school. And I'm 24 now. You've always been the best. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Epic Gamer. Take my money, Pie Guy, and use it to buy season 15 of SpongeBob. That was an option. I did have my Apple TV account up in case you guys wanted me to watch something from like season 15 or whatever the heck. But you didn't pick that. You didn't suggest that. Thank you for the super chat. Ethan, if you don't do this, you'll be forced to be a Jets fan starting this September. Oh no. I would hate to be a fan of any sports team, to be honest. Thank you, Jarf Taco. If/when you do react to episodes on stream, would you be able to put the time code on stream so we can sync up easier? I can try to do that. Yes, I can. I can see what I can do. Thank you, Real Gusso. Is that a Marceline icon? I love that. I watched you a lot when I was 10 on my family computer. I no longer have. Good to see you back. Well. I'm glad I could be a hopefully pretty like child-friendly channel back in the day. You know, I'm definitely not a channel for kids. YouTube, if you're listening, I'm not a for kids channel, but I like to think that my channel is such that anyone of any age could appreciate it. Thank you, wrestling fan. Shut up and take my money. Also, what do you think of Smiling Friends? I haven't seen it, but honestly, I've been kind of tempted to watch it, especially now that it's like over. I might just like one day pop it on and just watch all of it, because it does look interesting, and I know people like it, and I very much respect their decision to end it after only 3 seasons. Thank you, Nico. Hey, look at this sheep. That is all. You guys, you can wait with these super chats. I would like to get back to the reviews. We've got a long time left in this stream. Thank you, DDD. We're helping Pie Guy pay for his groceries. You sure are. Thank you, Cam. What was the first movie your son saw? My child has... Actually, it was Muppet Christmas Carol, believe it or not. Not in theaters or anything, but... Whenever we try to keep my kid away from the screen whenever we can, just because they're really, really, really young. But whenever my wife and I want to show them something, or whenever it's just convenient for us, we're like, actually, they can watch this. It's culture. The little slice can watch the Muppet Christmas Carol because it's culture. All right, it's classic literature. It's culture. Thank you, Riley. Here's for the Pie Guy gets the recliner fund. Oh gosh. Thank you, Shattuck. What's worse, Choir Boys or SpongeBob You're Fired? We'll have to wait to the season 9 review, I guess, but I don't know. The thing is, I didn't enjoy an ounce of Choir Boys. Like, I was thinking about this with the after having seen Truth or Square again last time with you guys. The thing about it is that there are positives to Truth or Square, right? Not a lot of them, and the negatives outweigh them by a lot, but at least there are some things in isolation I like about Truth or Square. Choir Boys has nothing. There's nothing I like about that episode. Nothing works for me at all. Again, I'd have to see it again to really like give a full review, but yeah, there's that. Finally, responsible parents. Yeah, we're trying to limit it. I know my kid is going to love screens and TV and all that stuff because I love it too, but I want to make sure they grow up to, you know, see these things in moderation. I'm not like a like you know, no phones ever, like, you know, the internet is the worst or whatever. I'm not gonna like ban them from all that, but just when they're super young, there's no reason to expose them to too much screen time. Okay, now let's get back into this. Rodeo days.
138B, Rodeo Days. SpongeBob tries to stop Sandy from being in a rodeo. Hey, do you guys remember back in Texas when all the sea creatures got together to try and make Bikini Bottom a little bit more like Sandy's home in order to make her stay? Well, now nobody cares about Sandy. Like, literally none of the characters outside of SpongeBob actually care about Sandy. Is it a meta joke about how hardly anyone aside from SpongeBob's interacted with Sandy? Is it something about everyone's squirrel prejudice from squirrel jokes? I don't get it, but yeah, the entire second half of this episode is a complete mess. mess. From everyone not caring about Sandy, to the fact that SpongeBob kidnaps everybody, and then somehow winds them all up in Texas, for the episode to end with a really jarring and just poor quality looking live action sequence. Let me go further into detail about why I don't like this live action here. SpongeBob has always been known for inserting live action to things. From the Krabby Patty and Krusty Krab training video to Plankton's lab in Plankton. It's always been there. But usually when it pops up, it's just for a very brief gag. In this episode though, there's just so much live action footage, from an overview of the landscape of Texas to Photoshop cows that sing during the song. It's just all way too much, and that very ending part where Sandy's talking as a live action squirrel, it's uncanny.
Oh, I'm sorry, what a G. I did miss your message. I will read that now. Sorry about that. Again, my computer glitched. Oh, and apparently VLC just crashed. Great. All right, fun so that Pie Guy can get a new desktop. Here we go. But yes, thank you for the super chat. Sorry I didn't read it earlier, but you were the first one. Actually, I don't think you were the first one. You were the second one. But I love the Truth is Square crossover video. You and Mr. Enter had such good charisma bouncing off one another. Peak video. I will let you guys in on a secret. I don't remember anything about that video. Nothing at all. So, there's something about Mr. Enter makes a joke about my rap career, which he didn't tell me he was doing. And I think that's about it. Okay, yeah, let me get the video back up. Maybe I'll be streaming from that nice MacBook next time.
Alright, already, kids.
Nope, that's not the right VLC. There we go. Boom. Okay. And goated VLC actually let us continue from where we left off, which is great.
It doesn't look good. I understand they were going for a cheesy, bad-looking style, but I don't think it comes off as a stylistic thing. I think it comes off as looking bad. Having the characters be puppets in pressure is a stylized thing. It was obviously really crummy and kind of fit with the aesthetic of SpongeBob. But in this episode, having it just be live-action pictures of starfish and sponges and squirrels, and having them just kind of bounce around in the frame, it's hard to even explain what they do. They kind of squash and stretch it to make it look animated.
Look at that visual
doesn't
example.
look good, and it's on screen for way too long for this kind of thing. Let me also talk about the fact that the whole episode is basically a build-up to something that we don't really get to see. The whole thing is SpongeBob trying to get everyone together so they can go to Texas and stop Sandy from being in the rodeo, and in the end, we see only a few seconds of what the rodeo actually is. It feels like so much build-up for such little payoff. Although, there are some things I like here. I do like the rodeo song, just not those freaky cows. And I think there's a few gags that work, like Plankton with the bomb. But even still, I'm giving this a scumbag, because I find the story to be really lame, and just the aesthetics of the episode to look unappealing. Oh, also SpongeBob's afraid of clowns now, even though he obviously wasn't in Krabby Land. Not a big deal, just thought I'd point it out. 139.
I thought that review was pretty good. I vaguely remember the weird live action stuff just not working at all in the episode. Yeah, I think that's an A-tier review. Oh, hey, and while I forgot to mention at the top, I made a short. I don't know if everyone saw it, but I actually decided to reformat the season 6 slide and do a No Hat for Pat short that is just like an edited down version of my review. I'm not the biggest shorts person, personally, but whether I like it or not, it's a part of the YouTube landscape, and I should take advantage of it. So, yeah, so I hope you guys like that. The next one's going to be Choir Boys. I plan on getting that out sometime in the next few days. And yeah, it'll be the same sort of thing. I edited it down. I have to edit down things because it has to be under 3 minutes, or else YouTube literally will not allow it. So, you know, if anything, it makes it punchier, you know? I don't remember how long my Choir Boys review is. It might be a little on the long side, so I don't know. But yeah, I edited it down, and I added new PyCons, so Yeah, and since I did it already for one Season 6 video, it should be pretty easy to do it for other Season 6 videos, and it shouldn't be too much work to do it for other season reviews, so I would happily do it for some of the Season 7 ones as well. And potentially some of the earlier ones too. No, I won't edit out the triple scum, Bob. Everyone loves that. I know. Don't worry. Thank you for the super chat, Pranav Rao. Have I ever listened to Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny by Lemon Demon? Of course. Come on, I was on the internet 18 years ago. You know I've seen it. It's actually funny you mentioned that because I was just recently, like 2 days ago, I showed my wife that video for the first time. She had not seen it. I couldn't believe she hadn't seen it, but yeah. It's certainly something. It's certainly something. And we also watched Potter Puppet Pals again. Awesome to hear you're a big fan of roguelikes. Have you played the Hades games? They're my absolute favorite. Thank you, Infini. Yes, of course. I love the Hades games. I not 100%ed, no, but I beat several times over the first one. Really love that game. It's great. The second one I played when it was in early access, and it was the sort of thing where I played it a while, and I'm like, I want to put this game away until it's not done, but until it's had an official release, and it did. It has since had an official release, so I need to go back to it, and it's had some really big updates since then. Even thank you, Grants. Without spoilers, what did I think of DK Bonanza's finale? Oh, it was beautiful. Donkey Kong Bonanza is such a good game. It made me so happy. It's the reason I got a Switch too. And I just, from start to finish, it's just an amazing, amazing experience. There are some problems you could certainly nitpick about it, but the overall feeling playing that game just feels so good, and the finale was great. It was a little, the final boss was a little on the easy side, but I don't even care. The spectacle was beautiful. Thank you, Green Galaxy. To the Pie Guy Desktop Fund. Also, you can call me Austin. All good if you do not remember. I will try to remember that, Austin. Thank you. I am very bad with names, as everyone knows. Thank you, Pranavrao. Is No Hat for Pat better than all of Season 7? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what my favorite episode of Season 7 was back then. I don't think we've hit anything that's really super great, to be honest. We've hit some solid good episodes, but not anything that's like, I don't think it stood out, unless I'm misremembering. Thank you, Bailey. I think a good work/hobby/rest balance is important to teach from an early age, speaking from experience, and screen habits are a big part of that. Well, thank you. Yes, I completely agree with that. It's great. The difference between when I was growing up and my child growing up now is just that if when I was a kid I had access to like my the smartphone at all hours of the day or whatever, I would just be watching cartoons nonstop, and that would not have been great for me. I already watched a lot of TV as a kid, obviously, but being able to have it wherever you are it's a powerful thing, and it's a thing that can cause some severe problems. So yes, Recently, I saw a thing, someone was like, you're just, every generation has the boogeyman, right? Like, being against kids having smartphones or being, critical of the internet and instant access, it's just like all those people that were railing against violent video games back then. It's just paranoia and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but the difference is I grew up on the internet. Like, not grew up necessarily. Well, yeah, I did grow up on the internet, but I grew up on a prototype of the internet. I see what the internet is now. I interact with it all the time. I interact with my smartphone. I see how social media is. I'm actively a part in all this. I'm not some like weird religious group that like has never played a video game but says they're all evil. It comes from a learned experience of this sort of thing needs to be in moderation. And not just like a place of like, phones are evil because I said so. They're new technology, so they're bad. It's like, no, that's not it at all. Anyway, imagine if your kids stumble across your SpongeBob reviews someday in the future. Oh, goodness. I don't want to even think about that possibility. That'd be crazy. Thank you for the super chat, Trav. What character do I pick in Mario Kart or Party? That's interesting. I like Luigi. If I have an option of a Dry Bones, I'll go for a Dry Bones if I'm so blessed, But yeah, those are generally my two. Thank you, DDD. Did I get Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 bundle for Switch 2? I did. I know it was expensive. I know. I needed it as a little treat though. It was just a little treat, you know. I hadn't played Galaxy in a long time, and I've been playing a lot of the 2D Marios again. So, yeah. Thank you, Cam. What is my job outside of YouTube? It's something I cannot say. It's nothing interesting, I promise. All right, let's go.
A. Grandma's secret recipe. Plankton disguises himself as SpongeBob's great-Grammy-ma to steal the formula.
That balloon is
Remember
a
all
great
those
picture.
things I said about someone's in the kitchen with Sandy? Well, you can apply most of them here. Same exact formula. Plankton disguises himself as someone that SpongeBob knows in order to get the formula out of SpongeBob. Except, instead of jokes about it being Sandy, this time you replace it with a bunch of jokes that relate to elderly people, which is nothing new for this series. It's repetitive because it's the second episode this season and the third episode overall with this formula. It's not very funny, and the plot is thoroughly uninteresting. You know exactly how this is going to go. Also, why is it important that he steals this costume from his actual grandma? Like, what is the significance there? Why couldn't he have just bought a wig and a dress? I understand it's a cartoon and it uses cartoon logic, but I just don't really see much of a connection there, and they don't really do anything with it, other than the fact that she randomly pops up at the end of the episode to scold Plankton. Again,
Plankton
I
do
know
a
it's a
panty
cartoon,
raid?
but it's kinda lazy to have her just pop up literally out of nowhere inside of Mr. Krabs' safe. There definitely could have been a more clever way to include her in the story again. I see no reason to go into further detail, because calling it someone's in the kitchen with grandma pretty much gives you everything you need to know about this episode.
SpongeBob.
It's pretty telling when the best part of the episode is something that happens in a character's imagination. 139.
So that was a very brief review. What do we think? Do we think I just kind of like summed it up nicely, or was that something that deserved a little more time? I don't know. It sounds like we're just really repetitive at this point. I think that might be like a B or an A tier review, to be honest. Not an S tier for sure. A tier? Yeah, I think A tier. Boom.
9B, the scent of money. Mr. Krabs uses Gary's magnetic ability to vacuum coins. And that's pretty much all that happens this episode. Mr.
Although
Krabs
actually,
uses
hang
Gary.
on. I'm seeing enough B tiers. Thinking about that. Let's throw it in B tier. Let's not devalue A tier. Okay.
To suck up coins. SpongeBob comes around. Mr. Krabs gives SpongeBob some weird task to do that'll take up time, while Mr. Krabs goes and collects more money. It's very repetitive and not very interesting. Heck, even the climax of the episode is really slow. I like the fact that they decide to
What is that quote? Does Mr. Krabs really say? Oh, he does say that, doesn't he? Goodness gracious.
use the arcade as a kind of stand-in for a casino. SpongeBob even calls it a hotbed of sin. There's not really much to say, it's just very dull. Krabs acts like a monster, but he also gets comeuppance for it. And once again, if Gary were able to speak to SpongeBob, this plot would be solved very quickly. If it had anything that was remotely interesting, then yeah, I would give it a meh. But seeing as it's just so boring and dull and by the books, it's gonna get a
SpongeBob.
The only thing that stands out is Mr. Krabs faking being pregnant, but I don't really know if that's a good or a bad thing. It's not that bad. Maybe if it was a little bit more creative with how the money got vacuumed to Mr. Krabs, then pretty much the same thing happening every single time, it would have done a little bit better. But no, it's just repetitive and boring. 140.
That wasn't a great review, I don't think. I think I should have said more about that. I think that might be a C tier. Not awful, but I don't think I described it pretty well. Thank you, Prenevrow. The scent of money is another infamous one. Is it really? Is it honestly? I don't think I'd heard of the discourse on that one. And thank you, Pokemaniac. Luke Vaughn railed this episode harder than a pal for Gary and Pet Sitter Pat in his retrospective for depicting animal abuse too realistically. Oh, I don't even remember what animal abuse happens in that. Oh, we're finally up to the Legends of Bikini Bottom. Look at that. Say C. Yeah, I think C tier is fine for that review. To be honest, I feel like I probably was time crunched at the end of this because I wanted to get this video out before the end of the year. But if I were to do it again, I probably would make the Legends of Bikini Bottom have their own special slides instead of just a little picture in the corner. But, yeah. I don't know what they would be, but, you know. Thank you, Trav. Insert Journey song here. Okay.
A. The monster who came to Bikini Bottom. Patrick befriends a monster. Or should I say, Patrick derps around with the monster for about 7 minutes
Derps.
until the plot finally...
You guys remember derp? Remember that word? That was everywhere on the internet. Thank you for the super chat, Loon member. I think the pain inflicted on Gary should have been given the bigger highlight of that SpongeBob review. Like, even for Mr. Krabs, it's a new low. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I mentioned it in the review. I don't remember it at all. So, yeah, I maybe should have mentioned it. I will say I do think the quality of these reviews do dip a bit halfway through. Do you think in general or just this season? Because this season has been really strong review-wise. So, honestly, if I get a little lazy in the back half, I still think we're doing pretty good. So we've hit the halfway point on the super chats. So I will say, wait, which one? Hang on, which one did I promise that we'd do? Yeah. The Mr. Enter video. Well, we will definitely do the Mr. Enter crossover. I don't think he'll mind me showing it. I guess I might have to, since it's got clips. Ooh, actually, I'll have to think about. Maybe I'll make it really small on the screen or something. I don't know. I have to think about that. Because I forgot that it's clips, so I don't want to get my channel taken down. But we will do that regardless. Yeah, derp was everywhere. Oh goodness, can you call him and react together? No, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Decides to actually kick in. I'd just like to point out that the monster doesn't actually come to Bikini Bottom. The monster is created in Bikini Bottom, so this episode is not titled correctly. But that's just a minor semantic. No, my problem with this is Patrick. This episode prominently features him, and it's not just any Patrick, it's the Patrick that is very, very childish and the Patrick that will laugh at pretty much anything. And that's pretty much the episode. The monster's story is just your generic monster comes to town, wrecks buildings, police chase him out of town. All the rest of this episode is just Patrick being annoying Patrick. It's a scumbag. You'd think an episode that features a giant monster would be more exciting, more action-packed. It would just have something more than Patrick's unique brand of obnoxiousness. Also, this episode features some really noticeable CGI, and there's quite a few animation mistakes for some reason. You'd think that the first episode of their big special of the season would actually have more love and care put into it so as not to have such glaring mistakes, but no, they didn't care. 140B, welcome to...
Oh, I was gonna watch the Truth or Square one, but if you guys would rather us watch I'm with Stupid, we could do that instead. I could just show that. It's one of my videos. But we'll decide. We can figure out the details at the end. I don't think that review was great. I think that was a solid C tier review, to be honest. Like, it's not terrible, but it was obviously a pretty quick one, I think. All right.
The Bikini Bottom Triangle. A giant vacuum appears out of the sky and transports the characters to the Bikini Bottom Triangle. This episode has a really good story. In fact, I think it's probably one of the best stories that SpongeBob's put out. The characters are transported to a unique location through some sort of really weird and unique circumstance. There's some interesting character connections where Pearl and Squidward are both laying in the sun, and Mr. Krabs actually tries desperately to revive SpongeBob, as well as Patrick's thing for mermaids returning from the movie, which is really cute. There's a light element of mystery as to what's going on and how the characters are going to solve the problem. There's a ticking clock because Mr. Krabs thinks that Plankton has taken over the Krusty Krab, so the characters really need to find a way to get home fast. And there's a good mislead at the end where they think Plankton's doing something bad and he actually isn't. See? There's a lot of good storytelling techniques utilized here. And a few decently funny moments too. Like how Mr. Krabs is getting a massage from this big guy when everyone thinks he's in trouble. It's a unique setup, a well-told story, and there's at least a touch of comedy. It's a good episode, and it really stands out, especially because of that unique location. And interestingly enough, you can even see a Save the Jellyfish sign amongst the junk. I don't know if it was coincidental or not, but it's a nice nod to SpongeBob's Last Stand. Episode 141A.
That episode did exist, by the way. I'm not crazy. All right. The Magna Carta, okay? It was always the Magna Carta. I'm not crazy. Thank you for the super chat, Bailey. Pie Guy lived through the great Viacom purge of 2006. He's seen what happens to ranters who use clips. Yeah, I think for the Truth or Square video, what we can do is I can show it blurred, but play the audio for you guys. So I'll show it blurred, and I'll also have the time stamp if you want to just watch the video yourself. I'll give Ender some views. You know, why not? Thank you, Pren. Should have mentioned the ice machine cutaway. I don't remember that, but I do remember liking Welcome to the Bikini Bottom Triangle. What do we think about that review? B tier? I think that's B tier. I really don't go into too much detail, but it's solid. I really am back, Pie Guy? Yeah, I am. Heck yeah. Patchy was part of these original airings. I did not know that. All right, let's go.
The Curse of the Hex. After the Krusty Krab gets cursed, SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs go on a journey to set things right. This episode is alright. I like the fact that Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob have to go on a mini adventure, even if there isn't really too much to it. The show doesn't really delve too far in the adventure genre, so it's cool to see it happen here. Squidward's on point in this episode as well. A lot of the things he says and does are pretty funny. But at the same time, the episode isn't really that interesting, and the adventure is really short. And although I do really like the twist where it turns out that all the Hagfish ever did was put a close sign in front of the Krusty Krab, I do have to mention the fact that this is completely inconsistent. We see an establishing shot of the front of the Krusty Krab after they've been cursed, and there is no close sign to be found. All I ask for is just a little basic consistency in the stories. Between all the positives and the negatives, it balances out to being meh. There's some interesting ideas and some decently funny moments, but it's really not that great. 141B, the main drain. Mr.
Thank you for the super chat, DDD. Madam Hagfish is yet another character they bring back in a couple of recent episodes. At least it's a character that I feel like maybe you could do something with. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Enter's editors. You're good to react to the video, Team Enter. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Who won't they bring back, man? Is the Nostalgia Critic now a recurring character? Separate from Bubble Bass? Okay.
Krabs warns SpongeBob and Patrick about a plug that, if pulled, could drain the
sorry,
entire...
I have to rate that review. Yeah, I think C tier. Another one. Yeah, I don't think I really did these Legends of Bikini Bottom justice. I know they're kind of sort of just episodes, but they were the big event, I guess, of the season. They were the equivalent of the TV movie. I feel like I maybe should have given them a little more respect. I don't think I did, but did I ever do a Spongy Bits on the Legends of Bikini Bottom? I feel like that would be good material for a Spongy Bits. I say that as if I'm not the one that can make them. Someone has to do it. I don't know. It could be me, I guess. Maybe. I don't think I'm going to do any more Spongy Bits, but yeah. Kristen Wiig doesn't return to voice her. I think the writers of the newer seasons reference old episodes and bring back old characters because those were the most popular episodes and one-off characters. I mean, someone mentioned it in another stream, but it is kind of just true that the people that grew up watching classic SpongeBob are now old enough to be writers on SpongeBob. So it might just be, people that just really love old SpongeBob. But I don't know, in my opinion, there's only so much mileage you can get out of referencing older seasons, and yeah, it seems like they do it a little too much.
This episode makes even less sense than your average SpongeBob episode. Mr. Krabs tells of a story how he and Plankton pulled the main drain, which drained the entire ocean and ruined Bikini Bottom, and sucked every fish inside of it. Except, how could that be possible if Mr. Krabs and everything else still exists to this day? I suppose it's possible they found a way to reverse the effects, but if so, then why would it even be that big a deal that SpongeBob and Patrick pull the plug anyway? I'm all for nautical nonsense, but this just doesn't make any sort of sense, and the entire plot is kind of hinged on it. Also, not much actually happens here. It's a lot of SpongeBob and
I just like me dryly saying, I'm all for nautical nonsense, but guys, it's a step too far. Oh, man.
Patrick derping around. Mr. Krabs is somehow upset with SpongeBob for trying to pull a plug, even though the plug is not the main drain. The episode isn't funny, and there's not really even many attempts at jokes. And of course, it has to be revealed that at the end, it's all just in a story, which is really weird because that means that Mr. Krabs' story was a story within a story. It also means that SpongeBob decided to tell Patrick a story in which Patrick accidentally gets the entire town sucked into a drain to have who knows what happened to them. It's a pretty lame ending. The ending in which they all get sucked into the drain is lame because it's a non-ending, but this is even worse. It's like they decided to cop out of the non-ending in a way that's also kind of a non-ending. It's a Want to see a better version of this episode? Just go watch Hooky. The only thing decent about this is the fact that they had a light twist in that it was Mr. Krabs and Plankton that pulled the main drain, even though Mr. Krabs says it's just two random kids. That's a pretty good twist. It's one that makes sense, especially after having seen Friend or Foe. And if the episode had ended there, it would have been at least a little bit better. 142A, Trench Bill.
Yeah, man, I really go through these Legends of Bikini Bottom, but apparently, I guess I don't really like them generally. Would I rather drop on the deck and flop like a fish? Clearly. Sometimes you change your tone of voice quite a bit that it sounds like you have a different voice actor. That's just audio quality issues. I would record things later and like I'd be farther away from my microphone, or the settings would be different. It's something that you know, if you're not paying attention to, can really get out of hand. Thank you for the super chat, my Steve. Can the word derp become mainstream again, please? B tier review? Yeah, I think so.
SpongeBob and Patrick find themselves surrounded by less than educated
I remember hating
country
this one.
folk. Honestly, one of the things that stood out most to me about this episode is the design choice to have all of the trench billies not have pupils. And I think this has something to do with some real-life anglerfish thing, but I think it's a terrible design choice. I'm just so distracted by it. I don't know, it just doesn't look right. It doesn't look good. But yeah, this is the Hillbilly episode. It's loud, it's gross, it's just not very pleasant. I'm pretty sure SpongeBob and Patrick banjo a guy to death in this episode. Seriously, they get in a banjo playing contest, and then their opponent just up and explodes into a bunch of stars. And we don't see him again for the rest of the episode. He's a named character too. His name is Junior. That whole part is so weird too. He explodes into stars, and then we see a close-up of Patrick's face as he gets a big smile. I don't get it. And speaking of things I don't get, what's with the now or never thing when a character's going into the bathroom? Is it like a passing a kidney stone thing, or something else gross? I don't really know, but they say it multiple times, so they must have thought it was some kind of good joke. It's a SpongeBob. And nothing here is anything close to funny outside of maybe the reference to William Shakespeare. Though I must say I do like the creative choice to make Ma Angler have a light bulb at the end of her antennae, like an anglerfish would have an organic light there. 142B.
I think that's a B tier review. Could have been better. But I, you know, I think I don't talk about kidney stones. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. One of the few things I remember about this episode is the part where SpongeBob and Patrick spit corn at the trench billies. B tier. It's a bit quick. B tier for a bit quick. Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm getting a little bit briefer with these reviews towards the back half here. But it does look like there's a lot of better episodes. There's still a good amount of SpongeBob, but you know, it's a handful of good.
Spongecano. A volcano is about to erupt in Bikini Bottom, and the only way to stop it is with a sacrifice. Firstly, let me say that I really like the song in this episode. It's cute, it's charming, and it's definitely SpongeBob. This episode does things way better than the bad Squid torture episodes in that not too many bad things happen to Squidward here, and he is a very, very big jerk. That being said, this does reuse the whole shtick of Squidward telling SpongeBob to not help him under any circumstances that boating buddies already did. And there really isn't much here that's funny outside of Krabs' bloodlust. So, I'm gonna give it a very low meh. For as many good things that the episode has, like a good song, justifiable treatment of Squidward, and a decent story, it's also not very funny, not very interesting, and does reuse an element from boating buddies. I should also point out that there's a really weird dolphin in this episode, and to be honest, I feel pretty neutral towards him. He didn't make me laugh, but at the same time, I'm not bothered by him in any way. Oh, and apparently Bikini Bottom has a new mayor now. I guess the other one moved to New Kelp City permanently. So, those...
Oh, hey, look at this. Different layout here. Thank you for the super chat, Luker. Are my eyes correct? Did I read this goal right? Gotta make this happen. Yes, we've already hit the part of the goal where I'm gonna watch the crossover Truth or Square review with Mr. Enter, and if you guys get up to 50, we will we'll watch Inclement Hayden Choir Boys. Thank you for the super chat, Shattuck. Spongecano was later referenced in the recent Sonic racing game where SpongeBob and Patrick make an appearance as playable characters with the paddy wagon and Bikini Bottom being a course in the game. What? Okay, next super chat goal. Pie Guy plays Sonic, which he hates, with a weird SpongeBob crossover. Oh gosh. Not really though. Yeah, I think C tier is fine for that review. I don't think there was anything wrong with it, but I feel like I should just talk a little more. But hey, apparently here I do talk a little bit more about these episodes. So let's see what I have to say.
Were the Legends of Bikini Bottom. Apparently, and I say that because I didn't watch this when it happened or really even ever hear about it, so I'm only going by secondhand information here, this is the big special of this season. After seasons 5 and 6 did TV movies, seasons 7 and 8 decided to do these events, which are basically a collection of episodes that all fit around a loose theme. I can't say for season 8 yet, but in terms of what season 7 did here, this was honestly really pointless. And it's not even because this thing got 3 scumbobs, 2 mez, and only 1 good. No, it's more for the fact that the theme here just doesn't really fit. SpongeBob has done supernatural things before. Heck, in this season there is an episode that involves SpongeBob and Patrick being turned into ghosts that isn't in the Legends of Bikini Bottom. So I'm kind of left scratching my head as to what's the point. It's not like this is an unusual thing that happens. We've seen these before, and it's not like these episodes really have that much to do with each other than vague supernatural events that kind of happen in them. I feel like the theme of Legends should have been more specific, like maybe the theme of monsters specifically, and then have like 5 or 6 episodes that were just themed around monsters or something like that. That way it would feel a little bit more special and a little bit more different from other episodes. Because if you didn't know any better, and the only way you'd really know is because of the way they show the title card in a book format, you would really have no idea that these are special in any sort of way. Most of them do feature guest stars, but not all of them, and SpongeBob features guest stars in a lot of episodes, so that's not really that special either. I don't think this is a bad idea, it's just the execution was a bit flawed. It makes me kind of wonder if this was something that had happened later on that Nick decided to throw together than something that was planned out from the beginning, but honestly, I don't know. And it's not like grouping these things up together makes any of them better or worse anyway, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, and if it prevents them from doing another TV movie, I am definitely all for it. 143
Heck
patty
yeah. Good joke on this next one. Yeah, well said, Pie Guy. I guess it's fair enough that I didn't do special slides because there really isn't anything special about the episodes. It's just kind of randomly lumped together. Thank you for the super chat, DDD. Trenchbillies has some pretty nasty implications when you think about the fact that it's a group of hillbillies living in an isolated area. Yikes. But you're probably not wrong. And thank you, Jito the Permer. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chopper. What do you think of Mario Odyssey? I remember way back you and Nathaniel Bandy discussed 3D Mario back when we only had a 5-second tease of Odyssey. Yeah, Odyssey is like one of my favorite games of all time. It was just really everything I could have ever asked for in a modern 3D collectathon. I really, really hope they make a sequel, or at the very least, like a DLC or something. Bonanza was really, really good, really, really good, and it's like a nice kind of half-step sequel, right? But I also would just like a regular Mario Odyssey sequel, or a new Mario game that just uses a similar sort of like there's just collectibles everywhere. I love that. Love it so much. Thank you, Jemmy. Been watching you since I was a hatchling, and it's season 7 Patrick that inspired me to take over the intergalactic dictatorship. Thank you for the laughs, Pie Guy. All right, let's get on to this good joke. All right, see you in a minute, Minecraft.
Wait a minute, you're not the real episode. The real episode is named The Great Patty Caper. It also has the secondary
Clearly I used all my good slide design idea up on the Great Patty Caper. This is pretty cool. I like this. And I even like the italics on the great part. Very smart. But apparently I forgot to put fun fact and highlight on all the slides. Wow. Yeah, usually the special slides are something I work on pretty early in the process because I do have fun designing them. I'm a bad artist, but I do genuinely really like graphic design. Like, I can't draw myself, but the layout of things I really like, and I mean, I wasn't always good at it, clearly, but I like to think that I've grown a lot. But anyway.
Title of Mystery with a Twistery, which, you know, would be less confusing except for the fact that the official title for the episode is The Great Patty Caper. I'd go into further detail, but I'm sure you already understand how stupid it is to have two episodes that are almost identically named, especially one season after the other. Anyway, the episode's about SpongeBob and Patrick having an
It's good that I don't harp on it, right? It's a good point to make, for sure. For sure, we gotta talk about how dumb it is, but there's no reason to harp on it, you know?
exciting train adventure. This episode does things that other specials fail to do, such as having multiple conflicts that SpongeBob has to overcome as the protagonist, being that he has to solve the mystery of what happened to the key, and also try and control the out-of-control train. It feels a lot more cinematic in that way, like an actual movie, where there's not just a major conflict, but a few other minor complications that happen along the way. And while the who stole the key plotline has kind of an unsatisfying payoff, it still is somewhat interesting, and it really kind of makes you wonder where the scene is going. I'm not gonna say it was a good mystery or a well-built-up mystery, but it was enjoyable and it held my interest. Similarly, with the out-of-control train, it actually had some decent tension building. Now, of course, you knew SpongeBob wasn't gonna crash into the old folks' home and kill them all, but the scene is action-packed, and it does a good job.
Pie Guy, you don't know that. You don't know that. Patrick killed Murray Man and Barnacle Boy. You don't know that. Anything can happen.
Job of drawing you in. Additionally, this episode has a lot of gags, and even though a few of them are kinda similar to gags from previous episodes, like having a gross-sounding acronym or having your reflection have a mind of its own, and that I'd be lying if I told you that every gag was funny, there are definitely still a few funny ones, and the fact that the episode is jam-packed with them means that you'll probably laugh at least one of them. My favorite joke in the episode has to be Patrick's pun on how SpongeBob is pooped. At first, when they made a joke about Patrick cleaning up after SpongeBob's accident, I kinda rolled my eyes, but I found the wordplay that followed it incredibly funny. I should also point out that Plankton gets run over by a bus, and when he does, he shouts, "Oh yeah, now you're on time," which is a reference to an earlier scene and not a certain other episode, but out of context, it definitely looks like they were referencing that.
Yikes.
Speaking of which, there's a gag in here where SpongeBob jumps off of a cliff with Patrick on his back, and Patrick starts begging like he thinks that SpongeBob has just made them jump to their deaths. And the joke works, because SpongeBob turns into a hang glider and had no intent of killing either of them. The episode is not without its problems. Like, why was Mr. Krabs punished at the end? What did he do wrong that warranted him getting comeuppance for in this episode? Also, the fact that Patrick had the key the whole time was definitely a letdown. And the scene of the customers going crazy because they don't have Krabby Patties and throwing stuff at Squidward was entirely pointless. I get that the episode was trying to put some pressure on the main character to make it look like SpongeBob was running out of time or something, but considering they never follow up on that scene, it just kinda seems a little out of place. Especially considering Mr. Krabs made it there too. You'd think Squidward would be hoping that he would get there because he knows Mr. Krabs is a lot more competent than SpongeBob. Oh, and the ending is so stupid. For some reason, they flash to the future where SpongeBob is an old man telling the story to his kid? Seeing SpongeBob as an old man with a kid just doesn't seem right. And it also doesn't tie into anything else. It's not like SpongeBob was narrating the story all the way through. It just seems like a really lame thing they tacked on at the end for no reason whatsoever. But these problems are all relatively small. Overall, I enjoyed the special. I consider it good. There are things it could have improved on, and I don't think it's great, but I was entertained. There's mystery, there's action, and there's comedy. Even though each one of those aspects is only done moderately well, all three of them together makes for a pretty enjoyable experience. Episode 140.
I am the old man with the kid. It's true. It's true. I think that's an S tier review, to be honest. What do you guys think? I think I hit a lot of good points. I do have some criticisms, but I don't harp on anything too long. Again, I think very smart that I talk about the name thing up front, but I don't drag it out. A tier, S. I think I'd be happy with an A tier. I think it's at least an A tier. Oh no, we're on that sinking feeling next. Oh boy. S tier? All right, good. Let's do it. I'm trying to move us along a little bit here because we still got a lot to get through.
44A, that sinking feeling. SpongeBob and Patrick's underground shenanigans cause Squidward frustration. This episode is so annoying. I get that the point is that SpongeBob and Patrick are supposed to be annoying Squidward, but holy cow, please do it in a way that is less irritating to the audience. You start off with SpongeBob and Patrick doing their obnoxious, stupid laugh, then they start screaming to each other, then there's a bunch of digging. You want to see some non-audience annoying examples of SpongeBob annoying Squidward with sound? Look to Jellyfish Jam or Bubble Stand. Those episodes knew how to do it with either entertaining music or intermittent periods of construction sounds, so as not to bother the audience. And that's the whole episode. It's a SpongeBob and Patrick annoy Squidward episode. It's just been so played out, especially after season 6, that this just feels so forgettable. I mean, the main gimmick of the episode, SpongeBob and Patrick going underground, is something they've already done with Chum Caverns, and much better in that episode. I don't really have much else to say. It was annoying and bland. It's very clearly a SpongeBob episode. The only thing relatively amusing is Gelatin Squidward. I wonder if the title of the episode refers to the quality of this show. 144B.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was an awful review, but it's not a review that reflects how much I hated this episode. S tier review. No, I don't think so. I kind of think it might be a D tier review. I don't know. Like, yeah, D, honestly. Yeah, no, I mean, I think you grew to hate it more with time. That's fair. That is fair. That's fair. Don't remember the episode. Not an interesting episode. Okay, that's fair. I mean, it's hard to... Okay, I'll bump it up to C. I'll bump it up to C, because it is very hard to talk about episodes that are just like... I just feel like the episode has nothing. You know, like, what am I going to do? Sit here for a minute and be like, this episode has nothing. It has less than nothing. It has absolutely zero going on. There's nothing it brings to the table. There's nothing. I'm so bored when I watch it. I hate it. I don't want to watch it anymore. You know, like, I can't... What am I going to do? What am I going to do, right? I can't do that. I can't do that. Definitely I could talk more about it. Oh, I did a square theory on it. Okay. It spawned a meme, so it gets points. It did? Oh, no. Have I become the meme? We'll D tier, C tier. Thank you, Dorothy. TSF could have been the second SpongeBob times 3. You guys really love the triple SpongeBob. I'll have to remember that when I'm doing new reviews. If there's something I really don't like, I'll do something like that. Yeah, I'll just do the Willy Wonka speech. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Scumbog for the Scumbog. I know a lot of people, most people I think, like this episode way more than I do. But it's not about if you agree with the review. It's if it's a good review or not. And I think we can throw it in C. Just because it's such a bland episode. And if someone's gonna ask me, like, do I still feel that way? I don't remember anything about the episode. I got nothing. So I have no idea, genuinely, if it's as bad as past me said.
Karate Star. Patrick has trouble controlling his new karate abilities. This episode is a lot like Karate Choppers, and I mean a lot like it. It involves a character becoming addicted to karate and destroying a bunch of stuff. Weirdly enough, though, it doesn't feel like a ripoff. It just kind of feels like a sequel episode exploring similar concepts. The main difference being that Patrick unleashes his karate onto the world, whereas in Karate Choppers, SpongeBob was trying to repress it. It feels like it's been forever since we've had a karate episode on the show. What was the last one, like Karate Island in Season 4? So for once, they're bringing back a concept that hasn't been run into the ground. And it's just kind of nice to see some of the karate stuff. It provides some good action for the episode, as well as a vehicle for a lot of jokes. And even though Patrick acts kinda like a jerk here, SpongeBob calls him out on it, and Patrick learns his lesson. I wouldn't say the episode is loaded with jokes, but there's quite a few, and a couple of them that are really funny. For some reason, the mislead of Patrick about to karate chop a baby is really funny. Sometimes the show just really knows how to do some dark humor. I also like Squidward muttering to himself about the magazine, and how Patrick mistakes kitchen sponges for SpongeBob. It's a good episode. I don't think it's quite anywhere near as good as Karate Choppers, but it definitely has a lot of enjoyable moments. It's a simple story that just works. My only real complaint is the fact that Sandy doesn't appear in the episode. Karate is the thing that SpongeBob and Sandy do together. You would think SpongeBob would at least mention her in the episode, or at least give her a tiny cameo. Like maybe when Patrick goes out of control, SpongeBob has to call Sandy in to come and fight Patrick so Patrick stops chopping everything. It is noticeable that she isn't there, but nowhere near enough to ruin the episode in any capacity. 145A.
What do we think? S or A tier on that one? I think that was a really good review. It's a good review of a good episode, which is always nice. Apparently, a lot of people hate this episode. Thank you, Bailey. Do a fake out where you say it twice and stop abruptly. A tier? All right, A tier it is. Buried in Time. Huh. I don't remember this one.
Buried in Time. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward get stuck in a time capsule. I think the worst part about this episode is that the plankton stuff feels really out of place. Like, the story is about the future and time capsules and all this stuff, and then halfway in, Mr. Krabs just randomly decides to throw the Krabby Patty secret formula into the time capsule, which prompts Plankton to get involved in the plot. He wasn't introduced at the very beginning, so you're not really expecting it to be a plankton episode, and he really doesn't add too much to this. That being said, the majority of the rest of this, being about SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward being stuck in the time capsule, is an idea that has been thoroughly explored in other episodes, like Truth or Square and Wishing You Well. We've seen these characters get stuck together, and SpongeBob and Patrick annoying Squidward while they're stuck in this enclosed space. Really, the only thing this episode brings to the table is the characters' speculation on the future. And honestly, if the episode had just been that, the characters get stuck in a time capsule and then think of what they would like the future to be like, that could have actually been a good premise for an episode, especially if they had the framing device of them getting stuck inside the time capsule and having each character tell a, 3 or 4 minute story. I think that could have been cool, but that's not what this episode is. Each of their future flash forwards is about 45 seconds long. I do really enjoy Squidward's sarcastic appraisal of the guy's dish. That part was pretty funny. Although it is interesting to note that even though the dish gets smashed by SpongeBob, it still appears in the time capsule later on. Speaking of the background of the time capsule, I do like the Man Ray style magazine. By far the best part of this episode is the fact that they actually brought back the everything is chrome in the future gag. They don't often bring gags back, but this one was one that I was so happy to see. And I wish they kept the chrome thing in every incarnation of the future of SpongeBob, but unfortunately they don't, and it's just a nice special thing they did for this episode. All that being said though, it's a pretty inoffensive episode. There's nothing in here that's annoying or frustrating. It's just a little bit sloppy and lacks focus in the story department, and there isn't really much new being brought to the table here. So it's gonna get a meh. Glad I checked it out once, but it's not something I would ever intentionally go back and watch again.
I thought that was an A tier review. I like that one. I think I described it pretty well. It's one of those things where those episodes where you just put like SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward together, it's like all of it just hinges on how funny it can be. You know, if you're gonna put them in a location, you know, where they're secluded, it just lives or dies on how funny it is. Like I could watch 10 episodes, right, that are just those 3 characters stuck somewhere, as long as all 10 of those episodes have good jokes and good banter between them. You know, that's the thing. Pycon eyes so tiny. Yeah, they are. This is definitely one of the more off-model Pycons. I don't know, but it is a funny face. I like it. Oh, this episode. I think this review got me not in trouble, but you know, is a little controversial, I guess. It's different from what other people's general views on this. I gotta be careful what I say, because saying things like, oh, this got me in trouble, or people yelled at me, it's like, it's not seriously. I'm not actually talking about getting harassed or anything. I'm just talking about, like, I think a lot of people maybe disagreed with this one. And that's, again, completely fine. Thank you for the super chat, Pranav Rao. Gone could have been titled SpongeBob Alone. All right.
Ha, hoo, Tiki. 145B, Enchanted Tiki Dreams. SpongeBob and Patrick.
Is this voice offensive to something? I genuinely don't know. Our Tiki head's a protected class.
Paradise for Squidward. This episode is somewhat of an inverse of Squid's visit. That episode had the writing staff realize what they've been doing with the Squid torture episodes and actually rolling with it and tried to play up SpongeBob being a creepy stalker who is out to get Squidward. This episode is also an acknowledgement of the Squid torture formula, and rather than trying to play it up as a legitimate story point, they decided to try and do the opposite and try and redeem SpongeBob and Patrick. Of course, when you do this kind of story, you have to show SpongeBob and Patrick, well, abusing Squidward at the very beginning of it to establish that as a fact, but unlike something like A Day Without Tears, I don't think they drag it out too long. One of the smarter things they do is they have a title card that says one incredibly annoying shift later. At this point in the series, we know how annoying SpongeBob and Patrick can be, and we know how easily agitated Squidward can be. We don't need to have it be super drawn out. And while I do still think they showed a little bit too much of that in the beginning, I definitely think that title card was a clever way to skip through a lot of it, since the audience is already familiar with this. And the rest of the episode is about SpongeBob and Patrick realizing that Squidward is miserable being neighbors to them and having to deal with their antics, and deciding to try and do something genuinely nice that actually helps to make him feel better. And for once, they actually succeed, at least for a little while. And that's really the best part. It is nice that after everything Squidward's been through, to just get an episode where he gets to be happy for a little while, and where SpongeBob and Patrick do genuinely help him. In terms of avoiding the bad Squid torture aspects, I think this episode does everything right. But... and here's the big but. I don't think this is a compelling story. While it's nice to see SpongeBob and Patrick do some good, it just isn't much of a story. There's a lot of this episode that's just Squidward being happy. And it's great to see, but it shouldn't be at the expense of an actually interesting story or jokes. There isn't really much comedy here. The bit with the eel is definitely funny, but pretty much nothing else in this episode is. So I'm gonna give this one a meh. I understand the appeal of it, and I can totally see why a lot of people really like this, but for me, this isn't an episode that I'm gonna want to come back to. The song is nice, but it's just that, nice. And in fact, that's what I would call this episode for the most part. It's nice. And the thing is, there's no reason why they couldn't have had this episode and yet still actually have more conflict. What if the episode was about SpongeBob and Patrick trying desperately to uphold the ruse that is this paradise? Instead of seeing everything from Squidward's point of view, we got to see from SpongeBob and Patrick's how they were very desperately trying to keep the illusion together and how they just barely avoid it all coming undone at several points in the episode. I think that would have made a great story where not only do we get everything we get here, but we also get to see the hard work that SpongeBob and Patrick actually did in putting all this together. And you could have it end where it just falls apart, or you could have it end with Squidward becoming greedy and pushing everything too far, trying to abuse the whole Tiki land and avoiding work and running SpongeBob and Patrick ragged, kind of like in Can You Spare a Dime? 146A.
I thought that was a good review. I'd give that an A. I thought that was very nice. Again, I know other people disagree with the actual ranking, but I think I justified it pretty well about why I felt the way I do, and it's totally fine if some people enjoy episodes just on vibes, but I expect a little more narrative, even if some of it is vibes, or most of it is vibes is fine. But yeah, are we out of the SpongeBob review era? Yeah. Thankfully, the ending of season 7 is. I don't think it looks great, but I mean it's at least there's a little bit of red going on here. Thank you for the super chat, Ark. Honestly, kids having phones look so unnatural. They look like they're writing an important business email or something. Yeah, they do look very, very focused when they're on their phones. Thank you, Sammy. I don't know what to say, so I'll just say hi. Hello to you as well. Okay.
The abrasive side. SpongeBob gets a more aggressive personality. Much like in Overbooked, this is an episode about SpongeBob not being able to stand up for himself and always wanting to please everyone else. Which, once again, is just a plot that feels natural for the character. And of course, this is taken in the opposite direction of Overbooked, where the plot is about SpongeBob actually trying to do something about being a pushover. And no, it doesn't involve getting lessons from Plankton. The episode is also another one of those opposite character episodes where it turns the normally very kind SpongeBob into a rude, aggressive jerk. And it is glorious. From him being mean to Squidward and having Squidward actually be so happy at this fact, to him being mean to Patrick
Patrick and then nice to Patrick and then mean to Patrick again, which makes Patrick so dang confused. It's just great. There are some really fantastic gags in this, and as a story, it just works so well. Conceptually speaking, it's really interesting too, seeing as a lot of cleaning tools have these rough sides to them. And if you can even believe it, I liked the ending to this episode. You know SpongeBob's grandma's going to have the abrasive side on her face, but the way they build it up and the way she's sitting in a rocking chair facing away from SpongeBob is some successfully creepy atmosphere. It's one of those rare times that the show doesn't really end on a joke, but more of a really creepy moment. And I think it works really well here. It's a good episode. There's not really much to dislike. Yeah, Patrick's skin is a little bit gross, but I don't think it's too gross. And the part with Sandy is a little bit awkward. It's supposed to be an invisibility ray, yet for some reason it like makes her head really big and then makes her not be able to talk. It kind of seems like Sandy accidentally disintegrated her own head, but seeing as she shows up again later on in the episode, it's not really that big a deal. And I guess the only other negative thing I have to say about the episode is that it's not entirely clear how this abrasive side works. How come in the first part of the episode, SpongeBob doesn't know that this other side is being rude to people, and then after he sees himself in the mirror, he can suddenly hear what the abrasive side has to say? But hey, it's a cartoon and it's a cartoony concept, so it's alright if it's a little bit unclear. You just kind of go with the fuzzy logic, because it is a really entertaining and funny episode. Oh, and you have to love the fact that this episode involves SpongeBob repeatedly missing a bus that is planned to go to Glove World. If that isn't a fantastic reference to a classic episode, I don't know what is. 146.
They really did seem to start referencing old SpongeBob here, but it does seem very toned down. Like, not every episode has references, and they seem more of just like a little wink and a nod instead of full-on bringing back characters. A for Abrasive? Yeah, I thought that was an A tier. By the way, since we've done an episode on, like, the abrasive sponges, I have to ask, have they done a Scrub Daddy episode of SpongeBob where, like, SpongeBob meets another sponge and it looks like a Scrub Daddy? Because that seems like the sort of thing they would do these days. Thank you for the super chat, Infinity. The lack of conflict is part of the appeal of Enchanted Tiki Dreams IMO. You know, fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair. Sponge Daddy. Oh, gosh. SpongeBob becomes a sugar baby to Scrub Daddy. Oh, I hate that sentence popped into my head, and I hate that I said it. I'm so sorry. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let's move on.
6B, Earworm. SpongeBob gets a song stuck in his head. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, this is a good episode. I've seen this concept be done on other shows like Dexter's Lab, but this is a great take on it. It's an awesome story because it's so relatable. I can't tell you how many songs I've gotten stuck in my head, including the one from this episode. And I'm sure a lot of people would see that as a negative, that the show actually does infect you with an earworm, but I don't think that at all. I think the fact that the earworm has an earworm in it that affects you too just shows you how effective the episode is. And what a catchy, fun song it is. And I think the episode is smart in how it shows you different parts of the song at different times in the episode. So it's definitely not as repetitive as it could have been. I also like SpongeBob's slow descent into madness. It's a very regular occurrence on SpongeBob to have characters go crazy. And we've seen SpongeBob have a very similar meltdown in Pickles, but this episode just takes it and runs with it. It makes SpongeBob go completely bonkers. And I like how everyone comes together to save SpongeBob in the end. You get a feeling that the characters actually genuinely care about the guy, which doesn't happen that often. It's neat to see Squidward, Sandy, and Mr. Krabs all give their attempts to get the earworm out of his ear. It's really not that often that Squidward gets to be the one to save the day. And the funniest part of the episode for me has to be the part where SpongeBob starts imagining Mr. Krabs singing the song. The transition between him talking and singing is just so funny it has to be seen to be believed. It's an episode so good, you're gonna listen again to the musical doodle. I mean, watch it again. 147.
Huh. I thought that was a solid review. Nothing crazy, but I think I explained pretty well. I gotta say that fun fact is pretty lame. Pie Guy, you gotta do better on that. In real life, getting a song stuck in your head can happen. Like, come on. Come on, dude. Oh, goodness. A tier? B tier? S tier? No, I don't think it's S tier. I think it's A tier. Yeah, I think it's one of those shorter reviews that actually says what it needs to say pretty quickly. I also really like squeezing the worm in the in the space between the P and the I. I thought that was good touch. Good touch, Pie Guy. Thank you for the super chat, Shattuck. Fun fact, Musical Doodle is a song performed by the Sonars, which is also my favorite part. You know what? That would have been a better fun fact. Fair. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Like SpongeBob's slow descent into madness. It's a very irregular occurrence on SpongeBob to have characters go crazy. And we've seen SpongeBob have a very similar meltdown in Pickles, but this episode just takes it and runs with it. It makes SpongeBob go completely bonkers. And I like how everyone comes together to save
Oops, I don't know. I didn't mean to just keep playing Earworm.
Watch it again. 147A.
Why don't I just play the Earworm review over and over again until it gets stuck in your heads? We went backwards because I wanted to look at the slide. My bad.
Hide, and then what happens? SpongeBob attempts to teach Patrick hide-and-go-seek. If I could sum this episode up in one word, it would be frustrating. The opening bit to this episode is so painfully unfunny. It's just SpongeBob explaining what hide-and-go-seek is, and Patrick not getting it. And by not getting it, I mean Patrick is insanely forgetful. Do the writers know that forgetfulness and stupidity are not the same trait? And watching this character not being able to remember what was told to him 2 seconds before multiple times in a very short period of time is very frustrating. I understand that this is a comedy bit, and this sort of bit can work, but here it just doesn't. I just hate it when Patrick halts the episodes because he is too stupid or forgetful or uncaring to be able to do even the most basic of things. I get that that's the joke, but it should not have gone on this long. And speaking of jokes going on for this long, we get an overly long gag with SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff. And yes, this one does rival the doorbell in Pet or Pests. SpongeBob going, "Are you sure?" to Mrs. Puff over and over again. This sort of joke worked in Just One Bite and Midlife Crustacean, but that's because those episodes didn't push it this far. Not only is SpongeBob repeating this a bunch of times, but his inflection gets even more annoying every single time he does it. This is a scumbag. Am I sure? Am I really sure? Am I really? Yes, I'm really sure. And when the episode isn't being frustrating and annoying with its overly long gags, it's just kind of boring. One of the problems here is that the episode revealed to us that Patrick is hiding under his rock at the very beginning, meaning there's no tension or suspense in SpongeBob looking around. We, the audience, know exactly where Patrick is, so we know that SpongeBob's attempts are going to be futile. Again, I get that that's supposed to be a joke, but it just kind of makes SpongeBob's parts feel pointless. And it's not like they were very interesting to begin with anyway. SpongeBob actually travels to several different locations here, including Mrs. Puff's boating school, Sandy's tree dome, and the Krusty Krab. It could have been an interesting episode about SpongeBob going to all these locales, trying to sniff out where Patrick actually is, but instead they go for some uninspired and cheap gags. The only thing I like about this episode is Patrick not star. The weirdness in his design, his voice, and the message he gives is just so interesting. Maybe it's because the rest of the episode is dull, but he just really stands out as something very memorable, even though he's not very funny. I guess I should also point out that Patrick played hide and seek with his monster a few episodes ago. I know I shouldn't expect continuity or anything, I'm just pointing it out. 147.
I do that a lot in this review. I'm like, I want to point this out, but I don't want it to seem like I'm complaining too hard. People saying S tier review? Really? I think it's an A tier. I think that's fair. Thank you, Pranavrao. This episode was tedious, and thank you, my Steve. My dad heard the "Are you sure?" joke when I was a kid and tormented me with it for years. I will be right back. I am going to hit the bathroom again and probably get some water and stuff, so I'll be back in a minute or two. BRB. Sorry about that, everyone. Too much liquid death. I'm back. Okay. Where were we? Are you sure you're done with the bathroom? Are you sure you're ready to sit down? Are you sure you're able to focus on us? Am I really sure? Am I really sure? Yes, I'm sure. Did I? We got a super chat. Okay. Thank you, Printivrow. Stanley S. SquarePants for life. I do not endorse that message. I hope Pie Guy got the water before he went to the bathroom. Oh, gosh. Okay. Where are we? Shellback Shenanigans. Oh, also, I did forget to mention, the musical doodle, I can still kind of vaguely remember the song, so it must be pretty dang catchy if I can remember it without having seen the episode in years.
7B, Shellback Shenanigans. Plankton impersonates Gary in an attempt to steal the formula. Because it's not like this is the 4th time we've seen this plot and the 3rd time we've seen it this season. Yeah, seriously, they did another one of these episodes, but the good news is that I think of the 3 in season 7, this one is the best.
Did I forget what the number of the season we were on? That sounded like an obvious audio splice there. Hang on.
And the 3rd time we've seen it this season. Yeah, seriously, they did another one of these episodes, but the good news is that I think of the 3 in season 7, this one is the best of them. There are some jokes here that actually work. I like the really subtle one of Plankton thinking that the heart monitor is Karen. I like how the nurse overreacts at what she thinks is a very sick snail. And the comedy routine of he said what is actually funny here because they don't drag it out for too long. Also, Plankton pretending to be Gary while also talking to SpongeBob is pretty funny, but it's not like the episode is very funny, and this is still the 4th time that this has happened on the show, so it's gotta get a meh. Also, the beginning part with Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob talking about how they're out of Krabby Patties does drag on a bit long. While that scene is important, it definitely could have happened faster, leaving more time for the main focus of the episode. Ultimately, if I wanted to see a very similar story be done in a much funnier way, I would have just watched Imitation Krabs. And man, am I hoping that there isn't going to be an episode at some point later in the series where Plankton impersonates Patrick. 148.
Well, chat, is there an episode where Plankton impersonates Patrick? I know there's one where, like... Isn't there one where Plankton, like, attaches himself to SpongeBob's tongue or something? I don't know why I... Did I see that episode? Did I see a review of that episode or something? No, there is not. Okay, good. Oh, wait, yeah, kind of. Oh. Okay. Oh, gosh. I feel like the writers must have cards up in the writer's room that are just like blank impersonates blank as they spin a wheel. In the comic it happened. Oh, SpongeBob's tongue, yep. Yeah. Debatably the end of Inside Job is that. Fair. Huh. There's an episode where he pretends to be Patrick's conscious. Oh, I might have seen that one. How would you feel about an episode where Plankton impersonates Squidward? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what would change. Thank you, Pernavrow. He impersonated one of SpongeBob's family members, if I recall. Oh, good. Oh, good.
Hey,
oh,
the
anyway,
masterpiece. Mr.
How was that review? It's hard to... I don't know. I think it's maybe a C. I just kind of compare it to the other ones. I say it's a little better. It's not a great review, but it's fine. I really don't think... I think, like, the Plays the Thing and... Yeah, really just the Plays the Thing is the only really dud review so far. I might have put SpongeBob's Last Stand lower. Well, I don't even know. You know what? C is fine. C is fine for it. You guys voted on it. I probably would put it in C to split the difference. But yeah. Pat Nocchio. Yeah, that is an episode.
Krabs has Squidward create a statue to compete with another restaurant. This isn't the first time we've seen Mr. Krabs try to out-gimmick another restaurant. That first happened in Patty Hype. We also see Squidward chiseling, which is something we've seen in Artist Unknown. And the...
Alright, maybe it's getting a little annoying, Pie Guy. You gotta be careful with how many times you do this sort of thing where you say it's like this and like this and like this, because we could really draw some comparisons all day long to every other episode, but it doesn't matter unless it's like a significant part of it, you know?
story of Mr. Krabs creating a play area to attract kids is something that he already did in Krabby Land. The fact that these concepts have been used in other episodes, and the fact that in general, the story and the comedy in this episode are pretty lukewarm, means that this is gonna get a meh. While it's certainly not outright bad, this just doesn't bring anything new to the table. It's not particularly funny, and the story itself just isn't that interesting. It doesn't do anything wrong per se, it's just one of those episodes that gets lost in the shuffle because it does things that better episodes have already done before it. I kind of like the argument between the artist and the director, but they don't really go into that in too much detail here. Maybe if this episode was more about trying to create actual art instead of trying to create a play area, that could have been explored a little bit more, but as it stands, this episode just doesn't have that much to offer. I will say though that the design of the masterpiece itself is pretty cool. I especially like the forks for eye sockets. 148.
I think that could be a D. Honestly, I think it's like the plays the thing where I'm just kind of like, I don't know, it's middle of the road. And you know what? I'll say something honestly. I think it's okay to have a few D tier episode reviews, just because they can't all be bangers, you know? I would love it if they all were bangers, but if we don't even have a SpongeBob review, if the worst is 2 D tiers, or maybe even like a third one, like, that's fine. That's fine. Not every episode can get a great review. I mean, I would love it if everything was great, but, you know, it's fine.
B. Whelk Attack. Whelk's rampage through Bikini Bottom. When I said that the Legends of Bikini Bottom weren't special because there are other episodes that do very similar things to them, this is one of those episodes. It's an episode that is basically a cheesy science fiction horror movie about a bunch of monsters invading the town. And it is way more action-packed and interesting than the monster who came to Bikini Bottom. Yeah, this is a great story. Early in the episode, SpongeBob is established as being able to use his absorption abilities to suck up the slime that the Whelks leave behind, which is an ability that will be later used in the climax. I also like how the stakes feel high in this episode. The town is being destroyed and rampage and everyone's been eaten. You really get the feeling that SpongeBob and Patrick are desperately trying to stay alive through this mess. I like the design of the Whelks too, and I really like the twist ending where it turns out that the Whelks were only cranky because they had the suds, which SpongeBob mentions he's had before, in a very rare bit of continuity. Also,
Not as rare as you might think, Pie Guy. Thank you for the super chat, D.
For some strange reason, this episode looks like it was meant to be in 3D, or possibly that it's parodying 3D movies, which kind of makes sense, because they are doing one of those cheesy science fiction monster invasion type stories, but for whatever reason it's there, and honestly it looks really interesting. It provides us with some unusual angles that you wouldn't ordinarily see on this show, like when SpongeBob is flailing his arms right in front of the camera. In terms of comedy, it's a little bit light, but I can definitely forgive it because it's a more story and action-oriented episode. The one joke that did really make me laugh out loud was when SpongeBob and Patrick enter the Krusty Krab that's been eaten inside the Whelk's belly, and Squidward, in the most deadpan of ways, just says, "We're closed, come back tomorrow." It's a good episode, and I wish more of them would go the more action-oriented route. 149.
That wasn't a great review. I think it's maybe a C tier. I don't say a whole lot about it. Honestly, I don't remember the episode, but for A or B tier, really? You guys think that was a good review? C tier, B tier. I mean, I'll give it a B tier if you guys want. C tier, B tier, B tier. All right, I'm seeing a lot of B tiers. I guess I do say some stuff about the kind of cinematography in the episode, so to speak. We're hitting that end of the season dead zone. Yeah, all right, we'll throw it in B tier.
A. You don't know Sponge. SpongeBob finds out that Patrick knows nothing about him. And I will say, once again, that stupidity and memory are two different things. Even stupid people can remember things that they actually care about or see as important. And once again, while I get that they are overplaying it for comedy, watching Patrick bumble around completely forgetting very obvious facts about SpongeBob is really irritating. The first part of this episode is just so slow and humorless. Granted, the whole thing is humorless, but especially that first part. In fact, the only thing that I actually laughed at in the entire episode is when Patrick guesses amorphous for SpongeBob's shape. But other than that, the first half of this is just so tedious and slow. I get that they want to set up that Patrick doesn't remember things about SpongeBob, but you don't need to draw it out for this long. Watching Patrick try to remember the blindingly obvious is way more frustrating than it is comedic. And the second half of this episode is There's not really much memorable about it. Patrick redeems the situation by buying SpongeBob one thing that SpongeBob likes, which doesn't really solve the problem in the long run. I mean, yeah, it's nice that Patrick actually went out of his way to buy SpongeBob a gift and actually remembered that it's something that SpongeBob would like, but it's not like Patrick made any steps into trying to remember what SpongeBob tells him more and be less careless about information that's going into his brain. The episode is slow, it's frustrating, it's got a lot of that Patrick quote-unquote stupidity, which really just brings down and derails a lot of episodes where he's acting like this. It's a pretty boring SpongeBob. Also, I should point out that the second half of this episode is nothing but SpongeBob moping and throwing himself a pity party while crying. Under the right context, this sort of thing is fine, but considering the first half of the episode is so slow and dull, and the conflict isn't very interesting, this part is grating as well. Much like in Squid's visit, this episode acknowledges something, like Patrick being a terrible friend, but doesn't actually do anything to solve the issue. It just tries to embrace and run with something a lot of us hate, instead of actually fixing or changing the problem. Oh, and also Patrick does the lead thing from Shanghai. That's the only other thing aside from amorphous that is actually somewhat entertaining. 149.
I thought that was an A-tier review. I think I hit the points pretty well. Again, I think I'm getting a little too referential. Thank you, Preamble. The magic shop from Fun returns here. That's pretty cool. Again, I like when they do stuff like that, just locations that aren't like just like a wink continuity thing. It's you know, just a natural part of SpongeBob's world. But yeah, I think it's an A-tier review. Do I think some episodes I rated good in season 7 would get a meh or SpongeBob if they were just plopped in the middle of 1 through 3? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough because it's not like I'm rewatching the whole series every time I do these, you know, each individual season. The standard and the bar definitely has gotten lowered as the season reviews go on. That's just kind of a fact, I think. But it's hard. It's really hard. I think I appreciate the episodes for what they are, and I don't know. Part of it is lowering your expectations just a little bit, at least, knowing that it's not the same thing as classic SpongeBob, and it's good for what it is. But I don't know. It's tough to say. Thank you, Preamble. You don't know Sponge more boring than Atlantis? I don't really actually remember the episode, so I can't tell you. All right. Tunnel of Glove.
And B, Tunnel of Glove. SpongeBob gets stuck on a ride with Pearl. So this is a SpongeBob Pearl team-up episode, which is a combination we don't get to see very often, and the episode takes place at Glove World. In general, I find that this episode is just meh. It's very mediocre. The story is alright. It's cool to see SpongeBob and Pearl bonding, and they do pull off some pretty creepy imagery with the robots in the tunnel, and I really like the faces that SpongeBob makes while imitating all of these horror movie creatures. And heck, Patrick doesn't even bug me in this episode, and he's managing to do a lot of really stupid things. But I don't find his antics funny either. The story just isn't that memorable or interesting. When you get right down to it, SpongeBob and Pearl don't actually really do much to help themselves out of the situation. Pretty much everything that happens is because of Patrick's stupidity. And if it was going to be really funny, there's nothing wrong with that, but from a story perspective, I had kinda hoped our characters would have something to overcome here. There really isn't much else to say. It's okay, and I'm sure if you're a shipper, you'd like this episode. But for me, this just falls into the very middle-of-the-road territory. Nothing bothered me in it, but nothing made me want to come back for more. Also, why does the Tunnel of Glove have a butt in the middle of its palm? Seriously, look at that picture. That's a butt right there. 158.
It sounds like I got really cut off. Yeah, I apparently misspelled fiery. Honestly, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the fact that it sounds like I get cut off is pretty good. I think that's kind of funny. Yeah, the shipping thing is definitely cringe. I mean, I'm not a shipper. I never shipped Pearl and SpongeBob, but there are people out there for sure. It's like a B tier review. C or D? All right, we'll put it in C. Shipping Pearl is like 16, but listen. One thing I will say is just that ages in SpongeBob are really, really weird in general. I'm not condoning it, and like I said, I'm not a shipper myself, but I think the episode, it's certainly something. B tier, A tier because the cutoff. We'll go B tier. We'll go B tier for the good cutoff joke at the end. Again, if I had said that I shipped that, I think that would be a problem, but, Anyway.
Nothing bothered me in it, but nothing made me want to accidentally create for more.
Oh, the Wiener episode!
Why does the Tunnel of Glove have a butt in the middle of its palm? Seriously, look at that picture. That's a butt right there. 150A, Krusty Dogs. SpongeBob accidentally creates the Krusty Krab version of a hot dog. Oh boy, reviewing this episode is going to present me with a little bit of a challenge here. I'm not entirely sure I can do it and still convince you guys that I am a mature adult. There is one thing in this episode that I find really funny, and that is SpongeBob, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, and the background fish repeatedly saying wiener. Especially the part where SpongeBob whispers to Squidward, wiener. Look, it's a funny word for a number of reasons which I won't be getting into. It just honestly makes me laugh and surprised me how many times they use that word in the episode. Oh sure, they occasionally call them Krusty Dogs, but overwhelmingly the word wiener is used. They knew what they were doing. Aside from that, Squidward is really funny to watch. It's another one of those episodes where most of Squid's lines are just flat, negative, deadpan lines. And as far as the story, it's a good one. It's a very simple story of how SpongeBob accidentally creates a successor to the Krabby Patty. It makes sense why Mr. Krabs would want to replace patties with dogs because they're making him more money, and it makes sense that SpongeBob would want to go back to the Krabby Patties because that's what he truly loves. It's a good episode. It's not a super original plot or anything, but it's one that works. And in fact, some of this reminds me of the Krusty Sponge, though this definitely takes it in a different direction. So it's a nice story, and if you are as immature as I am, you will definitely enjoy the wiener thing a lot. And even aside from the wiener thing, there are other good jokes in here, like how the kid and his mom kick Squidward while he's in the costume, and how the mom tells her kid to start looking at colleges now so he doesn't end up like Squidward. Heck, even the long gag of Mr. Krabs dragging the grill across the floor of the Krusty Krab very slowly works here. 150B.
Alright, I'm gonna have you guys vote on this episode because this is up to you. I think this is a very solid review, but I don't... I also just really find this episode funny for kind of stupid reasons. So did I convince you? Not necessarily that you like the episode, but did I do a good job reviewing it? Wieners. Thank you for the super chat, Chico. I saw that the super chat goal was dropping... or saw the super chat goal and dropping stuff towards the goal. Well, thank you. Thank you, Prenavrow. They redid this episode in season 13, Hot Cross Nuts. Seriously? They went from... They did... Okay. Alright, yeah. Thank you, Alex. What is the best song in Mugenics, and more importantly, where's that smell coming from? Yeah, appropriately for this stream, the best song in Mugenics is Chum Bucket Kitty. There are great songs, and I'm trying to think if... Nah, it's Chum Bucket Kitty. Come on. Thank you, DDD. There's a season 13 episode called Hot Cross Nuts that has Sandy work at the Krusty Krab and make barbecued nuts and has lots of nuts jokes. Come on now. Seriously? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. All right. You guys think A tier? I am happy to put this in A tier. You guys just enjoyed me saying wiener. Just be honest. You're as immature as I am. Scared of my own immaturity. All right. Your favorite nuts are almonds? Almonds are pretty good. I think cashews are probably mine. Walnuts are pretty good too.
Wreck of the Mauna Loa. SpongeBob and Patrick try to keep their new fort a secret. This is another one of those episodes that I consider to be just middle of the road. I didn't really think that anything here was funny, and the story itself isn't super interesting, but it's interesting enough to hold my attention, and none of the characters are acting obnoxiously. Mr. Krabs is certainly a jerk, but he gets his comeuppance for it. I like the little song SpongeBob sings about the Mauna Loa. It's just the episode doesn't really have anything that makes it really stand out. The location is cool, but it's not anything that unusual. It's another ship. We've seen ships on SpongeBob before. It gets a meh, and that's all I have to say about that. 151A. New fishing.
Wow. That is not a great review. Like, how short was that? It's like 40 seconds. Dear SpongeBob. You guys think SpongeBob? SpongeBob. Yeah, all right. We'll throw it in SpongeBob. I really don't say anything at all. It's clearly end of the season burnout. Yeah, I know. It shouldn't happen. I wish I had done it better, but it is what it is.
Ship. We've seen ships on SpongeBob.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Lunember. Mine are pecans, and there's a cookie called Pecan Sandies. Huh, how appropriate. Thank you, Shedek. I doubt you would do it, but would you ever review the 3D SpongeBob games you've done on your second channel? Probably not. Honestly, if you want to see reviews of the SpongeBob games, might I suggest my good friend Shadowstreak. He reviewed every SpongeBob game. Period. End of sentence. He did it in every episode, every video game of SpongeBob reviewed. So go check that out, because he is awesome.
SpongeBob before. It gets a meh, and that's all I have to say about that. 151A. New fish in town. Squidward tries to keep his new neighbor friend away from SpongeBob and Patrick. I really like the basic concept of this episode. The idea of a new neighbor coming into the mix and offsetting the balance so that it's two stuffy neighbors and two annoying ones. Giving Squidward someone to actually relate to and have as a friend. And the idea of wanting to keep him away from SpongeBob and Patrick so he doesn't realize what terrible neighbors they are and move away is also one that works. Unfortunately though, I think this works a lot better on paper than it does as this actual episode. Because here, it's honestly so boring. The scenes with the new neighbor and Squidward are just really dry and dull. And SpongeBob and Patrick do nothing but run around and giggle the entire episode. It's not, like, outrageously bad or frustrating or infurious, but I was so bored watching this. I wish they had just had some better jokes or made the neighbor a little bit more interesting or done something to spice this all up. It's really sad to see them take such a promising concept and just not do much with it. And the ending feels like such a cop-out too. Oh, he pops one bubble and then all of a sudden he's totally on board with the bubble-blowing jellyfishing lifestyle he was so against. And yeah, I get it. A lot of people that have prejudices are suppressing the very thing that they hate, but it should have been something a little bit bigger and more dramatic or more interesting than him just popping one bubble and reconfiguring his entire lifestyle. I get that this is SpongeBob and it's supposed to be simple and stuff, but if they're gonna go for more of a plot here than comedy, they should make more of an effort into making that at least be a bigger moment than it was in the episode. And heck, I don't think they even squeezed that moment for as much comedic potential as it had. Speaking of which, I didn't even crack a smile at any of the jokes in this episode. Not that there were many to begin with. It's gonna get a SpongeBob. It's certainly on the lighter side of SpongeBob, and there's nothing here that's really frustrating. It's just, if an episode is going to be this boring, I don't even think it deserves a meh. 151.
The audio is cutting in and out. Is anyone else having that issue? I think that SpongeBob was personal. Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. First SpongeBob review since episode 99B. Yeah, that's fair. We did a good stretch. We didn't put anything in season 6 in SpongeBob. Not for me. Okay, yeah. Then try refreshing your stream if there's an issue. How do you decide whether SpongeBob is not that bad or worse? I don't think I understand the question. Are you trying to like put hard mathematical like decimal point numbers on my opinions, because I don't know that it works like that. B tier? C tier? Yeah, I think it's a B tier. I'm glad that the audio has been fixed for you. It is a shame, though, because I feel like that is a good episode concept. Definitely times when they have really good concepts and then just blow it by not being funny or by being annoying or like not utilizing the good concept well in some way. It's extra annoying.
1B. Love that Squid. Squidward enlists the help of SpongeBob to prepare him for a date. Why does everyone go to SpongeBob to solve their dating dilemmas? Like SpongeBob knows a single thing about girls or dating or anything like that. And of course, that's the joke. He's either comically misguided or for some unexplained reason he knows a lot about women. And in this case, he actually gives some pretty decent dating advice and proves himself to be a good wingman to Squidward. It is one of those rare episodes that SpongeBob actually genuinely helps Squidward and seems to be putting in a good effort, even if he is acting a little bit goofy. They very easily could have played this up where Squidward was constantly getting hurt and SpongeBob was just totally ignorant to it. Unfortunately is that it does slide a little bit into the territory of retreading Krusty love. I mean, we have a scene in the Krusty Krab where Squidward can't talk to a girl, so SpongeBob has to talk for him. Yeah, that opening bit is very Krusty Love-esque. And the part where Squidward and SpongeBob practice date is alright. It's okay, like, I wasn't bored, but at the same time, I wasn't really that invested in the situation, I guess. There weren't really that many jokes that I think worked. The Tinkle one maybe kind of almost worked. I smirked a little at that one, but I didn't really laugh. I know I've been saying this a lot, but this episode just doesn't strike me as very memorable or interesting. And I think what a lot of it comes down to is the fact that we don't actually ever get to see Squidward's date. We only see his practice date. It's another one of those episodes that feels like it's about the lead up to something that we don't actually get to see. I would have much rather see Squidward on an actual date than just on a pretend one with SpongeBob. After all, the stakes are pretty low when it's just a practice anyway. It's certainly far from a bad episode, and if it had maybe a few more jokes or was just slightly more interesting in the plot department, I could have given it a good, but I think it's gonna stay at a relatively high meh. Episode 152.
It was like a C tier review. Seemed like it went on a little long. I don't know. I don't feel anything about it. I was trying to say more clearly, how would a lighter SpongeBob episode decide whether it's on the lighter side or the more severe side? I mean, if it has some positives, it's better than an episode with no positives, right? Like, yeah, see. Big Sister Sam. Thank you, DDD. Have I played Mario Bros. Wonder? Closer and closer to that Super Chat goal. No, I actually haven't. Just no real reason. I probably will play it someday. It's just when Nintendo games are so expensive these days, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, every so often, like, cool, I'll pick one up. It's not, I'm not super plugged into the world of Nintendo like I used to be. Thank you, Prenavrow. Imagine if Squid and Squilliam competed for Wait, what's her name? Squilvia? Squilvia. I thought it was like Squiliva, like saliva. Yeah, that sounds like a better premise. Alright, Big Sister Sam.
Hey, Big Sister Sam. Patrick's angry, violent sister pays a visit. For some reason, Patrick has a tragic backstory that involves his sister getting swept away in a riptide when he was really young. Ignoring the fact that he said he doesn't have a sister and something smells, this is just so un-SpongeBob. It's not like it's really the setup for a joke, and it's not like you're really meant to like Sam in the episode, so I don't know why they put such a sad backstory in here. Maybe it's to give an explanation for why Patrick is so attached to his sister, but even if that's the case, it just doesn't feel like it fits in with the rest of the episode. This entire episode takes place in one location, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward's street, and specifically, most of it takes place right in front of Patrick's rock. Why do I bring this up? Well, it's just very visually uninteresting to look at the same background for the entire episode. While this is certainly a small thing, it is something that does bring down the episode, especially when you stack it on top of the other issues. You know how frustrating it is when you're in a conversation on the internet and someone is just clearly clearly not getting what is right in front of them. Like, they just see things in totally a different way from you and can't see what is so obvious to you. Well, that's what this episode is. It's about Patrick's sister brutalizing Squidward, SpongeBob, and their houses for some reason, while Patrick just constantly denies this happening and states that SpongeBob's criticism of Sam is him being mean. If the episode were a little bit more clever, this could have actually been some sort of interesting allegory for the use of dismissing criticism by just saying you're being mean. But the episode's not that smart. It's just Pat's sister being violent. It's a scumbag. Though I do have to say, I don't dislike this episode as much as some other people do. At the very least, some of the house destruction was kind of interesting. And to be fair, SpongeBob and Squidward to an extent do stand up to Sam, just that the episode is so repetitive and not funny and just thrives on that good old Patrick stupidity. And finally,
I think that could get an A. I think that was a solid review. I really like that one. I feel like I explained things pretty well. And still give it, you know, a little bit of flowers, just a little positive in there. Thank you, Dorothy. Prior to season 13, season 7 was the longest season of SpongeBob. I believe that. Thank you, Pokemon Maniac. You should just watch Luke Vaughn's segment on this episode. Bro turned into Daffy Duck for the review. Oh no. Thank you, I Love DDD. The goal has been reached. Yes, yes. We made it. We did it. Good timing, everyone. Oh, jeez. Okay. So we'll wrap this up. We got one more review to rank, and then we got the rest of the video to watch. And then I'll probably take like a 5-minute break, 10-minute break maybe, to set everything up on Discord. And and then we're gonna watch some crossover review of Truth or Square, and then some episodes of SpongeBob. Is there an episode called Big Sister Cat? Is what I want to know. Also, let me know. Did Sam ever reappear? Is she a regular on the Patrick Star Show?
Episode 152B, Perfect Chemistry. Sandy and Plankton work together on an invention. Finally, we get an actual team-up episode between Plankton and Sandy. None of that garbage from Someone's in the Kitchen with Sandy where they hardly interact. No, this time we actually get some interaction between the two. They even acknowledge how long it's taken for this to happen when Sandy says she should have came to him earlier, knowing that him and her are the only two scientists in town. And for what it's worth, it's interesting getting to see the two of them play off each other. In terms of the comedy of this episode, the main selling point is fart jokes. Now, I'm someone who believes that any kind of humor can work under certain circumstances. Fart jokes and toilet humor in general rarely is funny, but that's not to say it is never funny. And I think that in this particular episode, they pull it off pretty well. Partially because it's not actually any character farting. It's just that characters are being turned gaseous by a crock pot that's also cooking broccoli, which provides a pretty justifiable reason for why the jokes are there. And it's pretty funny to see Squidward freaking out over SpongeBob's disembodied arms and eyes and body parts floating in midair when he's not expecting it. Funnier still is when Mr. Krabs goes to investigate what Squidward's talking about, only to be left with a stinky smell every single time. It's a routine that works, it's a nice running gag here, and at no point do they overdo it. It's a good episode. I certainly wouldn't call it perfect, as it's not the most interesting thing out there, but between the character interactions between Sandy and Plankton, and the crude but effective humor, I think it is something worth watching. And that...
I think another C tier. I think that was an A tier. Actually, maybe it was better. Maybe it's like a B tier. Maybe we put it in a B tier. Clearly, again, I am very tired at this point, but it was all right. Okay. Sam being a retcon later got retconned. Thank you, Crash Neon. Thank you, Shattuck. Sam never returned. She was replaced by Squidina. Oh, how could I forget? Beloved character, Squidina. Of course, she's been here the whole time. Shadow still brings up Squidina. Wait, was it Shadow or Monsters? I don't know. One of them still brings up Squidina to me to this day. I think it's Shadow. I think actually both. I think we all memed about Squidina because she's just such a I don't know. Maybe she's a fine character on the Patrick Star Show, but she's just very random. Okay. Thank you, Bailey. The season of Wiener and Fart. Oh goodness. Okay. All right, let's finish this video out.
is every single one of the 50 episodes in SpongeBob Season 7 reviewed. Let's look at some statistics. Just as a refresher, here's what Seasons 1 through 5's charts looked like. But now, let's look at Seasons 6 and 7 in comparison to each other, because 6 is the closest to 7 in terms of statistics. And there you have it. It looks like Season 7 is a little bit better than Season 6. And in terms of viewing experience, yes, I can say that it is better than Season 6.
Oh, also, whoever said that Big Sister Cat didn't appear because she had a successful music career, props to you. Thank you.
So where does that leave this season in terms of a rating overall? Well, it might be better than Season 6, but it's still a
SpongeBob season.
Why? Well, aside from the fact that there's more
I just want to pause here and just admire this art, because, I mean, really, my artist did a great job. Oh, goodness. I like the wig on the cow. Oh, gosh.
SpongeBob's than anything else, even the good episodes, they're not that good. If this season just spontaneously disappeared from the world, I don't think I'd miss it. That's not to say there aren't good episodes. Of course there are, I labeled them as such, but they're really not that good. And a lot of what I get from the good episodes here, I can get from other episodes in other seasons. Much like Season 6, 7 is a very long slog. And on that horrible note, let's move on to my top 5. Number 5.
I love the disclaimer, opinion not final. Oh, man. But it is true. I struggle a lot with the top and bottom 5s, just because it's like, I don't know, I probably shouldn't. The thing is, it's like I have to do them at the end, right? Like, not just at the end of the video, but work on them at the end, because I've already, like, you know, hang on. Boom. I've already like done so much work, you know, like I have to do them at the end because I have to have seen all the episodes multiple times and kind of finalize my opinion and everything. But then like I'm just exhausted by everything, and at this point it's just like, what even is a SpongeBob episode anymore? I've spent so much time thinking about it, so I don't know.
Earworm. Number 4, Greasy Buffoons. Number 3, The Abrasive Side. Number 2, The Bikini Bottom Triangle. And number 1, Cracked Krabs. Though again, I must say that these episodes are subject to change, and I should also point out that even as they stand right now, these episodes were very close to each other, and I had a very difficult time picking out the list. At least
This is a pretty sad top 5, I'm not gonna lie. I remember really liking Cracked Krabs and The Abrasive Side. I guess I remember these. I don't remember The Bikini Bottom Triangle enough. I guess I liked it, but like these are good episodes, but no, none of these are like no hat for Pat. Again, from my memory.
least in terms of what was going to be number 1 and what was going to be number 5 and such. I didn't really have that difficult of a time picking which episodes were going to be on here, as well, give or take 1 or 2 other episodes, these are the only ones that shine really bright. Again, the rest of the good episodes are still good, but there really aren't that many good episodes this season that are really good. And to be honest with you, I don't even think these episodes are really, really good. And now for the bottom 5. Much like the top 5, my opinion on this is definitely not final, and these episodes were pretty close in levels of awfulness, so it was very difficult to make this list. I will probably do a full finalized bottom 5 list at some point in a separate video. But for now, here's what I think. Number 5, Hide and Then What Happens. Number 4, Stuck in the Wringer. Number 3, The Monster Who Came to Bikini Bottom. Number 2, Back to the Past. And number 1, That Sinking Feeling. If you'll notice, Patrick is annoying in every single one of these.
Yeah, my review of That Sinking Feeling does not justify this number 1. I should have done either a better review of it or not put it at number 1. I see why people were very surprised by this. I think the Back to the Past, I clearly go off on it. Even The Monster Who Came to Bikini Bottom, I feel like I wasn't too crazy about, I wasn't too, like, intense in my criticism. Stuck in the Wringer and Hide and Then What Happens, fair enough. I think One Course Meal probably should have been maybe number 5.
These episodes. What's worse than a boring episode? An episode that is very, very annoying. Hide and Then What Happens, Stuck in the Wringer, and The Monster Who Came to Bikini Bottom have Patrick acting very obnoxiously. And The Monster Who Came to Bikini Bottom doesn't really have much of a story until the last part.
I do that in the finalized bottom 5. Oh, cool. One Course Meal was number 3 in my final. Nice! Score. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have even done this. I probably should have just been like, well, top and bottom are going to be a separate video. I think I did that with a different... I think Season 9 I did that, maybe. One of the Season 9 videos, and then when I combined it all, I added it in. If I'm remembering correctly, maybe I did it for Season 8.
Most of it is just Patrick and this monster derping around. Back to the Past also has Patrick acting like a moron, but I've talked enough about why I hate that episode. And that's...
Dorothy says that number 4 is 149A and number 3 is 137A. I don't know which episodes those are, but there you go. It was Season 9. Good. Well, that works out then, because Season 9 got combined anyway, so...
Sinking feeling is definitely one of the worst episodes of SpongeBob. Honestly, all it is SpongeBob and Patrick running around giggling. It is so obnoxious. So beyond obnoxious. You might not remember this episode, so go back and take a look, and then tell me it is not one of the most obnoxious things you've ever seen. But hey, there's a lot of obnoxiousness in this season. So here are some...
Where was that passion during the review, man?
Some notes I observed about the season. Much like in Season 6, Patrick is pretty obnoxious here. This season also brought back a few seldom seen locations like Weenie Hut Jr.'s, SpongeBob's Weight Room, and Glove World. I really like the time cards in this season, which include stuff like one wiener later. There's a lot of house damage this season, like SpongeBob turning Squid's house into garbage, Squid's house getting lodged in the Spongecano, or getting sunk in that sinking feeling, or getting smashed by Sister Sam. And those are just a few examples. There's also some really simple stupid mistakes in this season, like the whole Sandy Squirrel thing, SpongeBob being able to drive in Greasy Buffoons, and so on and so forth. When you're making 50 episodes of a show in one season, mistakes like this are going to happen. Though some of these are really stupid and really should have been caught by someone working on the show. And lastly, SpongeBob's absorption powers come into play a few times this season, like in Whelk Attack and Greasy Buffoons. It's a cool ability he has, and it's nice to see them using it a little bit more often. Someone once asked me if episodes in Season 6 would be better if they were in Season 1. And while they were talking about something...
Someone asked me that tonight, too. For episodes of Season 7.
Entirely different, that is, the audience's perception, based upon other episodes in the season either bringing down or bringing up an episode, this perfectly brings up a point that I want to make. If a lot of the meh episodes in this season had been in Season 1, I would have given them goods, or at the very least consider them to be better. And it's not because I changed the scale at any point. No, it's because Season 1 of a show is a season that is designed to introduce you to...
I don't know, man. I didn't intentionally change any scale, but I do feel like, consciously or not, the bar gets lowered. The bar gets lowered when you're watching so many bad episodes. Seeing one that has some good things, you know, you're more likely to like it. It's just true. I do have an idea for this. Should I don't know if I should say it now. I have a pretty interesting idea for going forward with the every episode series. I guess I'll wait. But let's just say I have kind of a solution to the issue of, like, where does it compare in its season versus where does it compare out of its season.
Everything. It's alright if the episodes aren't as interesting as episodes that come later, because it's the first time we get to see things. It's us learning about the characters and the environment, and a lot of these concepts, because they're so new, are exciting and interesting.
I mean,
this
that's
is
fair.
Season
That's
7,
a fair point.
meaning that at this point, I have seen hundreds of SpongeBob episodes. I'm going to naturally be a little bit harsher here because, well, a lot of this stuff continues to borrow and reuse from things we've seen before. Episodes either need to be really funny or do something different. Do something we haven't seen before. Do something that isn't SpongeBob flipping patties on the grill for the millionth time. Stuff that might have excited me in Season 1 just isn't gonna cut it in Season 7. I'm very familiar with all the characters and the locations and the kinds of jokes that they constantly reuse for certain characters, like Mr. Krabs and his money thing. I understand that the show isn't gonna add any new major characters or anything like that, but I do think that each individual episode really does need to strive to do something at least a little bit different. And while there are a few episodes this season that I do feel tried something different, like Enchanted Tiki Dreams, Squidward and Clarinet Land, Earworm, Back to the Past, and the Bad Guy Club for Villains, some of which worked and some of which didn't, the majority of this season doesn't bring anything remotely new to the table. And this is the problem with a series that isn't allowed to change one iota of what it is. Every single episode, the writers have to go in with the mindset of trying to do something different. It's not like one writer can write something differently for one episode and then another writer can look at that and say, okay, well, I'm going to do a sequel episode to that.
All right, Pie Guy, wrap it
because
up.
of the nature of a lot
Come
of the
on.
characters just being
Come on,
one-offs,
Past Guy.
and a lot of the locations just being one-offs, and a lot of the characters' hobbies just being one-offs. The writers cannot build off of each other, and
This is the spiel that I gave in one of these streams the other day. I've been banging this drum for a long time.
every single episode they go into having to come up with some unique twist of their very own to put on it. And that's a daunting task that I understand can't always be done. The bottom line is, if a show's just going to keep repeating itself, it really doesn't have any business still being on the air. And I mean that critically speaking. Of course, as long as it has fans, it will probably still go on. I'm just saying, from an artistic stance, this looks like a show that's pretty much brain dead, only able to sputter out a few original ideas amongst a sea of blandness and outright badness.
And that's Season 7 for you. I'd like to thank Encyclopedia SpongeBobia for once again being a wealth of SpongeBob information, even if not all of it is entirely correct. The SpongeBuddy Mania forums for continuing to be a source of support and motivation throughout the ordeal of making this video. Andrew, who has provided me with some pretty awesome background music. My lovely and talented artist Erin, who drew pretty much every single thing you saw in this video. And these people who donated to me on Patreon.
Alright, if you're one of these people, let me know. Thank you for the super chat, Prenovow. Season 6 versus Season 7 is kind of like the Season 4 versus Season 5 debate. I mean, kind of. I mean, the positives of Season 6 are definitely stronger. But I don't know. There's a lot of negatives. There's a lot of scumbobs in Season 6 and Season 7. I guess arguably Season 6 does seem to have stronger good and bad, but I don't know. Season 7 has a lot of... It just has a lot of bad and not... I don't know. The goods don't feel as strong. Mr. Enter. I don't know if that's the real Mr. Enter. I have no idea. No idea. Mario Fanboy 15. I saw. Yep, you were here earlier. It's my millionth time watching the video and only just now noticed Mr. Enter's name on the Patreon list. Okay. Oh, there's still a minute and a half. Hang on.
If you are interested in donating, all you have to do is donate $1 and you get your name in the end of one of these season videos. I am so grateful to every single one of you who donated. You never have to donate, never feel like you really need to, but I really do want to thank from the bottom of my heart the people who do decide to give, because this is a massive project. And an extra special thanks to Bash Fluff, Mr. Tortellini00, Halston Blaine W, and the DS Guy for your beyond generous donations of $50 each. Thank you so very much. It really means a lot. And of course, thanks to everyone who has ever watched any of my videos. Thank you for being supportive and patient. It's been a long journey, and I'm glad that I can finally get this video out to you guys. And with that, PIEGUYRULZ out.
Did I do a stinger? Maybe I didn't do a stinger. Is it a brief joke? Oh.
Another SpongeBob season. I just don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. I think I have to go do something.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, man, I missed that leather jacket.
One, please.
Oh gosh, so stupid. I'm sorry for the stupid jokes. Oh man. Oh goodness. Well, there we go. Oh goodness. I wish I had just cut somewhere just a little bit down so I could get the video under 2 hours instead of just over 2 hours. What happened to the jacket? I I left it at a casino accidentally. It's not as fun a story as that makes it sound. I was there with my grandparents. Very, very boring day. And I just accidentally left it. Anyway, some poor person down on their luck with gambling got it, and you know, good for them. I'm sure they needed it. So overall, the season 7 review, pretty great, right? I think it's better than the season 6 review. That's just me. I understand season 6 has a lot of memorable moments, like the triple SpongeBob, and the slide whistle and things like that. But I think season 7 has the best reviews so far. Of course, there's a few outliers, but by and large, the standard is just a lot higher. We had a lot of S tiers, not I guess this not no, the same amount as season 6, but we had a lot of A tiers, a lot of B tiers, a handful of C tiers. There were definitely more D tiers of season 6. So, but I think both the videos turned out really good. So, yeah, I'm glad. Thank you guys for all being here. Of course, I have not forgotten. Let's check and see how you did with the donations.